Mau Mau in Harlem. Contemporary Black History. Manning Marable, Columbia University, and Penuel Joseph, Brandeis University. Series editors. This series features cutting-edge scholarship in contemporary Black history, underlining the importance of the study of history as a form of public advocacy and political activism. It focuses on post-war African American history, from 1945 to the early 1990s, but it also includes international Black history, bringing in high-quality interdisciplinary scholarship from around the globe. It is the series editor's firm belief that outstanding critical research can also be accessible and well-written. To this end, books in the series incorporate different methodologies that lend themselves to narrative richness, such as oral history and ethnography, and combine disciplines such as African American studies, political science, sociology, ethnic and women's studies, cultural studies, anthropology, and criminal justice. Published by Palgrave Macmillan. Mau Mau in Harlem. The U.S. and the Liberation of Kenya. Gerald Horne. Contents. Introduction 1-1 Into Africa 17-2 A British colony. 29-3 A dangerous neighborhood 43-4 Catastrophe looms 55-5 Race war. 67-6 Colonialism confronted 79-7 Mau Mau looms 89-8 State of emergency 101-9 Mau Mau 115-10 The United States arms the settlers. 129-11 Mau Mau to Little Rock 143-12 Labor will rule. 157-13 Working class hero. 171-14 A new frontier in Africa. 183-15 Colonialism retreating. 197-16 Liberation looms 211-17 Conclusion, Mau Mau in Harlem. 225. Notes 241. ACOA American Committee on Africa. ADA Americans for Democratic Action. AFL-CIO American Federation of Labour and Congress of Industrial Organizations AIM Africa Inland Mission BBC British Broadcasting Corporation BBC Written Archives Reading, UK BSINA British Commonwealth International News Agency BPP Black Panther Party BSCP Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters Papers CAA Council on African Affairs CA Capricorn African Society CBS Columbia Broadcasting System CIA U.S. Central Intelligence Agency CIO Congress of Industrial Organizations COINTEL Counter Intelligence Program Corps Congress of Racial Equality CPSA Communist Party of South Africa PUSA Communist Party USA DDT Dichlorodiphenyl trichloroethane EA East African FBI US Federal Bureau of Investigation FFA Ford Foundation Archives New York GIs US Army Soldier / Government Issue GOP Grand Old Party / Republican Party ICFTU International Confederation of Free Trade Unions JFK John F. Kennedy KANU Kenya African National Union KDKA a radio station KFL Kenya Federation of Labour KNA Kenya National Archives Nairobi MGM Metro Goldwyn Mayer MHS Missouri Historical Society, St. Louis MR, Mission, Moral Rearmament Movement MRA Moral Rearmament Movement. NAACP National Association for the Advancement of Colored People NARACP National Archives and Records Administration College Park, Maryland NARA DC National Archives and Records Administration Washington, DC UK National Archives London, UK NBC National Broadcasting Company, United States, RCA Radio Corporation of America TR Theodore Roosevelt TUC Trades Union Congress, United Kingdom, TUC Papers Trades Unions Congress Papers University of Warwick UK TWA Trans World Airlines UAW United Auto Workers UAW Papers of UAW Washington Office, International Affairs, Victor Reuther and Lewis Carliner Papers Wayne State University. Detroit UDI Unilateral Declaration of Independence UN United Nations UNIA Universal Negro Improvement Association UNRA United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration USIS US Information Service USSR Soviet Union WFTU World Federation of Trade Unions YMCA Young Men's Christian Association. Introduction. William Baldwin was quite pleased. This graduate of the University of Colorado Boulder and former enlistee in the officer training program of the U.S. Navy Air Corps had landed in Mombasa, Kenya in 1954 with, as he put it, neither proper entry papers nor adequate funds. The fact that this East African colony of Great Britain was ensnared in a gory conflict had not deterred him. In fact, it helped to drive him to this bloody shore. For he quickly joined the Kenya police. Though he was concerned about what impact this might have on his U.S. citizenship, he was elated to discover that this was of small concern to the U.S. consulate, a reflection of the sympathy at the highest levels in Washington for the plight faced by a tiny band of European colonialists who had begun arriving in Kenya roughly a half-century earlier in a successful effort to construct a racist settler state. Thus, Baldwin simply took an abbreviated oath of allegiance to Queen Elizabeth, an indication of the firmness of the fabled Anglo-American tie. Subsequently, he joined the equivalent of our U.S. National Guard, and it was this engagement that led to his pleasure. For it was then that he slaughtered an escaping African woman prisoner he called Wanja, then watched with evident delight as the throat of another was slit. The throat opened in a wide red smile, he recalled later with contentment. Blood shot forth from the severed arteries, spraying the executioners in a scarlet mist. This was not the sole murder in Kenya that had involved the macabre Baldwin. The 27-year-old Euro-American with a taut 165 pounds distributed on his muscular frame was a platoon leader who bragged that he had killed more than a dozen native terrorists. This bloodshed brought him no sleepless nights, however, as the deceased, who he referred to as the Mau Mau, 3 were little more than diseased animals. For Baldwin was not the sole U.S. national to travel to colonial Kenya. For a few years after his gruesome encounters there, an African-American journalist, Louis Lomax, was to be found in the capital, Nairobi. Amidst the broad avenues and teeming streets of this metropolis blessed with a climate that many Europeans found congenial, he found himself in a government building, and as he described later, my eyes fell upon the sign on a washroom door. I stopped, frozen in my tracks, as his eyes read the sign Men, European. Having been born in Valdosta, Georgia, in 1922, he was no stranger to racist segregation. So, he simply walked a couple of doors down the hall and there, too, was another washroom door. But just as his muscles were about to shed their tenseness at the prospect of relief, he noticed the sign, Men, Asian, an indicator of the sizable population in Kenya that hailed from what had been British India. Approaching full panic mode, the flustered Lomax was now summoning a full head of steam and raced up and down the corridor looking for a door marked Men, African. There was no such thing. My God, he wailed, Africans can't even go to the toilet. Later he was to discover that Jim Crow reigned generally in the colony when it came to bodily functions, as European toilets had seats, whereas Asian toilets are nothing more than a hole carved on the floor. 5. And Africans? The future diplomat, Ralph Bunche, discovered their plight when he was in colonial Kenya in the late 1930s. There he found that Nairobi was one big pissery outdoor toilet because there are practically no public facilities available for natives. Just after he noticed this, we drove up the street and saw a native park his bicycle and in plain view turn his back and relieve himself. 6. From the colonialist viewpoint, the failure to provide toilets for Africans had the added bonus of bolstering their presupposition about the alleged lack of civilized behavior of this overwhelming majority, which buttressed the desire to continue oppressing them. This presupposition was nothing new to African Americans, who were quite accustomed to being slotted forcibly into inferior niches, then castigated for being found in inferior niches. Bunche, also an African American, was similarly struck by Kenya's variety of Jim Crow, which made many U.S. nationals feel at home. This apartheid-like system had been in place for some time and was virtually coterminous with the beginning of European colonialism decades before Lomax's arrival. 7. But as World War II ended and the Cold War heated up, Washington found it difficult to portray itself as a paragon of human rights virtue as long as the ugly stain of Jim Crow continued to deface its escutcheon. 8. So, the United States, beginning in the 1950s, began to move away haltingly from the more egregious aspects of racism, and as the British Empire began its terminal decline, Washington also began to exert similar influence on London's colonial outposts Kenya, not least. This pressure was accepted grudgingly at best by the European colonialists in Nairobi, just as it energized Africans and African Americans who, not for the first or last time, found their interests yoked. As Black Americans surged toward equality, Washington's growing strategic interest in a segregated Kenya was complicated, particularly as this handed Moscow a propaganda victory. This led directly to Washington's courting of Kenyans, for example, the trade unionist, Tom Mboya. As it turned out, African Americans continued to take heart from the Mau Mau struggle, and Kenya proved of more relevance to them than those U.S. leaders who had interest in East Africa over the years, beginning with Theodore Roosevelt. Thus it was that in the spring of 1960, after decamping from his unpleasant experience in Nairobi, Lomax found himself in Harlem, the self-proclaimed capital of Black America, as some 4,000 African Americans jammed the intersection of 125th Street and 7th Avenue for a rally to hear the controversial Firebrand, then known as Malcolm X, dressed as ever in an austere dark suit and skinny tie, the man who had helped to popularize a militant form of Islam among African Americans, was the focal point of this gathering that lasted over 5 hours. As Lomax busily scribbled notes, Malcolm, as was his wont, deployed the example of Kenya in order to urge his followers to confront white supremacy. Thus, in December 1964, a scant year after the overthrow of colonialism in Kenya, the bespectacled Muslim militant was speaking again in Harlem, this time to a smaller assemblage but with a still pointed message. He spoke after freedom singers had performed, including a rendition of Ojinga Odinga of Kenya, melodic and harmonic homage to that nation's leading radical. As the icon of the civil rights movement Fannie Lou Hamer accompanied him, Malcolm again deployed Kenya to propel his peroration. In my opinion, he began, not only in Mississippi and Alabama, but right here in New York City, you and I can best learn how to get real freedom by studying how Jomo Kenyatta brought it to his people in Kenya and how Odinga helped him, and the excellent job that was done by the Mau Mau. In Mississippi we need a Mau Mau. In Alabama we need a Mau Mau. In Georgia we need a Mau Mau. Right here in Harlem, New York City, we need a Mau Mau. 10. This is a book about the relationship between Kenya and the United States in the context of the struggle against white supremacy in both nations and in the context of the struggle for national liberation in East Africa. Though it focuses heavily on the 1950s and 1960s, as both struggles were gaining traction, it also stretches back decades and extends a bit to the present. I suggest in these pages the mutuality of these two struggles, driven in part by a similar black-white dynamic that distinguished it from contemporaneous conflicts in Africa, just as the predominance of the English-speaking distinguished this bilateral relationship from what was its closest cousin, apartheid South Africa. 11. As in the United States, Kenya too contained racially segregated neighborhoods, 12 schools, 13 cemeteries, 14 and the like, which made this African nation seem ideal to Washington, at least for a long while. For eventually the grisly images emerging from the war in Kenya sent a frisson of apprehension coursing through Washington, as some worried nervously that the stark scenes of violence from Africa would soon grip the streets of the United States. Mau Mau came to be seen as bloody retribution for the centuries of slaving and colonialism that Europeans had visited upon Africans. Dixiecrats argued that the conflict in Kenya was a negative example demonstrating that Africans, Americans or not, were simply not ready for anything but third-class citizenship. Staunch colonialists were angry with Washington in turn, feeling abandoned in favor of a trendy desegregation. Many Londoners were hurt, feeling that Washington was much too eager to adapt to the much-discussed winds of change, to the detriment of the empire. African Americans. 4. Sympathizing not a whit with these calloused attitudes, sensed that the struggle of Africans was their own and vice versa. This was occurring as television was becoming a veritable living room appliance, allowing for the transmission of hideous images of violence, and as movies too had begun to pay attention to an East African war that was thought to be of moment to the United States. Many thousands of Africans died from the commencing of the state of emergency in the fall of 1952 to independence in December 1963, and contrary to popular perceptions, fewer than 100 Europeans. This latter point is critical in that the perception was that many more had perished, which in the minds of many Euro-Americans gave rise to grave apprehensions about the aspirations for liberty held by African Americans, just as it convinced others that Jim Crow had to go post-haste. 15. The war in Kenya, in short, was, as Pan-African activist George Padmore put it, the biggest colonial conflict in Africa since the Boer War. 16. Racists seeking desperately to hold on to power in the United States were heartened as virtually the entire Kikuyu ethnic group in Kenya was placed in what were termed, euphemistically, strategic hamlets, and, as the scholar David Anderson put it, this nation became a police state in the very fullest sense of that term. 17. Perhaps stern tactics on this side of the Atlantic, where Europeans were a majority, could stave off a disorderly retreat from Jim Crow. After all, by 1959, when the forces of liberation in colonial Kenya seemed to be crushed, the ratio of white to non-white was 1:100, so, certainly the more numerous Dixiecrats could prevail decisively if their racial comrades across the Atlantic could. 18. Actually, even this skewed ratio might have been overblown. The desperate settlers, less than 7,000 of whom were involved in agriculture, with a minute handful controlling 16,000 square miles or 24% of the land, while 5 million Africans had the less attractive land, chose to redefine race. Egyptians and Palestinian Arabs were called Europeans, though Arabs from elsewhere were called Asian. Yet, when the governor in 1955 brought a Jewish man to lunch, he was supposedly the first ever of his grouping to have been so invited. At that moment, after India had bolted from the empire in 1947, about 80% of colonial subjects were Africans, with Kenya seen as critical to the destiny of colonialism. 19. Unsurprisingly, from its earliest stages, Euro-Americans had drawn parallels between their arrival and subsequent subjugation of North America and that of their brethren in East Africa. This had occurred from the onset of the British incursion in East Africa in the late 19th century, though this thinking accelerated as challenges to Jim Crow grew. Early in 1953, just after the proclamation of the state of emergency in Kenya, the novelist Robert Ruark, once wildly popular as a kind of down-market version of his hero, Ernest Hemingway, instructed the thousands of readers of Life magazine that the scene in Kenya today seems remarkably similar to what we experienced in the U.S. during our colonization processes, when the sidearm was part of dress and women took rifles to the fields with them. Yes, he concluded grimly, we killed most of our Sioux and Apache, but he concluded forlornly, the difference today in Kenya is that it would be rather difficult, not to say unjust, to kill 1 million Kikuyu. 5. Especially since it would cause displeasure in the UN General Assembly and high glee in Russia. 20. For both Kenya and the United States were fruits of the same British tree of settler colonialism, though at times it seemed that the former had been engrafted from the latter. Aidan Hartley, a contemporary Kenyan, related to the British actress Vivian Leigh, was descended from David Hartley, a staunch opponent of the Revolution in North America and a friend of Benjamin Franklin. He was also Britain's minister plenipotentiary and signed the Treaty of Paris in the autumn of 1783. 21. The celebrated Kenyan writer, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, may have had in mind the influx of Euro-Americans to his homeland when he contemptuously referred to the settlers as parasites in paradise. 22. Winston Churchill, a living embodiment of the fabled Anglo-American alliance, had journeyed to Kenya in 1908, not long after a settler class had begun to form, and he was noticeably impressed with what he saw. Nairobi, he enthused, was a typical South Africa township. It might be Pietermaritzburg or Ladysmith of 20 years ago, though it resembles Bulawayo most. He added rhapsodically, in beauty, in fertility, in verdure, in the coolness of the air, in the abundance of running water, in its rich red soil, in the variety of its vegetation. The scenery about Kenya far surpasses anything I have ever seen in India or South Africa, and challenges comparisons with the fairest countries of Europe. 23 Yet even the Tory that Churchill was had the perspicacity to express genuine misgivings about the compulsory labour that underpinned the luxurious lifestyles of the settlers. 24 The pleasantness of Kenya that the Tory leader had noticed was still in place in the 1960s when a U.S. national visited. To an American who spent part of his youth in the west of his own country, said John Chamberlain, it is disturbingly, almost enchantingly, familiar. Coming into Nairobi Airport from the north and looking out and down from the plain, one might be flying over Wyoming at one moment, over Arizona the next. Mount Kenya and the Aberdare chain might be western mountains. Nairobi itself is like a California town in the sunshine, and one recalls that Anne Lindbergh said it was like Pasadena. 25 A Ford Foundation official was similarly enchanted during a visit near the same time. My first impression of both the airport and the city of Nairobi, he said, is that they are clean and neat, with traffic flowing in an orderly manner. Everywhere there are signs that a game park is not far away, pictures, gift shops, safari wagons, safari clothes on at least half the men, and giraffe and zebra grazing wild beside the road from the airport to the city. The air was clean and dry, while the temperature was warm, but not too hot for a city just below the equator, but up to 5,432 feet. There is always a breeze and the evenings are cool. He was happy to report that all fruits and vegetables, including leafy greens and tomatoes, may be eaten and the water need not be boiled. Thus, he stressed, Nairobi was very pleasant. The drugstores are also well stocked. Excellent medical, dental, and hospital facilities are available, which made Nairobi almost unique on a desperately poor continent. Most of the incidents will be between African tribes or between Africans and Asians. The Kenya police are mostly from the Wakamba tribe, which broke the Mau 6 Mau a few years ago. Thus, he concluded with relief, I would have no hesitation to bring my family here. 26 The value of this part of East Africa had been thought to be far from the historical concerns of African Americans, but, as it turns out, this group has far more roots in this region than has been imagined. 27 Indeed, the great black abolitionist, Martin Delany, pointed out during his prime that, yes, the eastern coast of Africa has long been neglected and never but little known, even to the ancients, but he added tellingly, it has ever been our choice part of the continent, especially due to its strategic location, presenting the greatest facilities for an immense trade with China, Japan, Siam, Hindustan, in short, all the East Indies. 28 Not long after the much-awaited emancipation from slavery to which Delany had contributed so much, segregationist Senator John Morgan of Alabama decided to implement his version of the great abolitionist's grand vision. He made sure that his nation was to become the first to recognize the legitimacy of the otherwise illegitimate Congo Free State, one of Kenya's key neighbors. As he and his comrades envisioned it, this would be the perfect dumping ground to deposit African Americans. 29 Shortly thereafter, Theodore Roosevelt, whose journey to Kenya helped to propel this colony to the front ranks of his nation's consciousness of Africa, acknowledged that a Westerner, far better than an Easterner, could see the possibilities of the country, that is a white man's country like this of the highlands of East Africa. For fresh in the mind of a Westerner were still raging conflicts between indigenes and Europeans, not unlike what was bedeviling Kenya. 30 Speaking in London in 1910, the man who only recently had relinquished the White House and who just as recently had returned from colonial Kenya, recalled fondly, I met many settlers on intimate terms, and I felt for them a peculiar sympathy, because they so strikingly reminded me of the men of our western frontier of America. 31 Roosevelt was merely reflecting the unavoidable fact that there was an intimate closeness between the impulse toward imperialism and the impulse to cross new frontiers. One of the men Tr encountered in colonial Kenya was a St. Louisan, who went on to be knighted again, illustrating the intimacy between the British Empire and its budding successor. Sir Northrop Macmillan became one of the more affluent of the colonialists, controlling mining licenses 32 and lavishly residing in baronial splendor. He also became one of the colony's chief landowners. The ouster of Africans from the land was a primary cause of the Liberation War and continues to unsettle Kenya. 33 But it was not the Euro-American elite alone that had descended upon British East Africa. It was in 1925, just after an anti-colonial revolt that had been thought to have been inspired by the ideas of Marcus Garvey, that the U.S. consul in Nairobi reported that the Belgian consul for East Africa is obsessed with a conviction, which there is reason to believe has gained a measure of credence in Brussels and London, that communistic propaganda is very active among the Negroes of the Eastern Congo and the British East African dependencies, and that the agents spreading the doctrine of unrest are, among others, American Negroes. 34 There was also the idea afoot that there was Bolshevik agitation. 7. Of illiterate Negroes in the region, spurred by a reputed Czech national, John Bukovnik, it was believed, said U.S. Consul Avra Warren, he will attempt to enter the United States to propagandize the illiterate American Negroes. He is said to be an associate of Billings and Claude McKay, noted Negro communists. 35 The busy port of Mombasa was a primary vector for the entry of presumed subversives. Moreover, colonial Kenya was sited in a part of Africa that, in many ways, was the hub of the continent. It shared a border with Ethiopia, whose continuing independence had attracted the attention of more than one potential colonizer. Italy's invasion in the 1930s was a signpost on the road to a global war that was to transform colonialism itself. In the short term, this conflict not only attracted refugees to Kenya with varying ideas. 36 It also energized a Pan-African crusade that was not to leave East Africa unaffected. As World War II accelerated, the U.S. consul in Mombasa had noticed that 7 American citizens, all are colored, were employed by the Ethiopian government, including John C. Robinson, colonel in the Ethiopian Air Force. 37 The invasion of Ethiopia and Rome's ambitious colonialism provided Benito Mussolini with a rationale for stirring up discord in Kenya. 38 Just as the spectacle of Italian prisoners of war being guarded by Africans in Nairobi did no favors for white supremacy. As Martin Delaney had prophesied, East Africa being on a direct route to East Asia was not insignificant either, as the Japanese Empire began to joust with its British counterpart in the 1930s. 39 London had to decide whether its ossified rules governing privileges for those of pure European descent 40 required a severe adjustment. Kenya's strategic location was solidified after the opening of the Suez Canal quickened the decision to make East Africa the center of British imperial strategy, given its direct link by sea to the jewel that was India and the gem that was Hong Kong. This was magnified during World War II. The critical port that was Aden and the fabulous oil wealth of the Arabian Peninsula were simply northeast. Kisumu possessed one of the largest airports in Africa and was a critical stopover on the journey to oil-rich regions due east. 41 Inevitably depositing alien ideas on unfamiliar shores. The Kagnya Basin, what was then neighboring Ethiopia, was deemed to be Washington's most vital facility in sub-Saharan Africa. 42 Nairobi was seen as the gateway to the largely uncharted riches of Africa's vast interior. Well after the war against Japan concluded, the Belgian diplomat, Roger Akrant, noted the tie between the Congo and the successful conclusion of that conflict. This then colony, he said, furnished pitchblende when it was a rare commodity in uranium and indispensable for the nuclear bombing that concluded the Pacific War. 43 Kenya was in a dangerous neighborhood, perhaps the most perilous on the planet, as in years to come Uganda, Idi Amin, Rwanda and Burundi, genocide, Ethiopia, deadly famine, Sudan, Darfur and accusations of genocide, and Congo, fratricidal conflict, would garner global headlines. London also had to be concerned about color bar incidents among colored colonials passing through ports in Kenya and South Africa. 44 This was not unrelated to the sensitive matter of Africans consorting with African Americans, in 8. Kenya and points east, for example, the war against Japan in Burma. For it was during such bracing encounters that Africans received detailed histories about the liberation of Haiti along with other militant advice. East African soldiers acknowledged that conversations with African Americans had the strongest impact on their lives, as according to the scholar Okit J.E. Shiroya, there began to develop among black soldiers, Africans and black Americans, a kind of pan-blackness, which until then had become unknown among black soldiers. At times African American soldiers would march alongside African soldiers as they confronted their British officers in demands for higher pay. African Americans helped African soldiers to escape brutal commands. British officers initially discouraged and later forbade any meetings between these two groups. 45 In the minds of the colonialists, these African American soldiers provided a dangerously bad example. Their worst fears were realized when a battalion of the 812th Engineers, colored, arrived in Kenya in July 1942. Some amongst them, according to a U.S. officer, were dreaded agitators on the question of their rights and somehow launched an attack on native African police, as they procured rifles, broke into the ammunition, and procured ammunition. They milled about the entrance of the camp for some time and disobeyed the orders of the sentry, then opened fire on the police station. 46 These swaggering African Americans, brimming with fire and brimstone and quick to respond to racist slights, were also thought to provide a bad example when it came to the ultra-sensitive matter of miscegenation. In a confidential message, the British leader, William Dymoline, was aghast while observing that European women were actually dancing in the engomas with African ranks. This will cease and will on no account be permitted, he insisted firmly. With horror, he noted, I have seen letters from African ranks, in which they ask why are they not allowed to marry white women. There have also been cases of assault and rape of white women by African ranks, and these cases have arisen by too much familiarity, proving of the truth of the saying familiarity breeds contempt. 47 From gnashing their teeth about African American soldiers, the colonialists had to then wring their hands about African American sailors. In a secret dispatch in 1942, Kenya's Director of Intelligence and Security expressed apprehension due to the possible effect on local natives of contact with American Negro seamen, who enjoy a far superior status and scale of salary to the African native. Thus, it was concluded with sadness, as a result of these contacts and the inevitable comparisons of their respective modes of living which will arise, a possible source of unrest and discontentment amongst the African native will be provided. 48 Yes, agreed Washington's man in Nairobi, these seamen were apt to go ashore dressed in fine clothes and to spend money freely among the native populations. It was true that local officials saw in American seamen a possible and effective means of creating unrest among the native population. 49 This was no minor matter, as the U.S.-based National Maritime Union was known to have a competent core of black communists in the leadership, who 9. Were known for their hostility to colonialism. 50 Apprehensions were thought to have reached realization in late 1948 when John Lewis Ross, an African-American sailor, was discovered residing illegally in Nairobi. 51 Kenyan intelligence thought it had reason to believe that he had been contacting Jomo Kenyatta, senior chief Koinange and other African politicians. Taking advantage of the fact that African Americans could blend in effortlessly in a Nairobi crowd, he had been residing in the Jubilee Hotel, under the name of John Buganda and, suspiciously, had previously visited Lagos and the United Kingdom. He was said to be acquainted with the West African leader Dr. Azikiwe, George Padmore, and Peter Mbia Koinange, the latter having given him names of contacts in this colony. It was believed, it was asserted disconsolately, that he was sent here by a Negro organization in America. Ross, a resident of Mount Vernon, just north of the Bronx, New York, 52 was able to roam around Kenya for 7 months before being detected. The U.S. Vice Consul, hailing from a nation where the slightest twitch toward anti-colonialism was thought to have been inspired by Moscow, was keen to note that Kenyan intelligence had made no mention of communist inspiration for Ross's African safari, though this agency had stated personally to the writer that he is certain that it was so inspired, as they were of the firm opinion that Ross' principal activity was the fomenting of political agitation among the Africans. 53 A central problem for the colonialists in Kenya was that its role as a racist settler state attracted the ire of the Pan-African world in a way that other parts of Africa did not, perhaps in a way that even the giant in this category, South Africa, did not. Thus, about a decade before Ross's auspicious arrival in East Africa, London was worrying about an American citizen named Charles Fisk of 14469 Berkeley Avenue, Flushing, New York, USA. He was the contact of British Negro agitators, they thought, and was apparently in residence in East Africa from about 1900 to 1902. 54. Then there was the even larger matter of Jomo Kenyatta, the leader of anti-colonial forces in Kenya, who in the 1930s was residing in London, where he was befriended by Paul Robeson, known to be quite close to U.S. communists, and Ralph Bunche, who took lessons in Swahili from this leading anti-colonial figure. Kenyatta was also receiving, or so London thought, a considerable amount of correspondence from the Kikuyu Central Association, and it was added with a note of concern correspondence from the United States of America. 55. London feared nervously the notion that colonized Africa might be in touch with African Americans. W.E.B. Du Bois, the human rights crusader, father of Pan-Africanism, an intrepid traveler, lamented his difficulty in getting visas to visit colonized Africa. 56. But it would take more than sharp-eyed consular officers to quarantine British East Africa, shielding it from potential dissidents emanating from North America. This angst-ridden trepidation was exaggerated by the Cold War, which posited the existence of a radical transnational octopus that respected neither boundaries nor sovereignty. Robert Ruark, perhaps the leading translator of Kenyan realities for a U.S. audience, termed the Mau Mau an African communist unit. 57. Much was made of the fact that Jomo 10. Kenyatta, believed at one time to be the evil genius motivating Mau Mau, acted in the 1930s film Sanders of the River, starring his friend, Paul Robeson, who reportedly gave his Kenyan friend phonograph records and a gramophone. Reputedly they visited each other's residences in London repeatedly over an extended period of time. Robeson's, a bookish and unpretentious set of rooms near the Strand, while Kenyatta resided in an even more modest setting near Victoria Station. 58. Such camaraderie along with Kenyatta's journey to Moscow gave life to the widely reported notion that the Kenyan leader was also a communist. These rumors about a communist-inspired war of liberation in Kenya hardly were dispelled when Robeson's Council on African Affairs, believed to be similarly inspired, emerged in the early 1950s as Kenyatta's chief supporter in the United States. This was occurring, as Robeson-style radicalism was being purged from Black America. 59. Creating favorable conditions for the growth of ideologies. 60. That were not as forgiving of Euro-Americans as an undistinguished whole, and willing to welcome a movement Mau Mau in Kenya that was thought to be exacting a justifiable revenge against them. This was also propelled by the rise in popularity of Malcolm X's Nation of Islam, which considered Euro-Americans to be devils, and was buoyed particularly by the epical Suez Crisis of 1956 that forced a predominantly Islamic Egypt into the spotlight, as it came under attack by Israel, Great Britain, and France. Strikingly, in Kenya the authorities were keen on repressing a left-led labor movement centered in Mombasa and spearheaded by South Asians, and, arguably, this too helped to prepare the battlefield for the rise of an alternative and different movement. Mau Mau. In the fall of 1961, the U.S. emissary announced with apparent irritation that Kenya's only self-admitted communist, Makan Singh, was freed of all forms of restriction. 61. This was occurring as, spooked by Cold War concerns about Moscow subversion of presumably unwitting Africans, Washington began to pay more attention to what was routinely described as the Dark Continent. Humphrey Bogart won Hollywood's highest honor, an Oscar, in The African Queen, which would have been filmed in Kenya, but for the dearth of picturesque rivers, and instead was made in this nation's neighbors, or so argued his co-star, Katharine Hepburn. 62. Clark Gable won no awards for his star turn in Magambo, filmed in Kenya as the War of Liberation was generating headlines, though the discerning viewer could detect a scenario where Africans were being subordinated by Europeans, an easy lesson to swallow in a Jim Crow society. Supposedly, the cauliflower-eared Gable had a grand old time cavorting in Kenya with his co-stars, the ravishing Ava Gardner and the pulchritudinous Grace Kelly, among others, which was not hard for Euro-Americans to do in a colony that had long since gained a hard-earned reputation for licentiousness. The dissolute Ernest Hemingway was not above reveling in his first-class life in Kenya at the height of the state of emergency, referring lasciviously to being in love with 2 African girls, which he added, perhaps necessarily, gives me too bad a heart on. Yes, it was a lovely country, he thought. They were black and very beautiful, one being his fiancée. 63 Hemingway 11. Was basking in the unfortunate reality that, as one scholar put it, until the mid-1950s when the law was changed, a white male having sexual intercourse with an African woman suffered no penalty, while an African man having sexual relations with a white female could be hanged. 64 Such double standards aided colonial Kenya in garnering its well-merited reputation for being a citadel of white mischief. 65 An African Las Vegas before the heyday of this desert bastion of sin. Nairobi was the Paris of the East African coast, thought the U.S. writer, Negley Farson. In fact, a combination Valhalla and Shangri-La, at least for those of pure European descent. 66 Thus, in one appropriately named Happy Valley abode, weekend guests were required to switch partners, frequently more than once before the weekend was over. Europeans there, according to one report, were not at all reluctant to use narcotics as well as alcohol, and both cocaine and morphine were commonplace. Sexual hijinks were so common, it was stated, that it often seemed that everyone slept with everyone else, then, after a period of repose, did so again. 67 In colonial Kenya, sex was more than the poor person's grand opera. There was a gross crudity among the settlers that was hard to disguise. The visiting U.S. journalist, John Gunter, noticed in the mid-1950s when, instead of going to the toilet after a formal dinner party, gentlemen after dinner chose to walk out on the lawn, and in the equatorial darkness stand in a row facing a hedge or garden wall, and there relieve themselves while murmuring a low toast to Africa. 68 In such an atmosphere, distorted sexuality became a method by which racial privilege and its necessary complement, humiliation of Africans, could be expressed. When the Hollywood stars, Ava Gardner and Grace Kelly, arrived in Kenya to make a movie, just after the proclamation of the state of emergency, they found themselves surrounded by Africans, when the former actor reportedly said to the future member of the royal family in Monaco, "Gracie, have you ever seen a black cock?" She then proceeded to lift the loincloth of an African to show her one, then added flippantly, "Frank's is bigger," referring to her husband, the singer Sinatra. 69 Not surprisingly, the colonists and their Euro-American allies were willing to engage in mass slaughter in order to preserve their way of life. When news of the French slaughter of tens of thousands in Madagascar in 1948 in the wake of an anti-colonial rebellion reached Kenya, quite a few settlers heartily approved. 70 George Padmore, the former U.S. resident, who also sojourned in London and Ghana in pursuit of Pan-Africanism, noticed in the mid-1930s a definite fascist mentality among European settlers in Kenya. What difference is there, he pondered plaintively, between the racial philosophy of Britons in East Africa and the Nazis in Germany? 71 The colony, he said, had the greatest proportion among its inhabitants of ex-soldiers, generals, colonels, majors, of any country in the world, which predisposed the colonialists toward brutally martial remedies. Furthermore, he maintained, colonial Kenya contained a goodly number of names in Burke's peerage, which meant that in no part of the empire is social snobbery and racial arrogance quite so blatantly manifested as by the lords of the Kenya Highlands. One of the colony's leaders, 12. Lord Errol, went out there in 1934 to institute a fascist movement in order to solidify a pre-existing way of thinking. Only the Rhodesias were comparable, he asserted. 72 As a result, many Euro-Americans, residents of a nation that, along with Russia, had the largest percentage of those of European descent on the planet, viewed the struggle of colonial Kenya as their own. The highly religious mass organization known as Moral Rearmament, which attracted to its banner some of the leading lights of U.S. cultural life including Stan the Man Musial, the slugging, slope-shouldered St. Louis Cardinals outfielder, actually administered the Athi River detention camp designed to convert hardcore Mau Mau terrorists, though the authorities deemed their effort to be a complete waste of time and money. 73 Alternatively, U.S. congressional leaders Sam Rayburn, Joseph Martin, and John McCormack told Governor Evelyn Baring in Nairobi that "we heartily commend this MR mission to you and to your people." 74 Writing in early 1953 from the Hubbard Dianetic Center on Sunset Boulevard in Hollywood, the leading Scientologist, A.E. Van Vogt enmeshed in a faith that was to claim Clark Gable's logical successor, Tom Cruise counseled the Kenyan authorities on how to tame the insurgency. 75. Continuing a historical trend. Africans on the other hand found a warm embrace from African Americans when seeking support for their struggle. Mau Mau quickly became a metaphor for fierce resistance and was adopted as such by African Americans, before spreading as a verb to the population at large. In the heart of darkness that was Jim Crow Mississippi, Charles Evers, brother of the slain civil rights martyr, Medgar Evers, contemplated early on, why not create a Mau Mau in Mississippi? That is, each time whites killed a Negro, why not drive to another town, find a bad sheriff or cop, and kill him in a secret hit-and-run raid? So, they bought bullets and made some idle Mau Mau plans before presumably dropping the idea. 76. Later, the New York Times reported nervously that Malcolm X called for a Mau Mau in the United States as a way to even the score. 77. The man who called himself Charles 37X Kenyatta in obvious homage to the Kenyan patriarch was said by the Harlem-based weekly, the New York Amsterdam News, to have served as confidant and bodyguard of the heralded Malcolm X, before becoming founder and leader of the Mau Mau Society, a paramilitary group that offered protection to the community while raising social and political consciousness. For a while his group published a magazine called Black Force. 78. Bobby Seale, a co-founder of the heralded Black Panther Party, BPP, which championed armed self-defense and, thus, was regarded by the U.S. authorities as highly dangerous, was marked irrevocably by Kenya. He recalled reading Jomo Kenyatta's Facing Mount Kenya and realizing that Tarzan did not run Africa and, correspondingly, Tarzan's adherence on this side of the Atlantic could be challenged forcefully. 79. The same holds true for his ideological foe, Maulana Karenga of Los Angeles, whose cultural nationalists clashed sharply with the BPP. Yet, according to one analyst, Kenyatta's book profoundly influenced him. His adopted name Karenga comes from the Kikuyu tradition of independent schools free of. 13. Missionary influence. 80. That Kenyatta influenced the clashing Seale and Karenga alike, suggests that the intellectual, Theodore Draper, is correct when he suggests that by inspiring the Kenyan leader Paul Robeson and W.E.B. Du Bois influenced a generation of activists long after they had been marginalized or disappeared. 81. During the height of the U.S. war against Vietnam, the Pentagon, according to the New York Times, found isolated instances where a black organization called the Mau Mau had existed at U.S. military installations. It appeared to have been organized among black Marines, some of them in Vietnam. Apparently, this group was envisioned as a kind of undercover guerrilla unit. 82. Allegedly they murdered a number of Euro-Americans randomly in what they deemed to be revenge against racism. 83. Hakeem A. Jamal, a comrade of Malcolm X who was reportedly implicated in these slayings, later acknowledged, "I wanted to go to Africa, but not to study Islam. I'd rather join the Mau Mau." 84. So concerned were the U.S. authorities about such organizations that when in 1968 the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, expanded their notorious COINTELPRO or counterintelligence program, one of their chief goals was to prevent the coalition of militant black nationalist groups that might be the first step toward a real Mau Mau in America, the beginning of a true black revolution. 85. Thus, the rise of Mau Mau seemed to portend a day of reckoning, Judgment Day for those who had profited from or acquiesced to white supremacy. Ineluctably, this spawned hysteria near and far. One journalist argued that Mau Mau was a determined retrogression to bestiality, even to the literal extent of copulating with animals. Even the wild animals, he asserted, accepted the Mau Mau terrorists as fellow animals. As he saw it, wherever we are now, we are in Kenya, for certainly the operations of the anti-white conspiracies, the techniques of the communists, liberals, and one-worlders, remain significantly identical whether they be applied in Kenya or Alabama. 86. This transoceanic influence traveled in two directions. People in Africa related to struggles of black people throughout the world to defeat racism and segregation, affirmed the self-proclaimed Mau Mau daughter, Wambui Wiyaki Oshino of Kenya. Thus, she continued, we named our group the Jim Crow Action Group because we saw our struggle as the same one. We in Kenya particularly identified with the freedom struggles in the United States and Jamaica, while Martin Luther King, Jr. was a hero to us all. 87 Dedan Kimathi, a legendary national hero of Kenya, forwarded a copy of the Kenya Land and Freedom Army Charter to W.E.B. Du Bois, shortly after its formulation. 88 This sturdy bilateral friendship between Africans and African Americans is one reason why the contemporary African American writer, John Slaughter, is no doubt correct when he asserts that for many, Kenya is Africa. 89 Emphasis Original This fearsome image of Mau Mau paved the way for the Leoneizing of Kenyan leader, Tom Mboya, when he arrived to great acclaim in the United States in the mid-1950s. He was thought to represent a moderate and moderating alternative. An effective orator in English with a disarming smile that graced a stark and dark albeit cherubic visage, Mboya quickly claimed a vaunted Time magazine cover. 14. Profile, multiple appearances on Sunday morning talk shows, thousands of dollars in donations, most notably from U.S. trade unions and personal relationships with leading figures, for example, John F. Kennedy and Richard M. Nixon. Just before the critical November 1960 presidential election, the GOP candidate gushed in informing Mboya of what he already knew. Few in public life today, said Nixon, have had such a remarkable record of accomplishment and success as you have. 90 In turn, Jomo Kenyatta not as favored in Washington as Mboya bluntly told President Kennedy just before his nation's December 1963 independence that the people of Kenya deplore continuing oppression of Negroes in the southern United States. Forcefully, he added, we express solidarity with American Negro freedom fighters in their struggle for human rights. 91 Washington had to worry that the words of the influential Kenyatta carried weight on the continent as a whole, which would be quite damaging to the Cold War ambitions of the United States. There was a direct connection between this latter concern and Washington's decision to bring hundreds of Kenyan students to the United States to study in college, the idea being that this would predispose them toward Washington in the Cold War competition. Thus, it was in August 1959 that Mboya, the engineer of this bold project, wrote U.S. labor operative, Irving Brown, thought to have close ties to U.S. intelligence, to introduce him to one of my intimate friends. He was referring to Mr. Barack Obama, whom Mboya was helping to go for further education in the United States of America this year. Hawaii, the 50th and perhaps final state in the Union. He is calling in Paris for 1 or 2 days, added Mboya helpfully, and I therefore ask you kindly to welcome him and help him out. 92 Mr. Obama did make it to the Pacific Islands, where he fathered a son in 1961 who in early 2007, just after announcing his candidacy for the U.S. presidency a scant few years after being elected to the U.S. Senate representing Illinois, was to be found speaking to a rally at Brown Chapel AME Church in historic Selma, Alabama. He was addressing the profound significance of events that had occurred there, shortly after his birth, when the nation was wrestling with the kind of white supremacy that, likewise, had suffocated too many dreams in his father's homeland. Easily adopting the rhythmic cadences of the minister who routinely held the pulpit, Senator Obama spoke of how events in Selma had a rippling effect across the ocean, giving hope to his grandfather and father in Africa. He observed that his grandfather was a cook in colonial Kenya and was regarded as a houseboy even as he passed his 6th decade. They wouldn't call him by his last name, the senator added ruefully. Sound familiar? Seeking to establish his claim to being part of Black America after a number of well-regarded black intellectuals had questioned his status, given his parentage and upbringing, Senator Obama added with an exhortatory flourish, so don't tell me I don't have a claim on Selma, Alabama. Don't tell me I'm not coming home to Selma, Alabama. 93 The senator had a point. There had long been a cherished and dear tie between Africans in Kenya and African Americans in the United States that no amount of maundering by chatterers could eviscerate. In many ways, this relationship was redolent of the kind of Pan-Africanism that W.E.B. Du Bois had envisioned. 15. When he initially considered that the color line was the 20th century's major problem, an issue that had yet to evaporate at the time that Senator Obama ascended to a bully pulpit in Selma, Alabama. This is a book about this relationship, that admittedly focuses heavily on the U.S. side of the equation. Yes, the struggle in the United States sent ripples flowing across the ocean, but there were simultaneous currents flowing as well from Kenya. After leaving the presidency, Theodore Roosevelt made a highly publicized visit to East Africa, where he encountered a number of other U.S. nationals and, thus, underscored this region's growing importance to Washington. 1. Into Africa. Theodore Roosevelt was pleased with himself, his words, and his audience. It was August 1909 and only recently he had stepped down from his post as U.S. President. He had decided to take a long journey to a most unlikely place, a dusty site that was little more than a village, Nairobi. He was there addressing an appreciative crowd of European settlers who seemed to greet his every word with prolonged cheers. And well they should. Stormy applause accompanied his endorsement as the portly politician with the bristling mustache drew parallels between the crossing of the frontier in the U.S. West and the colonial enterprise then unfolding in East Africa. Perhaps his audience drew inferences from his subsequent remarks, his paeans of praise for the therapeutic value of lion shooting, coupled with his acknowledgement that few people outside of Africa realize that there is here in Africa under the equator a real white man's country. But wasn't this a British colony, and was not the fabled TR a representative of a nation that had come into being in a bloody revolt against London? The United States, unlike its European counterparts, was less concerned with ethnic definitions of nationhood but, instead, kept its eye on the prize of the racial, the much rewarded construction of whiteness. But what about the inconvenient fact that TR happened to be in Africa, which was far from empty? Would not the denizens there take umbrage at this invasion of outsiders? The tribes hereabout are of course hopelessly incompetent to better themselves, he essayed, or to utilize this country to advantage without white leadership and direction, and progress among them will be the work not of years but of many generations. So, forward with the unpleasant task of ousting the indigenes and seizing their land, was his unavoidable conclusion. It was on March 23, 1909 that the former president set forth from Manhattan with his son, Kermit, and his arrangements made by the noted freebooter, Frederick Courtney Silas. Arriving in East Africa, he was charmed quickly by the little pipits singing overhead like Missouri skylarks. He was also impressed with the number of U.S. missionaries he encountered, including the American mission station at Macacos. It was at Kijabe that he spent several exceedingly interesting hours at the American Industrial Mission. Its 18. head, Mr. Hurlburt, had called on me in Washington at the White House in the preceding October. Similarly intriguing was his bumping into Messrs. Attenborough, settlers on shores of the lake, meaning Naivasha. 2 days after leaving Lake Hannington, they camped near the ostrich farm of Mr. London, an American from Baltimore. He had been waging war on the lions and leopards, because they attacked his ostriches. TR was not ineffectual either in his assault on wildlife, bagging 9 lions, 15 zebras, 10 oryx, 12 topi, 18 oribi, and more, a grand total of 512 animals slaughtered between himself and his son. Photographed in his popular account of this journey in pith helmet and rifle, this bloodlust raised disturbing questions about the connection between indifference to the life of animals and a similar insouciance toward the lives of Africans. 2. Roosevelt's bowing to London's colony was not foreordained. 3. The presence of colonists in East Africa in itself was due in no small part to London's nervousness about Washington's rise. Beginning with the antebellum era, British officials were becoming increasingly concerned about their nation's dependence on the United States for raw cotton. They actively sought to augment their empire by developing alternate cotton sources free from the perils of North American speculators in cotton. Reputedly, David Livingstone's dangerous journey into Africa included testing the possibility of growing cotton in order to relieve British dependence on U.S. sources. 4. London also had to be concerned with Germany's rise, as its base in Tanganyika had to be challenged, or so it was thought, which preordained a British colony in neighbouring Kenya. This was not a simple choice, as Kenya was replete with deserts and its topsoils were subject to easy wind and water erosion. Nonetheless, as the 19th century was closing and a new century was rising, a so-called East Africa Protectorate was established in the region, which was a prelude to the formal establishment of the Kenya colony in 1920. The former U.S. president, who arrived in the middle of this transition, did not evidently notice one similarity between the land he led and the one he visited. For it was a few years after his arrival in Kenya that a district commissioner there, Ralph Skene, wrote movingly about the effects of slavery in the region surrounding Lamu, Malindi, and Kaipanai, and the pitiful conditions of a few ex-slaves, he observed affectedly, whose advanced age and infirmities prevent them from earning a livelihood. They consequently wander about the town in an aimless manner, getting a few mouthfuls of food here and there. 5. It was unclear if these unfortunates were among the legions who were flogged routinely by the colonial authorities. 6. They were all part of a radical transformation of the region engineered by London. Capitalism has been violently forced on East Africa in a single generation, said a British think tank in 1926. There is perhaps no country in the world where the working of the capitalist machine is more nakedly revealed than in East Africa. 7. Roosevelt, for his part, in addition to finding Africans backward and primitive and worthy of ouster, favored what he called the English-speaking race, which yoked together his homeland with Britain, Australia, and, notably, Southern Africa, where, again, German Southwest Africa or Namibia was confronted. The Dutch and their brethren in South Africa could gain admission to this hallowed grouping which in his mind was destined to dominate the world. 8. 19. In any case, Washington was a rising power, not the preeminent one it was to become, and the better part of wisdom may have been to preach, as Roosevelt did, notions of white or English-speaking hegemony, as opposed to the American variety, which may have been unrealistic or, worse, could have attracted the unwelcome attention of not only London but Berlin and Tokyo as well. The year 1909 did not mark Roosevelt's initial interest in East Africa, in any case, suggestive of his continuing attention to this region. He had been in close contact with Lee S.J. Hunt, a U.S. national who in a sense had played upon London's desire to diversify its source for cotton by developing a huge plantation in the Sudan and becoming wealthy as a result. 9. Yet Roosevelt's safari, according to one account, was one of the pivotal events in early Kenya history, because it helped put the place on the map. 10. It is unclear if Tr knew the U.S. national, Arthur Donaldson Smith, who departed from London on June 1, 1894 and spent a year and a half exploring the region surrounding the Ogaden in East Africa, becoming one of the first individuals of European origin to reach Lake Rudolph. This patrician physician was trained at Harvard and Johns Hopkins and eventually donated a huge collection of ethnographic materials to the University of Pennsylvania. 11. The point was that with the closing of the frontier in North America, then the expansion to Hawaii, footloose U.S. nationals continued on to East Africa, where colonial projects were just taking root. Typical was H.H. Horne, known as Longhorn to his colleagues, who by the early 1900s was serving London as an officer in Kenya in one of the more far-flung provinces. He had ranched in Wyoming previously, before serving as vice-consul in Mexico, then fighting in the Boer War. He was a product of an era when national and patriotic bonds were not as firm and unyielding as they are today, and a common desire to oust the supposedly uncivilized prevailed. 12. Thus it was that U.S. nationals began to flock to East Africa, to a country slightly larger in territory than France and about the same size as Texas or twice the square mileage of Great Britain and the Republic of Ireland. There they found sites such as Eldoret that one visitor maintained could only be likened to the towns of the old American West, with its single street lined haphazardly with buildings. Another judged the budding town that was Nairobi disappointing, with its reckless Wild West atmosphere that was no more than a western frontier town. One writer compared Nairobi at certain times to Dodge City at the end of a cattle drive, as he espied men on horseback who galloped through town, shooting out streetlights with pistols and rifles. Others engaged in fist fights, which often resulted in someone being thrown out a window, even from upper floors. Increasingly, women missionaries from the United States migrated to East Africa, for example, the Kenson, all to Howard Hoyt, who journeyed there with her spouse in 1911, and Ruth T. Schaefer of Chicago, who ventured into the land of the Messiah a few years later. 13 missionaries, in short, flocked to Kenya in significant number. The African Inland Mission, AIM, the Seventh-day Adventists, the United Methodist Mission, the American Methodist Mission, and the Mennonites of the United States were among the early missions that featured an abundance of U.S. nationals. 14 But it was not just missionaries that were 20. Being drawn to East Africa. At the advanced age of 73, the celebrated naturalist, John Muir, traveling alone, was to be found in Kenya in 1912. 15 Still, it would be an error to assume that all of European descent were welcome to what had been denoted as British East Africa. When discussion emerged in 1903 about dispatching beleaguered Eastern European Jewry to this region, controversy erupted. This minority was subjected to a kind of vilification and denigration in Kenya that some had thought was reserved only for Africans. One local newspaper challenged its thesaurus by deploying every possible epithet and every term of opprobrium, every cliché and unflattering stereotype that were then common in anti-Semitic discourse, suggesting how difficult it would be to localize bigotry as would be discovered belatedly a few decades later against Africans solely. 16 Such storm clouds did not blur TR's rainbow of optimism about Kenya's prospects. Traveling with a retinue of African servants of regimental dimensions and slaughtering wildlife as if he were head of an abattoir, the increasingly corpulent politician trudged through Africa. While not firing his weapon, TR could be found reclining in the home of another wealthy man, William Northrop Macmillan, son of the founder of the American Car and Foundry Company. He had traveled to Kenya via the Blue Nile in 1903, with his spouse Lucy Weber of Northampton, Massachusetts. He obtained land near El Doño Sabuk, a mountain near Tika, and started a farm that he called Juja. Once tall and muscular, Macmillan, who spoke English with the kind of southern drawl that would have made him a natural for a deep south plantation, eventually accumulated girth even more quickly than he gathered wealth. 17 Well over 6 feet tall, his midsection became so formidable, supposedly he had to walk through most doors sideways. After leaving the Hill School, and trying his luck at ranching in New Mexico, he kept moving toward the sun in search of opportunity before landing in East Africa, though still enmeshed in profitable investments in St. Louis and London. After 1905 he divided his time between his sprawling estate in Kenya and his palatial home in Berkeley Square. 18 We are staying at the really beautiful and comfortable farm of Mr. and Mrs. Macmillan, TR informed a relative in May 1909, you know all their Macmillan cousins well. Life there was fairly luxurious, he confided, in dramatic contrast to the existence of the Africans who surrounded them. What queer contrasts this life affords! Yes, it was quite pleasant. With lush vegetation and cool night air, magnificent panoramas of the Athi River, gorgeous and abundant butterflies, an abundance of birds, the white-browed sparrow weaver, the purple-breasted sunbird, the speckled moosebird, the yellow-vented bulbul, the mourning dove, among others, TR had landed in the heart of the Kikuyu homeland. But that was far from TR's contented mind in 1909. I am sitting on the cool veranda of a very nice house, he said, overlooking a lush garden. The 3 native gardeners working it are savages, he opined, their ears slit and stretched in such fantastic shapes that they can put all kinds of bright objects in the lobes. They have blankets, but as they wear nothing else whatever, excepting brass bracelets, and frequently put their blankets around their necks. 21. Or heads. 19 These Africans were in dramatic contrast to the settlers. I am, he pronounced, as I expected I would be, a pretty good imperialist. Yes, he waxed, these settlers remind me so much of my beloved Westerners that I feel absolutely at home among them. 20 Thus, TR was not engaged in puffery in his awestruck descriptions of Macmillan's sprawling estate in the fabled highlands of Kenya, a region that was to be at the epicenter of a guerrilla conflict decades later. It is one of the most remarkable places imaginable, thought the writer, Percy Madeira. Every luxury that Europe and America could devise is there, a fine, comfortable bungalows supplied with ice plant electric lights and everything else that one could think of. Of course, there was a nagging problem of how to induce Africans to labor for next to nothing. These dawdling natives, Madeira spat out. There was no meeting which I attended in Nairobi where a number of settlers were together, he said, that the question of labor was not discussed with a keenness and a vehemence that showed an interest not exceeded by that which conditions arouse in discussion here in America. 21. The methods to induce labor in East Africa, however, were much more flexible than in North America, though when the writer, A. Barton Hepburn, was on safari not long after Macmillan's estate had been consolidated, he noted with despair, 36 of our porters deserted, without cause, without notice, simply disappeared. He did not tie this mass fleeing to his observation that, tested from my American point, the labor seemed very cheap. Born in Colton, New York, Hepburn had crossed the Great Plains in 1872 and by his own admission this frontier encounter spurred his journey to the frontier that was Kenya. 22. Roosevelt and Macmillan were among a coterie of men of European descent with transcontinental reach and a penchant for adventure and dispossession. This band of brothers included the former president's close comrade, Frederick Cardonacelis, who hunted in the U.S. West, sojourned in Montana and, along the way, was a principal player in the war against the Ndeb in southern Africa. Roosevelt at times pined when he did not see him, to the point where Silas' hagiographic biographer noted decorously that his intimacy with the president was of that charming character which unfortunately we now only associate with early Victorian days. It was Silas who spent almost a year making the arrangements for TR's extended journey through Africa, a job facilitated by the fact that Macmillan was their mutual friend. 23. Together TR and Silas experienced adventures that were the stuff of future stories, for example, their marching through Uganda and the Congo to Sudan, enjoying soup from an elephant's trunk, accompanied by a small regiment of African laborers, straining to bear the loads they had to endure. 24. In many ways it was the fabulously wealthy Macmillan who was at the center of this universe. Born in St. Louis to Canadian parents in 1872, he became fascinated early in life with big game hunting and exploration. After settling down in Kenya, he produced maize, flax, and sisal on his commodious ranch and became a member of the ruling Legislative Council for the Ukamba constituency. 25. Like Tr and Silas, he was a dedicated hunter and traveler, journeying to the heart of the Empire India before Roosevelt's arrival. 26. 22. Macmillan did not have to fight his way out of poverty. Indeed, his father was a business partner of the notorious plutocrat, Jay Gould, 27, and a close relative was a U.S. senator. In a sense, he was an example of how the extension of a nascent U.S. imperialism was buoyed by British ties. At one time he actually pondered naturalization. There is a point which hinges on father's naturalization, he offered, which according to English law they are not sure I am already a British subject. 28. A point that would complicate the settling of his estate after his premature death. He had attracted the traveling bug early, venturing on an exploring expedition through what is now Ethiopia to ascertain if the Blue Nile were navigable and received 2 decorations from King Menelik for his troubles. 29. Even while residing in Africa, however, he was still heavily engaged in stock trading in the United States. 30. And the panic of 1907 may have affected his net worth adversely. He was pondering a forced liquidation of his U.S. assets, driving him further to sink roots deeper in colonial Kenya. At this juncture, he had not felt the need to choose between the powers in East Africa, since he had spent a few months in German East Africa seeking investments in rubber plantations. He envisioned a handsome 30% profit, suggesting what attracted so many colonists to this region. 31. This investment was consummated, but the gathering mortal conflict between Berlin and London forced him to make a choice between the two. 32. Thus, he found time to join British forces during World War I and served with such distinction that he was knighted. He was heir to $1 million fortune that he expanded tremendously by dint of his ruling over a small principality of 35,000 acres in Kenya, which involved ruling over increasingly restive Africans. Yet he was not fazed by the possible dangers, telling his hometown newspaper in St. Louis that I wouldn't live here if you gave me the town. Perhaps understandably he preferred his home on the edge of Nairobi, which had so impressed TR with its beautiful, rambling stone house that included a dozen bedrooms, its 75 acres of gardens, orchards, and orange groves, its 9-hole golf course and 6 tennis courts. Red and purple bougainville in unequal amounts flaunted itself on the lawns, and blue plumbago and pink and white roses twined seemingly everywhere. The gardens featured bananas and sweet corn. There were stables with 60 horses, all fast and game. Not far away were lions, elephants, rhinoceros, leopards, hippopotamus, ostriches abounded, along with zebras and a host of other animals, some of which had been stocked like the buffalo for shooting. There Sir Northup resided in royal grandeur, as Africans writhed in wretchedness nearby. On a mountain 2,000 feet high, master of all that he surveyed, he and his guests could sit on his massive veranda and espy waterbuck, hartebeests, gazelles, and impalas. Inside his home, one of the largest and most majestic on an otherwise poor continent, this man from St. Louis could stretch his formidable girth amid high-beamed ceilings. It was Sir Northup who had been essential to introducing coffee plantations into colonial Kenya and had found a vein of gold after prospecting. It was Sir Northup who had imported Durham bulls into the country and had crossed them with the hump native cattle with no small success, the hump disappearing in succeeding generations. This led some to term him, Mokoro, the man of many cattle. He was Sir Northup not 23. Least since during the Great War he had equipped a regiment at his own expense, helping to stave off German advance, not to mention some Boer revenge-seeking. Since Germany had fewer colonies than Britain, it could afford to cite more of their nationals in East Africa. By one count the former outnumbered the latter by a factor of 3 in the region. Thus, when the war began, London was grateful that Macmillan was on their side. His regiment lost 700 out of 1,100 men in one engagement alone. But the end result of the war was the ouster of Berlin and the addition of millions of acres to the empire. His spouse, Lady Lucy, was no slouch either, being one of the first women of European descent to penetrate Abyssinia, being received by King Menelik himself. She too had a penchant for slaughtering animals, having killed a lion and hunted tigers in India. Her husband's waistline seemed to be expanding as rapidly as his fortune, as he headed for 300 jowly pounds. He retained a moustache and a cleft in his square-cut chin, though this physical heft was a turnabout from his childhood days as a virtual invalid. Like his good friend, Tr., he was quite small as a child, before sprouting like a weed in his teens. Like Tr., he roughed it in the West New Mexico in his case. Arriving in East Africa at the turn of the 20th century, in a pivotal incident he and his men were surrounded by hostile indigenes. Macmillan was a distance away when he spotted what was occurring, and he sprinted to the scene just as an African struck one of his group. Macmillan in turn felled this African by punching him in the jaw with all of his might as he ran toward him. The dazed African landed some feet away, bleeding profusely from his nose and mouth. As the story was told, when the hostile Africans viewed this incident, they were awestruck and immediately respectful, which paved the way for his taking over. On another occasion, Macmillan's own porters surrounded him and his companions garbed as for a celebration. The mood shifted as reputedly the thumping of drums, incantations, and dancing accompanied the Africans brandishing their spears and bringing them nearer and nearer until a swift movement placed them within a hair's breadth of Macmillan's face. Again as the tale was told, the soon-to-be flabby St. Louisan did not flinch, did not blink an eye, though he did consider pulling his pistol swiftly from his belt. Instead, coolly, he smoked and smiled, and, once more, the buffaloed indigenes were so impressed with his imperviousness to fear, they hailed him as their de facto chief. 33 or so it was reported. It was striking that the man who was one of the most important in the British Empire in East Africa hailed from North America. It was a reflection of London's overstretch, planting its flag wherever the sun happened to set, though it was outnumbered in population by Germany, Russia, and the United States itself. But only the latter was predominantly English-speaking, facilitating integration into the empire and virtually preordaining a creeping annexation of said empire by the much more substantial United States. Thus, as the Great War lurched to a bloody end, Sir Northrop and Lady Lucy opened the doors of their grand estate to the cream of European society in Kenya. The governor opened the proceedings and, according to one gushing account, even the heavens put on a festive look and the heat enabled everyone to put on the prettiest and flimsiest dresses and hats. In a telling aside, it was noted. 24. That more than 3/4 of Nairobi was present. The African majority was not part of this gathering that included tons of cakes, sandwiches, along with fortune-telling and guessing competitions. 34. By this time the bulky Sir Northrop had become the leading eminence of posh Nairobi, greying by his late 30s and often to be found in the requisite three-piece suit, an outfit that would have been terribly uncomfortable in most of Africa. 35. Thus, Sir Northrop was rewarded handsomely for his service to the Empire, though as it turned out he may have been simply prescient in foreseeing that London eventually had to yield to Washington, and getting in on the ground floor of this seemingly ineluctable process was quite wise. His ties through birth to both London and Washington placed him in a unique position to take advantage of this great historical shift. Actually, any young Euro-American man who had designs on foreign adventure was predisposed to a degree to venture into lands controlled by London. Such was the case with Frederick Burnham, who was born in the United States but wound up allying with Silas in subduing the Ndeb before arriving in Nairobi, then returning to Southern California where he made lucrative oil investments. King Edward confirmed my majority in the British Army, he asserted with gratitude, and graciously permitted me to hold my rank without renouncing my American citizenship, which was a highly prized favor. And a boon to London too, he could have added. Perhaps wandering into one of Macmillan's soirees, he was struck by the feeling that the genial hospitality that is extended to every visitor might think that officialdom is given up entirely to teas, tiffins, and dinners, with a little horse racing, golf, and polo thrown in for exercise. The British East Africa Company hired him to explore that vast region and to report upon the value of the minerals and the agricultural and commercial resources of the Protectorate. Akin to TR's journey, he chose 20 white men, drawn from all over the world to join him in this expedition, along with 500 to 1,000 Askaris African security forces and porters who formed the safari that carried out my work in the first few years of the 20th century. In Africa he was joined by J. Addison Brown, a mining engineer from the United States. There was Burnham's own gritty brother-in-law, John Blick, who too had served under Cecil Rhodes in the Ndeb War. Blick, an old African hand, had led the exploration of the Volta River in West Africa and had also served under Burnham in yet another African campaign. But these campaigns, as difficult and important as they may have been, seemed a simple prelude to the conquest of East Africa. I received every assistance, he averred. One reason why was the perception that Nairobi seems to be the battle line of altitude between the jungle and the frost, and I sometimes wondered, said Burnham, as I sat under the shade of the fig-conquered cedar, if it were not also the battle line of the tropics between the white race and the black, and whether we whites were not like the cedar tree, to be eventually strangled for invading the African jungle. But at this moment, Burnham was relatively optimistic. Why? There should be no vain conceit as to the black man's capacity for understanding and self-government. It would be as insane to give them a smattering of our involved religious beliefs, he sniffed, and so-called education as it would be to 25. Give our children sticks of dynamite with which to play. Alas, he concluded, there is no shortcut to civilization. Only as the black skulls grow thinner and their brains heavier will they absorb our ways and standards. At present they are at the stage of development equal to that of children 8 or 10 years old. But all was not lost in that the expeditionary force were fortunate in discovering a highly valued deposit of carbonate of soda in a deep depression of the Rift Valley, though, sadly, the country apparently was not mineralized as were some sections of Africa to the south. On the other hand, his spouse was delighted to find that in that part of Africa there were some well-trained servants. 36. The ability to seize huge tracts of land in a pleasant climate with stunning vistas attracted budding colonists to colonial Kenya, among them a critical number of Euro-Americans who played strategic roles. TR's visit brought the spotlight of publicity on Nairobi, and others leapt to follow in his footsteps. Paul J. Rainey of the United States was the first person to introduce the colony to the hunting of lions with imported hounds, formerly used for the hunting of cougars. He killed over 100 lions by this method. It seems that the mass slaughter of animal life was a prelude to the massive maltreatment of Africans. 37 Just as safari tourism in succeeding years attracted even more Euro-Americans to Kenya. 38 Though Washington had been in conflict with London for a good deal of the 19th century, TR spoke for many of his compatriots when he deemed it unwise to align with John Bull's adversaries, not only in Berlin but in Cape Town as well. Thus, he warned Irish Americans that if they chose to make raids into Canada in an attempt to strike at the Empire, he would promptly clap them in jail. As the war at the southern tip of Africa between Boer and Britain was entering its terminal phase, he evinced no sympathy for the former, though their plight was analogous to his predecessors who too had warred against rule from London. But as he saw it, the United States was no longer a struggling infant nation but an imperialist power that should be in sync with others in that category. He tended to believe that England is simply doing towards the Boers what the United States would do in one moment towards, for instance, Nicaragua or Costa Rica if they treated Americans as the Uitlanders have been treated in the Transvaal. 39 Unlike, for example, the Boers, who spoke of white supremacy but actually meant Afrikaner hegemony, Roosevelt was more sincere and less ethnically bound in evoking the notion of racial dominance. His thinking in this regard was stirred by his experience in Kenya. 40 Declaiming from the heights of Mount Kenya, TR was happy to report that all the English officials and the setters have been most kind. The day is past, he exhorted, when an American was regarded as a poor relation, and, he added, if we remain self-reliant and powerful it will never return. Like a presidential candidate measuring for new drapes in the White House before the election occurs, TR was already interested to see how extensive American influence is and in how many directions it is felt. And the news was not all bad. Among the novels I see in the houses, no English ones are more common than for instance David Harum or Winston Churchill. I mean, of course, our Winston Churchill. TR could be enthusiastic about Kenya as he could foresee a time when his nation's influence which was closer to the settler. 26. Experience in the expropriation of indigenes than that of Britain was pervasive. When we dined with the officers of the local regiment and they played and sang, he observed, I found that they had no knowledge of Gary Owen but they all knew Marching Through Georgia, John Brown's Body and Hampton Racetrack. One hunter he met who was Australian was fond of books. Oliver Wendell Holmes, Bret Harte and Mark Twain are evidently those that he has read as his favourites. 41 Now TR may only have been seeing what he was seeking. It is difficult to imagine that, say, G.K. Chesterton's books would not be represented in Kenya. Still, his overall point about the rise of U.S. influence in East Africa could not be easily dismissed. For what was occurring between London and Washington was a delicate minuet, whereby the former came to rely on the latter at least in Africa. Justing continued between the two elsewhere, particularly in the Pacific and Latin America, while the United States used this protective shield to sink roots of its own, that would eventually sprout as the overstretched empire began to weaken. Washington was trying to provide London with a warm embrace with one hand, while picking its pocket with the other, something that had not escaped the attention wholly of Great Britain. 42 Though the United States at times seemed to think otherwise. 43 In sum, TR repeatedly compared the construction of colonialism in East Africa to the experience of early British North America. 44 As his florid panegyrics repeatedly hailed the value of colonial Kenya, he sought to enlist the leading tycoon of his era, requesting that Andrew Carnegie donate to his cause. TR's was the first systematic and comprehensive investigation of the fauna and flora of the era, and as a result, returning to the United States was probably the most complete collection of East African flora and fauna in the world. Suitably impressed, Carnegie donated $30,000, making him the largest contributor to this venture, exceeding that of Jacob Schiff, Elihu Root, John Hammond, and TR himself. 45 Such donations also cemented the notion that the U.S. elite had an interest in following, perhaps shaping, events in colonial Kenya. Few could fail to be impressed with the heights to which their compatriot, Sir Northrop, had ascended in East Africa. When he passed away in 1925, his wish to be buried at the summit of El Doño Sabuc was unfulfilled. A metaphor for his Falstaff-like existence of excess was the fact that his weight was so formidable that his pallbearers could not ascend to the top and, thus, buried him along the way. 46 He left behind a Herculean estate fight, as the colonial authorities had difficulty in ascertaining whether the man who may have been the leading resident of Kenya was actually a U.S. national or British subject. 47 Yet another metaphor symbolizing the complicated paternity of the colony. The Nairobi authorities were nervous about this. In death as in life, Sir Northup was continuing to roil the waters of Kenya. 48 After various palpitations and an urgent inquiry by His Excellency the Governor, the colonial authorities could not reconcile the opinion that the deceased never lost his American domicile. 49 This was no tiny matter, since the colony recognized the great uneasiness that was being caused in financial circles in London and here about this estate's disposition. This could inflict great damage on the investment position in Kenya. This is not 27. A matter of finicking sick about with legal opinions, insisted the influential Lord Delamere. It is a vital question of the credit of the colony as a place for investment, particularly from transatlantic sources. 50 If he were determined to be a British subject, the estate could be taxed substantially by London and Nairobi, but if he were a U.S. citizen, this would not obtain. The easy answer would point to his British parentage, but that could possibly deter potential investors, especially from the United States. 51 In the event, this complex story ended in tears in that 15 years after her spouse's death, Lady Lucy was being instructed that the high grass and undergrowth at present on your plot is very liable to harbor mosquitoes and become a possible source of disease. 52 As a once luxurious estate was slowly being reclaimed by the wilderness. Though Lady Lucy, originally of Massachusetts, seemed to be living out her life as a kind of Miss Havisham, straight from the pages of a Dickens novel, European settlers had reason to celebrate her late spouse. She passed away more than 3 decades after the death of Sir Northup, but the East African European Pioneers Society, that morally enfeebled group of early settlers and their descendants, acknowledged that both will long be remembered for their many generous gifts to the colony. For example, the Louise Decker Home for Aged Europeans with Small Means was a recipient of their largesse, just as a peak on Mt. Kenya also bears his name. 53 The couple who produced no children were important benefactors of the colony, financing the building of the YMCA, the Scott Sanatorium, and the Macmillan Library among other facilities. 54 But ironically, as Sir Northup and Lady Macmillan were passing from centre stage in the colony, another act in this ongoing drama was unfolding. It was in early 1922 that Marcus Mosiah Garvey, the Jamaica-born crusader for redemption of Africa, lashed out at the authorities in colonial Kenya in protest against the brutal manner in which your government has treated the natives of Kenya, East Africa. You have shot down defenseless people. This démarche may have been prompted by a letter sent to Garvey by Harry Thuku, born in Kenya in 1895, who was at the center of one of the early revolts against settler colonialism. I have today addressed a communication to the Secretary of the Negro Association of the United States of America for advice and help, he informed the Young Buganda Association in September 1921. 55 Reputedly, Jomo Kenyatta informed the Trinidadian writer, C.L.R. James, that it was in 1921 that Kenya nationalists unable to read would gather around a reader of Garvey's newspaper, and listen to an article 2 or 3 times. Then they would run various ways through the forest, carefully repeating the whole, which they had memorized, to Africans hungry for some doctrine which lifted them from the servile consciousness in which Africans lived. 56 Thuku stressed that he cooperated very closely with the AIM. He also collaborated with the gospel missionaries from the northern states of America, while the AIM seemed to come from the south, since they would not discuss any matter of policy with Africans. But the real turning point for Africans, as he saw it, was the Great War. There were thousands of porters who came back from very difficult conditions in the East African campaign and found that they would not get any gratuity. Instead, the government decided that the white soldiers, and especially the officers, should be rewarded. 57. 28. The Thuku-led Revolt 58 set in motion forces that were to culminate in independence 40-odd years later and, notably, elements from the United States were implicated in this process. Though racial bravado instructed otherwise, the colonialists realized that constructing white supremacy on the continent of Africa was inherently risky, with constant worries of spillover from other areas of unrest, for example, during the mass uprising that rocked Nyasaland years before Thuku's protest. 59. Strikingly, U.S.-based missionaries were a factor in this revolutionary process, and not just in their influence on men like Thuku insofar as they played a role in the dispossession of the land of the Africans 60 and general maltreatment of them 61, and insofar as their presence argued for a stiff challenge to those who abjured Christianity, a considerable number, 62, and a like challenge to various local mores. 63. At times, these missionaries were accused of the opposite, counseling subversion. 64. A telling incident occurred in 1914 just after commencement of the Great War, when nerves were frazzled when the colonial official with U.S. roots, H.H. Horne, was issuing dire warnings about the presence of the U.S. founded religious movement, the Seventh-day Adventists. 65. Likewise, Theodore Roosevelt, whose journey to Kenya helped to place this nation in the North American spotlight, left another legacy when in 1915 Muhammad Juma arrived in the United States. His father, Juma Yohari, had worked for the portly politician during his visit. Apparently in appreciation of his services, the president promised to help his son attend Tuskegee. His being educated was not exactly welcomed by the settlers, who felt that such learning ill-disposed Africans to continue in their assigned roles as hewers of wood and drawers of water. Hence, the perceived menace these Africans were exposed to in the supposed radical groves of academe in the United States at the behest of Pan-Africanists and African Americans alike was one reason for the establishment of institutions of higher education in the region, where presumably one could keep a close and wary eye on the indigenes. 66. Nonetheless, London's apprehension about the education that Africans might receive in the United States and the ties that might be forged with African Americans continued notably after the Thuku Revolt. Robert Clarendon, the governor of Uganda, informed the Colonial Office in May 1922 that applications for passports were being received from some of the more prominent and affluent indigenes who wished to study abroad. He sought to refuse travel documents that would allow residence in the U.S. South, headquarters of most of the black colleges and universities, and London concurred. 67. Also indicative of this North American influence was the fact that a man who symbolized the later upsurge, Tom Mboya, was born on Sir Northrop's sisal estate at Oeldonyo Sabuk, 68, thus closing a circle that had begun when European settlers began to descend in droves on what became British East Africa. 2. A British colony? The colony of Kenya seemed worlds away from the United States, but from its inception one could travel there by ship from New York in about 5 weeks. Though they were a bedraggled and persecuted minority, it was not long before African Americans began to follow in the footsteps of Theodore Roosevelt and others from their erstwhile homeland made the long trek across the Atlantic. Though unlike their Euro-American counterparts, they faced insuperable barriers when seeking to land at Mombasa. As the 20th century was approaching, Booker T. Washington, the U.S. Negro leader, lamented that Great Britain controls the most part of the dark continent, and, thus, he cried, "There is no place in Africa for us to go where our condition could be improved." Yes, he went on, all Europe, especially England, France, and Germany, have been running a mad race during the last 20 years, to see which could gobble up the greater part of Africa, and there is practically nothing left. But there was a glimmer of hope. If we are to go to Africa, and be under the control of another government, said the Wizard of Tuskegee, I would think we would prefer to take our chances in the sphere of influence of the United States. 2. Washington's antagonist, W.E.B. Du Bois, also took an early interest in the region. Driven to lyricism, he spoke of it as that great roof of the African world where beneath the silver heads of the mountains of the moon, came down in ancient days those waters and races which founded Egypt. But then came the fall when, following the lead of South Africa, European settlers took over 5 million acres of the best lands from the 3 million natives, herded them gradually toward the swamps, and suddenly a great race conflict swept East Africa. Hence, as early as 1924, Du Bois had posited Kenya as a linchpin for the entire Pan-African world. 3. It was during that era that Du Bois was busily organizing Pan-African congresses, seeking to intervene in what the colonizers deemed internal affairs concerning their colonies in Africa. 4. So inspired, some U.S. Negroes demanded a hand along with indigenes in administering a defeated Germany's African colonies. 5. Given the influence wielded by Washington and Du Bois among U.S. Negroes, it was logical that African Americans would soon be sailing to Kenya. 1 among 30. This pioneer group of sojourners was Max Yergan, who later was to attract notoriety, first as a leader of the communist-influenced Council on African Affairs, then after a well-publicized apostasy as a tribune of anti-communist conservatism. Born James Max Yergan in Raleigh, North Carolina in 1892, he graduated from Shaw University in 1914 where he studied sociology and modern languages. 6. The bulky Yergan, a stout 190 pounds on a 5 feet 9 inch frame, was the color of mocha with black hair, progressively graying as it was disappearing, and brown eyes. He was a young man of ambition. 7. Soon thereafter he joined the staff of the YMCA Young Men's Christian Association and shortly thereafter found himself in Mombasa, as the Great War was raging. There were few motor trucks then, he recollected later, speaking of the colony's primary port, and I recall the many heavily laden carts and hand trucks that were being drawn and pushed through the crowded streets by thin, hard-muscled sweating Africans. Like TR before him, he too was reminded of the United States, albeit in a different manner. The rhythm of their work songs and the intense, unbroken tempo of their labor, he observed of the indigenes, brought back memories of Negro road gangs in North Carolina. 8. Yergan accompanied African troops and military laborers in the region and made a distinct impression. 9. He returned to the United States where he began addressing large student audiences at predominantly black colleges including Booker T. Washington's Tuskegee, Talladega, and others, where he vividly described his experiences, bringing first-hand accounts of colonialism in Africa. 10. Why should the colony open its door for entrance of perceptive African Americans who could inspire Africans to revolt or return home and sound a clarion against white supremacy in Africa? The scholar, P. Godfrey Okus, has argued that London refused to allow Yergan to return since the administration did not wish to have well-educated black Americans work in the colony, while the head of the Foreign Missions Conference of North America also discouraged the societies from sending black missionaries to Kenya. 11. Increasingly, it was Kenya that was coming to mind when the continent was contemplated, particularly by African Americans, which was not necessarily good news for London. Hence, the leading African American scholar, Charles S. Johnson, chose to target this colony when he spoke eloquently of the forced labor deployed by the colonizer to enhance the production of cotton and other raw materials necessary to Great Britain's economy. 12. Emphasis original. This accusation resonated in a land where those of African descent had been compelled to labor for centuries in order to bring untold wealth to Europeans. However, the last thing London craved was an inundation of inquiring African Americans declaiming about damning parallels between their plight and those of Africans. Not long thereafter, in a petition to the soon-to-be moribund League of Nations, Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association, UNIA, referenced Kenya when it complained bitterly that it is almost impossible for an intelligent Negro to land in South Africa or other parts of the continent, yet any white settler from any part of the world who seeks an entry is welcomed. This is unfair, it was stated bluntly. 13. I entirely agree with the Secretary of State's 31. opinion, said the Colonial Office in response, that the petition should not be laid before His Majesty and therefore that no notice should be taken of it. 14. Though there were notable exceptions, virtually until independence in 1963 it was difficult at best for African Americans and those from the diaspora generally to gain entry to Kenya. Yet London did not altogether ignore U.S. Negroes, for apparently it had made the calculation that their antagonists, the recalcitrant Dixiecrats, would be a reliable ally in constructing racist colonialism in East Africa, not least because of common concerns about oppression of those of African descent. As colonialism was being launched in East Africa, a British emissary was making a confidential report on the plight of U.S. Negroes in the Deep South. London, it was thought, should consider the impact on the recent foreign policy of the United States of the sharp turn toward disenfranchisement and degradation that had afflicted African Americans of late. Wilmington, North Carolina, where a coup d'état only recently had dislodged U.S. Negroes from power, was seen as a sign of things to come and, similarly, would predispose the victors to white supremacy in Kenya. African Americans were viewed in the same light as colonized subjects, no doubt. It was said in a prelude to condemnation, many full-grown Negroes are men of remarkably quick intelligence, but this quickness, like the wonderful memory which characterizes many Hindus, is not accompanied by what we should consider a normal development of other mental and moral faculties. 15. At the same time, the renowned and notorious racist, Ernest Severe Cox drew from experiences in Africa in order to justify bigotry targeting African Americans. A native of Tennessee and an alumnus of Vanderbilt and the University of Chicago, 16, he undertook in 1912 a Cape to Cairo journey. His articulated purpose was to compare colonized Africans with African Americans. 17. This racial expedition helped to convince him that colonialism and Jim Crow were not only justified but linked. That he learned Swahili was indicative of how deeply his East African experience influenced his thinking. 18. At the same time, Cox had taken careful note of the opinion of his fellow racist theorizer, Lothrop Stoddard, who in 1920 concluded that after unprecedented rise, the white race reached the zenith of its power in 1900, then through growing materialism began swift decline, first indicated by Japan's victory over the Russians in 1905. 19. Yet this racial anxiety did not necessarily portend well for Africans but, instead, meant further exploitation of them in order to steal and prepare for the presumed final conflict with Asia. This common racialism and the fact that the Jim Crow United States continued to contain one of the largest repositories of those of pure European descent meant that the colony of Kenya would continue to be seen as akin to a joint London-Washington project. Henry Stanley, dispatched from the United States to find David Livingstone, also tried to interest friends and investors in financing an American East African company. The scholar, W. Alpheus Hunton, argues that he wanted to buy up land in the area which the British were soon to stake off and call Kenya. That he was of British origin but fought as a Confederate in the U.S. Civil War was suggestive of the orientation of a number of Europeans who made their way to East Africa. 20. 32. Thus, despite their expressed disdain for U.S. Negroes, at the same time that the UNIA was carping about being barred from Mombasa and Nairobi, London was viewing Negro schools in the southern states to be of very considerable value in connection with the development of native education among the large Negro population of the British Empire. These schools, it was thought, would be of great assistance to directors of education and missionary bodies in tropical Africa. 21. Hence, the Jeans Fund of the United States, which was instrumental in the first few decades of the 20th century in cooperating with public school boards and superintendents of 14 states in supervising teachers in Negro rural schools, soon was executing a similar task in Kenya. By the early 1930s, it was reported that a school in Cabot was being administered with Jeans' support and that of the Carnegie Foundation. Their plays were done celebrating the life of the pro-colonialist explorer, David Livingstone, along with an African version of the Pied Piper of Hamelin with no evident acknowledgement that Africans, likewise and subversively, might see themselves as being mesmerized manipulatively. 22. This simultaneous disdain for U.S. Negroes in the colony while drawing upon models that involved them to resolve potent problems is not as contradictory as it seems at first glance. It reflected the reality that a grossly outnumbered settler class had to rely upon Africans with a modicum of numeracy and literacy. It also reflected the continuing and persistent influence of Euro-Americans in this British colony. It was not just Sir Northrop. Michael Blundell, a crucial leader of Kenya during the ill-fated state of emergency, has recalled one of his neighbors, a very short individual who had been a prune farmer in California, fought in the 1914–1918 war and settled in Kenya. By the standards of the day he farmed a small holding, about 160 acres, but he was pugnacious and self-important. As was often the case about these U.S. migrants, they brought skills to the colonial project that were difficult to duplicate. "He taught me a lot about the management of oxen," Blundell recollected fondly, "and I can hear him whispering in my ear at an auction, 'Don T. Tuch M. Michael, poor as deadly crows.'" 23 men of varying qualities were making their way from the United States to the colony. This growing list included a dentist, Grice Joseph, a physician, Dr. Bauer, and another medical graduate that had served the Crown as a surgeon in the Royal Naval War transport vessels. 24 these U.S. nationals may have felt right at home in Kenya. Speaking from there in the 1930s, Bailey Willis observed that the native has not yet become a competitor to a serious degree with the settlers. The question is, will he? And the answer is, unless degraded, exterminated, he certainly will. Whereas in Uganda, the good roads are built by native labor, in Kenya the situation presents a sad contrast, but an instructive one. The whites are too few and too scattered to pay for road building. They cannot work them. The blacks have no interest in the betterment of the community, he lamented. Overall, he was a pessimist, concluding that the future of the white farmer in tropical Africa in competition with the vastly more numerous native population is not a good business risk. It is not probable that a self-supporting white community can be maintained. 25. 33. They kept coming nonetheless. There was W.G. Sewell, who came from the United States to hunt and, like others before and after him, stayed to farm. Educated at Harvard, this Bostonian decided to settle at Njoro. Billy Sewell had more experience than most, having visited Canada, Mexico, Alaska, Ceylon, India, Burma, China, Japan, Labrador, and Newfoundland before becoming a neighbor of Sir Northrop. Suggestive of his resultant cosmopolitanism is his subsequent notoriety in Kenya for hiring Chinese servants. Then there was the leader of the Plateau Maize Growers Association, known simply as American Johnson, who brought more than a hint of the Wild West to the otherwise somnolent hills of Turbo. He had come from the Klondike in 1910, not long after a gold rush that had decimated indigenes, together with his compatriot, Harvey J. Anderson. Reputedly the dour and taciturn Johnson, accompanied by his similarly dreary spouse, Fanny, had abandoned Alaska in an excess of haste as a result of a disputed gambling debt. His questionable background did not disqualify him in Kenya, which was quickly gaining a reputation for attracting such types. Rather tall, like Sir Northrop, he had badly fitting dentures that may have contributed to his overall dourness and provided him with a clamped jaw appearance and a strangely jutting chin that made him resemble a cartoon character. His spouse was tough and skinny with untidy and untamed wispy hair. Plowing 1,200 acres that once had belonged to Africans, he invested heavily in the production of maize. But even those without U.S. roots who invested in the other common crop sisal were indebted to this former North American colony in that the Germans had brought it from Florida in 1893. Johnson may have been personally unpleasant, but unlike some other U.S. nationals, he apparently did not have a hand in another Kenyan dispossession, that is, that of wildlife. For it was in the early aftermath of the Great War that a process was discovered in the United States for tanning zebra hides, which then became saleable instead of worthless, as had been the case previously. This helped to doom numerous zebras. Tens of thousands were slaughtered, then the Kongoni, eland, giraffe, wildebeest, and gazelle all paid a similar price. Kenya's attraction to the United States was also grounded in the fact that, like this colony, North America had endured a recent process of rooting indigenes and wildlife alike as farming took root. It was easier and more practicable for Kenyan farmers to get agricultural aid and advice from the United States than, say, the colonial master in London, thus further converting the colony into something of a joint project with Washington. 26 Like U.S. farmers, those in Kenya enjoyed sizable subsidies. The mealy bug was once common in the citrus groves of California before scientists evolved a method of biological control involving ladybirds. But, as it turned out, when this insect was released on plantations in Kenya, they proved rather disappointing. Not the first time that the colonists had overestimated the potency of U.S.-based solutions. 27 Though early in the colony's history there were men and women hailing from Great Britain, South Africa, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, Germany, and Romania, those from the United States continued to wield outsized influence. Thus, the gifts deemed to be lavish that were bestowed upon indigenes by wealthy. 34. Visiting Euro-Americans led, according to one account, numerous servants to boycott any without roots in the land of George Washington. It was those from the United States who set the pace for the increasingly popular safaris that came to dominate the scene in Kenya from September to March. When H.K. Binns of the Empire encountered them, the surprise was mutual. They thought all Britishers were long-bearded, fungus-brained, antique-back numbers, and I was of the opinion, he said, that Americans were all very wealthy oil kings, for that is how it seemed. Undoubtedly they were great showmen, he thought. In fact, they were great big boys. No gloomy creases disfigured their brows, everything was play. The world markets, big railway engineering works, big factories, it was all the same play. They even regarded coming into the First World War as a recreation, he added ruefully, which must have seemed that way since two of their chief rivals, London and Berlin, were wounded severely. What had brought the bright glare of publicity, in any case, to an otherwise obscure corner of Africa was the extended visit of a former U.S. president. Binns, a critic of Washington, concedes that Roosevelt's arrival was an excellent advertisement for the attractions of the country. Wherever Teddy went, the tourists and adventurers followed. 28 Soon the firm of Newland Tarleton, which organized safaris and expeditions, became world famous and the largest employer in the colony. 29 Inexorably, the economy of Kenya was being driven by safaris taken by affluent Euro-Americans. The young Ernest Hemingway, growing up in Oak Park, Illinois, watched the jerky motion pictures of the TR expedition on the silent screen and followed it in magazines. Later, he was to give one of his prime characters in one of his celebrated novels, Jake Barnes' The Dream of Hunting in East Africa, a dream that also captured the imagination of many men globally, thanks to TR. Thus, when Hemingway arrived there finally in the 1930s, he requested the services of Philip Percival, who had helped to organize TR's hunting forays. 30 This discernible influence of the United States was evident in Kenya even as the state of emergency approached. The celebrated U.S. writer, Negley Farson, discovered this after his arrival as the second half of the 20th century began to unfold. There were 4 men in Kenya, he argued, who are unquestionably the prime movers of the colony. Of these, perhaps preeminent was Sir Alfred Vincent, who previously had led the opposition in the Legislative Council. The heavy-set, prematurely grey entrepreneur, was well known in the top business circles of New York, Chicago, Akron, and Detroit. Controlling the local agency for Detroit's General Motors, he was also the agent for 20 other big U.S. concerns, among which were Bendix Corporation, Stuart Warner, American Bosch, Bosch Fuel Equipment, Zenith Radio, United States Asbestos, and American Steel Export Co. The busy Sir Alfred was also a frequent visitor to the United States, where he knitted the personal ties that underpinned his extensive businesses. That he was born in South Africa cemented his importance in shaping the transatlantic subordination of Africans. The governor at that time, Sir Philip Mitchell, spent 2 years fighting shoulder to shoulder with U.S. forces in the war against Japan. 31. 35. Apparently Farson did not encounter during his trip to Kenya Lord Carberry, whose Hotel Eden Rock was well named for his sybaritic life, was based on the accumulated rocks of bootlegging during the Prohibition era in the United States and other dubious adventures. His nasal drawl, quite appropriately, reflected both Eden and Los Angeles. During that time, the highly regarded Irish Catholic secondary school at Mangu featured Father Mackey, widely known as the singing priest due to his duets on radio in California with Bing Crosby. The Maywingo Hotel in Nanyuki had initially been a private house built as an emotional snare for an elusive Belgian, Gabriel Prudhomme, by his scandalously wealthy North American spouse. 32. The luxurious dwelling of the Baron and Baroness Prudhomme, according to a U.S. emissary, provided the background for many gay parties which were enlivened by the comings and goings of voluptuous French, Egyptian and other Mediterranean ladies of easy virtue. 33. Mrs. Prudhomme was not unusual to the extent that from about 1870 to 1914, 454 women from the United States married titled Europeans or their sons. This was not only a bid for status, but it was also a wealth transfer from the United States, particularly to the United Kingdom, that helped to forge the blossoming Anglo-American alliance and broaden the basis of support for colonialism. 34. Sir Michael Blundell, a colonial official from this period, had a good friend, Denzil Mears, who was married to a beautiful woman from Rapid City, South Dakota. She was tall and languorous with Titian hair and a fabulous complexion, he recalled fondly. My future wife, universally known as Gary, shared a house with her. Alicia, Denzil's wife, had a soft American drawl, he observed. Sir Michael's bodyguard during the height of the 1950s conflict, when, as he put it, he was a target for assassination, had not only served beside him in the war against Japan but, previously, had also been a G-man in Chicago and a crack shot. I have seen him put 5 shots from a .45 Colt revolver through a falling cigarette tin in as many seconds. Remembering these days warmly, he noted, he taught me how to shoot a Japanese intruder sideways on while I was sitting at a table in the jungle without turning my head, a fungible skill easily transferred to the shooting of Africans. 35. Sir Michael was evidently impressed with this man, Davo Davidson, since he referred to him repeatedly. Like so many close Anglo-American relationships, theirs had been forged in the fire of the war against Japan. Davidson had been regimental sergeant major in my battalion in Southeast Asia, recalled Sir Michael. It was while they were in Ceylon that he taught his charge how to sit quietly at my desk with a pistol ready to my right. Suddenly, at a shout, I had to pick up the pistol, fire at the dummy of a Japanese entering the orderly room, hit it dead center with the minimum of aim, and continue with my reading or writing. His hands were like silk, he said almost erotically, and he would be continually fingering and practicing with his weapons. He never played cards, because his fingers were so sensitive that he could detect the infinitesimal graduations of shape and color on the card, even if he could not see it. I have seen him, he continued with fascination, time after time, feeling and running his fingers over the aces, kings and queens, with their faces turned down, while he would declare almost unerringly the exact value of the card. On our travels, during the state of emergency, we would proceed thus. 36. I would drive and Davo would sit firmly on the rear seat with his 2 Colts on his knees, expectant like a gigantic terrier. A sudden cry and I had to pull my own pistol out and fire at some indicated target, typically an African. 36. But the footloose Yankees, who unlike many other migrants to Kenya were not sworn to uphold the empire, presented particular problems for London, though the United States had the distinct advantage of possessing the deepest reservoir of those who could bolster white supremacy in Africa. Establishing a settler presence in East Africa was neither easy nor simple, given often hostile indigenes, a dearth of amenities unless one had the Croesus-type wealth of Sir Northrop, and loneliness. Every hardy settler bolstered the colonial project, especially since abandoning Kenya in the early days was not unknown. 37. Such an inhospitable environment often pushed settlers over the edge, leading to imprisonment for various offenses, thereby effectively reducing their numbers and heightening the importance of the United States. 38. Sir Charles Dundas, a comrade of Winston Churchill, was struck in Kenya by the presence of men of good British stock who could be seen going about in disarray so extreme as to be patently studied, and their habits, if not their minds, were as untidy as their dress. Like a swamp tended to breed mosquitoes, the colony, based as it was on outre notions of racial supremacy, tended to generate bizarre behavior. Thus, Sir Charles had to deal firmly with the scion of a good English family who peppered his native servant with shot so that his back was studded with pellets. His plea was one that surely would not be heard outside a Kenya court. The black villain had given him bad cream with his apple dumpling. Yes, he concluded wearily, undoubtedly Kenya attracted individuals of a temperamental type, but I have always believed that many were strangely affected by altitude. In this respect there was marked contrast between the coast and the highlands. 39. The thin air of the highlands aside, there were those of disputable character, white flotsam and jetsam rejected by the powers, who often seemed to float into coastal Mombasa. 40. The famed writer, Evelyn Waugh, denied that the settlers were comprised of rapacious adventurers, others disagreed. 41. Their presence also tended to magnify the importance of attracting upstanding settlers, with the potential pool in the United States simply being larger than Great Britain's. Boers and Germans, both of whom hailed from nations that had borne arms against His Majesty, were not necessarily favored as settlers, which also heightened the importance of U.S. nationals. 42. Then when in a rare instance a European woman married a man who was not, this effectively ostracized her if not worse and increased the need for another of her race to replace her. 43. The fear of miscegenation in this instance was roughly equivalent to a fear of South Asians, who had migrated to the colony in significant numbers early on. Waugh captured the sentiments of many of his compatriots when he expressed apprehension about the presence of Indians in the colony, concluding that no Arab or European can compete with them, because they can subsist on a standard of living as low as the natives. Stunned by their growing numbers as the Great Depression began to bite, he added with a dollop of sarcasm that we came to establish a Christian civilization and we have come very near to establishing a 37. Hindu 1. Yet, despite these grave reservations, he was falling in love with Kenya. In Kenya, he opined in an ironically intended compliment, it is easy to forget that one is in Africa. Yet his affection for the place and his apprehension about the perceived growth of the Indian population, virtually cried out for an increased flow of European migrants, who perforce would come from the United States. Waugh was also struck by the large number of bachelor farmers. It was one of the surprising things about Kenya, and unless these men were to cross the color line in order to produce families, more European women had to land at Mombasa. 44. Moreover, the United States had the benefit of avoiding damage to its industrial plant during the Great War and, thus, was poised to benefit as newer products and technologies spread. Ford trucks and cars quickly gained a firm foothold in the colony, for example. 45. The man who became Sir Michael Blundell and a key colonist recalled that John Deere tractors from the United States were quite prominent in East Africa. 46. Higher education colleges and universities was rapidly becoming more extensive in the United States than the United Kingdom, so it was inevitable that as early as 1921, the University of Illinois would gain a toehold in Kenya. 47. In any case, it was TR's expedition that had brought the spotlight on the colony in the first place, burning it into consciousness globally. The problem for London was not simply the debatable question as to whether these U.S. nationals would swear allegiance to His Majesty during pressure-packed moments, it was also the very definition of what constituted a U.S. national. Since whiteness in the United States, the highest stage of citizenship, was not inflexibly bound ethnically, it was possible for London's sworn enemies to disguise themselves as devotees of Washington, though maintaining a different fealty. Thus, in the aftermath of the Great War, a colonial intelligence officer became quite concerned about Otto Keller, who supposedly was tied to the American mission in Itigi Kondo IRG district but was suspected of pro-German sympathies. Apparently, he was an American of Swiss-German parentage and was pro-German at the beginning of the war but changed round when America came into the conflict and became strongly pro-Ally. 48. Though certain colonial elites may have had a problem with Washington, in the aftermath of the war, as the U.S. profile was burnished with the spread of its movies and cultural influences generally, the popularity of this former British colony increased decidedly. Reflecting on these heady times, the Kenyan writer Elspeth Huxley, who was born in Britain, recalled that everybody, at that time, wanted to go to America. It was a magnet, a lodestar, a beacon. Everything that was new, peculiar, and exciting came out of the West. This belief had been created largely by the cinema. She wound up studying at Cornell University and confessed, "I wanted to stay in America because it was easier to get on." Yet all was not sweetness and light, since on her westward-bound ship a steward I got talking to said that he hated Americans so much, and so did all the other stewards, that they had frequent dust UPS in New York, or sometimes Southampton, with Yankee stewards whose only crime was not to be British. Pondering the spectacle of it all, she concluded, it was a wonder they were not lynched. One reason for this corrosive resentment was material. There was a 38. lot of sensitiveness, she observed, about the debt. The sums we had borrowed from them had been on prosecuting the war to make the world safe for democracy. She could not help but notice that in cartoons, Uncle Sam was always depicted sitting on a money bag or with a dollar sign. 49. But the relative strength of the U.S. economy and the potency of the popular culture and higher education there were not the only factors that made Washington so attractive to many settlers. It was also the fact that the United States as a settler colony itself was closer in temperament and culture to colonial Kenya. Huxley found ridiculous objections that were raised to the idea of a settler colony. This theory that land belonged exclusively to the people already here, however sporadic their occupation or inadequate their husbandry, could be pursued to a reduction ad absurdum. Should the whole continent of North America, she asserted triumphantly, have been left to the 2 or 3 million natives who roamed at New York and San Francisco, Chicago, and Montreal, forever unbuilt. 50. Emphasis original. Her fellow wordsmith, Evelyn Waugh, bolstered her bold assertion, adding with equal vigor, have the Nilotic immigrant tribes any more right of East Africa than the British? 51. For her part, Huxley saw a further parallel between the former British colony, the United States, and the then current one, Kenya. East Africa may give more trouble than any of the other 46 scattered bits of colonial empire, she averred, although the white population is far too small, the black mass is far too large, for self-government to be anywhere within reach. That does not prevent the same policies which stung America to revolt a century and a half ago, she observed in the 1930s, from jangling East Africa's nerves today. 52. Similarly indicative of the parallels shown by the former British North America and the then British East Africa was that the latter turned to Washington, overseer of a similarly capacious land mass, when it came to seeking information concerning land development, specifically the Homestead Act and the Desert Act, since Great Britain itself could provide little guidance here. 53. It was not as if the colonizers were predisposed to kowtow to Washington, though given the growing reliance upon the United States, perhaps they should have considered doing so. Alice Goonan Preston, a U.S. national residing in the colony in the 1930s, would have wished they had. She presided over a lush 285 acres near Lake Naivasha bequeathed to her by her late spouse, Jerome Preston, that by 1937 was worth a sizable £10,000. Her social status did not prevent her arrest by the authorities after she clashed with a settler known as Captain Woodmore, who she had engaged to manage her property, providing him the use, as the authorities put it, of a Chevrolet motor lorry, a Buick car, and a petrol allowance, though she allegedly refused to pay him, and this woman of considerable means was jailed. 54. The U.S. consul railed at this high-handed approach. Worse, her reputation was damaged inasmuch as the arrest was made in a public place in the presence of a great many people. 55. Though she possessed a lovely estate and house, she decided to leave the colony for good. She is a person of means, and I quite understand her indignation, said a local magistrate. Yet, he continued, the state of feeling between her and Capt. Woodmore was such that I had the greatest difficulty in keeping order in. 39. The court throughout the day, and I think that Mrs. Preston had only herself to thanks for the action taken. 56. Unsurprisingly, given the growing U.S. influence in the region and the problems attendant thereto, as Mrs. Preston could well attest, Washington established a legation in the colony early on. And just as Washington had to explain repeatedly to European colonizers about the bona fides of Euro-Americans, were these actually German agents hiding behind the shroud of whiteness. The State Department also had to explain, perhaps ineffectively in this case, that African American was not simply a kind of synecdoche for subversive. Thus in the fall of 1925, U.S. Consul in Nairobi, Avra Warren, found himself in a familiar position, reassuring Belgium's consul for the region, nervously worried about how his small nation could continue suzerainty over a gigantic Congo and avoid a presumed contagion from East Africa, that he had nothing to fear from black Americans. Yes, conceded Warren, it was obvious that there is a certain amount of restlessness among the Negroes of Uganda and Tanganyika territory, but, he insisted, to trace a connection to American Negroes is far-fetched and lacking in proof. Didn't Brussels realize how effective their joint measures had been to keep African Americans as far away from colonized Africa as possible? Didn't Brussels realize that there were no American Negroes resident in any of the East Africa colonies, nor have any entered any of the ports during the last 2 years? Didn't Brussels realize further that educated East African Negroes have not traveled to the United States, nor to the best of the writer's knowledge corresponded with any uplift society in North America? Didn't Brussels recognize the unassailable fact that no American Negroes are to be found either in Uganda, Tanganyika, Kenya, Zanzibar, or, in so far as can be ascertained, in the eastern Belgian Congo? 57 Yet Belgium's consul remained in Warren's view obsessed with a conviction that had gained a measure of credence in Brussels and London that communistic propaganda was rife in their African colonies, and the vector for transmission of this doctrine of unrest were none other than American Negroes. 58 London and Brussels found it hard to accept that opening the door to U.S. influence inevitably delivered images of American Negroes via movies and the like, and though Washington did its racial duty by portraying this minority as inferior, the fact that African Americans could be seen as enjoying a style of life far above that of colonized Africans could serve to inspire the latter to struggle for a better life to the detriment of colonialism. Perhaps as a partial result, Washington's men in the region seemed to feel that they had to go to great lengths to demonstrate that they were not somehow soft on Africans or colonialism to the point where they might jeopardize the entire white supremacist project. The consul who preceded Warren, William Jenkins, warmly recounted a conversation he had had with the venerable Archdeacon of Kavirondo, a Mr. Owen, who had recently returned from a visit to the United States. This estimable man of the cloth had a conversation with officials at Tuskegee Institute of Alabama who felt that the effect of the education and training accorded to the American Negro was to make him unhappy. Now this was consistent with the parameters of European colonialism, though his words 40 were the subject of general adverse criticism by local Europeans who deemed it all both untimely and harmful in view of the great danger of misinterpretation and misunderstanding by the natives. 59 Why raise in any way, even a negative way, education, it was thought in Nairobi. But the very existence of African Americans and their determined struggle for education and rights, ineluctably reached the shores of Kenya to the dismay of the colonizers. Some colonists found it suspicious and not accidental that the unrest sparked by Harry Thuku may have had a U.S. connection, through his ties to missionaries. 60 settlers were justified in being suspicious of Thuku's ties to the United States, as he had requested aid and support from Tuskegee. East African patriots wanted Tuskegee to train their youth or, alternatively, found a similar institution in Kenya. Thuku not only corresponded with Marcus Garvey but read his works while imprisoned. 61 Jenkins chose not to hide the reality that Thuku attended the American mission at Kambui, learned to read and write in Kikuyu, as well as some Swahili and English. Yes, he conceded, there were native riots, though he denied U.S. responsibility. 62 It was simple for the colonizers to blame Thuku on U.S. influence rather than colonialism itself. Even as this bloody incident was percolating, the African Inland Mission was complaining to U.S. Secretary of State, Bainbridge Colby, who, like Sir Northrop, had St. Louis roots, about difficulty in gaining visas for their personnel. They had arrived in Kenya in 1896 and thought their lengthy tenure should have provided the requisite credibility. Instead, there was continual delay, in some cases 3 years of delay in processing visa requests. 63 This was not the only complaint emanating from the United States. London had been weakened as a result of the Great War and Washington emboldened, yet the former power was not willing to cede hegemony in Kenya. Even a second bloodletting 2 decades later did not drive home this realization. U.S. Consul Warren grumbled repetitively about trade barriers, imperial preference as opposed to the open door Washington desired. As of 1924 there was no direct steamer service, either American or foreign, according to Warren, between East Africa and the United States, and this was the chief bar to development of trade. U.S. exports to British East Africa had to be transshipped either at Aden, Durban, or Port Said, and a long and expensive delay dissatisfies local importers who are driven in many cases to Great Britain and Germany for manufactures they would otherwise buy in the United States. Exports to the United States sisal, cloves, ivory, pencil cedar suffered similar impediments. Thus, in a typical 3-month period, stated exports to the United States from the region were a measly $216,000, but since the United States did not have consuls in such key nodes as Mombasa, Dar es Salaam, and Zanzibar, the precise figures were hard to pin down. 64 All news on the business front was not pessimistic. Consul Warren was gleeful about the American monopoly in the automobile trade of Nairobi. In 1924 there were now 2,000 automobiles in use, and the European population of the colony was 10,000, outnumbered merely 1/200 by the Africans and Asians, suggesting room for further growth. Further, the chief import into the region was cotton goods, a trade in which the United States shared very largely. 41. Before the war, he added with satisfaction. Indeed, he added, the trade name of a cheap grey cotton cloth most extensively sold to the Negro tribesmen is Americane. Since the war, however, American export prices have been too high and the Americane is now supplied from Japan. 65 There was also competition in the increasingly important petroleum business, said Consul Warren, between the British Shell interests and one American manufacturer of gasoline or petrol. To obtain a dominant position in the supply of gasoline to the 4,000 automobiles and trucks and the 2,000 motorcycles that are in operation in the region. 66 Further grim news came from the banking sector. There was a self-perpetuating circle of stasis in that the small volume of U.S. exports and imports and the preeminence of British banks meant, as Consul Jenkins put it, there is no good opening at the present for American banks. They are not discriminated against under local laws or regulations, but, for some time to come, at least, it would not be a paying proposition for them. 67 Though much smaller in territory and population than the United States, Britain had a first mover's advantage. It had planted the Union Jack in Kenya, established the rules, and the growing giant that was the United States had to adjust accordingly. Increasingly colonies were being viewed as sources for petroleum, notably Kenya's neighbours across the Red Sea, and minerals, and London was certainly loath to give ground in this strategic realm. Foggy Bottom raised strong objections with little apparent effect to London's laws that demanded that mining licenses were only to be granted to firms comprised entirely of British subjects. 68 Thus, despite growing U.S. influence in British East Africa, it remained precisely that, a British colony. What helped to bind the two powers was their common antipathy to the darkest amongst them. In 1930, the leading settler, Lord Delamere, hailed compulsory labor and segregation as the only alternative, along with the color bar, matters all that would have warmed the cockles of the average Dixiecrat. Our whole feeling as a race, he insisted, is to keep our standard up and to avoid being pulled down to a lower level, since even Negrophiles and many respected missionaries feel that the native is best kept out of the white man's politics, a statement that would have received a loud amen in the region stretching from Richmond, Virginia, to Austin, Texas. 69 Correspondingly, U.S. influence regionally increased. The United States doubled its proportionate stake in the markets of Zanzibar by 29% during the period from 1920 to 1926. 70 Still, the U.S. consul may not have been mistaken in his perception of discrimination. Charles Albrecht complained about the anti-American editorials he had begun to notice in mid-1928 and the anti-American feeling on the part of government officials and others in British East Africa. 71 Nonplussed, the Tanganyika Times, which targeted the European minority, stated bluntly that were it possible to arrange a poll among the civilized nations of the world to decide which is the most unpopular country, there is not the slightest doubt that the USA would secure this dubious honor by a thumping majority. 72. 42. The library that bears his name in Nairobi, is continuing evidence of Sir Northrop Macmillan's own essential role in the evolution of colonialism in East Africa. The mosque that stands alongside this library is suggestive as well of the role of Islam in this colony, a religion that came to include paternal family members of a future U.S. President, Barack Obama. 3. A dangerous neighborhood. Kenya was a center of European and Euro-American influence in a region that was racked increasingly by instability. Kenya shared a border with Ethiopia, virtually unique on the continent as an independent nation but eyed hungrily by Italy, which longed to obtain its share of colonial plunder. Kenya shared a border with Tanganyika, the subject of revenge-seeking, revanchist, and irredentist longings by Germany, which had not reconciled itself to losing this land to Britain as a result of the Great War. Kenya was within hailing distance of the nations that became Rwanda and Burundi, controlled by tiny and insecure Belgium, which was not above stoking ethnic and potentially disastrous tension to maintain its unsteady rule. As World War II approached, neither Rome nor Berlin neglected the notion of making gains in East Africa that could mean London's ouster altogether from the region. This served to prepare Kenya for the defensive reaction of an even closer embrace by the United States. Moreover, from the beginnings of British colonialism in East Africa, a significant number of migrants from South Asia across the Indian Ocean migrated to Kenya. 1. In the long run, Kenya's most perilous border may have been the one to the east, the vast oceanic region that encompassed India and Japan. One British newspaper in Lahore had referred to East Africa as the America of India, signaling how Indians would pour into Mombasa, akin to how Europeans poured into what became New York. 2. This nettlesome issue had not escaped the attention of the U.S. consul in Nairobi, William Jenkins, who as early as 1923 was evincing nervousness about Indian demands for the franchise. Jenkins was in accord with that far-sighted and experienced statesman, General Jan Smuts of profoundly racist South Africa, who objected to concessions to Indians. Jenkins expressed no objection to the idea that European settlers in Kenya were determined to resist by force if the status quo were altered materially. They were prepared to seize the reins of government, which was not unsettling to Jenkins, who represented a nation born amidst a similar rebellion. The basis of the white man's opposition, he declared, is the law of self-preservation, the same law that undoubtedly would have long delayed our government in granting the franchise to the Negro had we been outnumbered or had been likely to be outnumbered by the Negroes in such a proportion. He added, the strongest argument of all against the granting of 44. Equal franchise to the Indians, indeed the most essential fact of all, was the rudimentary question, whose country is it anyhow, is the crux of the whole matter, and, as he saw it, there can be only one answer, and that was certainly not majority rule nor enfranchisement of Indians. 3. In an uncommon reply to a report from the colony, the U.S. Secretary of State complimented Jenkins for his excellent dispatch. 4. Such compliments reinforced Jenkins' perceptions about the reputed danger of an influx of Indians to the colony and what this portended for Kenya's critical location as a gateway to the world of Islam. Due north in the Sudan, the largest nation by territory on the beleaguered continent, and Egypt, and across the sea in the land that contained both Mecca and Medina. If in the future, said Jenkins, there should unfortunately be a war between the Eastern and Western civilizations, or a religious war between the Mohammedan and Christian world, the strategical value of Kenya, due both to its geographical situation and its abundant resources, would be of great importance. 5. But was not Kenya's strategic value being compromised by the steady migration of South Asian Muslims? Signaling the importance of this migration was the rumor that the avatars of white supremacy in the empire, the leaders of South Africa, Australia, and Canada, were slated to be present at a conference in London regarding the Indian question of Kenya colony, and that should the home government decide the question in favour of the Indian, South Africa and Australia are prepared to aid the white settlers in Kenya, as the U.S. consul noted. Washington's man did not seem particularly perturbed by this insurrectionary threat. 6. Inflamed rhetoric flowing like incendiary lava from the U.S. consul was also an indication of Washington's circling of London, keenly and eagerly waiting to swoop in and grab whatever tidbits of the empire that an overstretched Britain could not hold. The commercial potentialities of Africa are greater than those of India, announced Jenkins in 1929. Great Britain will be unable to control both, and therefore for purely commercial reasons alone, leaving aside the important racial necessity of preventing a peaceful penetration of Africa by the brown or yellow races, she should concentrate her efforts to preserving Africa as a white stronghold and courageously give up India. And if London were to make a racial stand in Africa, then Kenya would be the headquarters of this, since it was the Thermopylae of the continent, the only real danger spot in Africa and a locus of Bolshevist intrigue among the Mohammedans of Africa. Forwarded to Washington was a copy of a pamphlet penned by a leading settler and member of the Legislative Council and Secretary of the Vigilance Council, entitled simply, "The Thermopylae of Africa, Kenya Colony." A brutal philippic aimed at Indians particularly. This polemic relied heavily on the thinking of crude U.S. racial theorists, for example, Madison Grant and Lothrop Stoddard. The Indian question, looked at squarely, is the beginning of a conflict of races seeking for the final supremacy on a continent. From a certain viewpoint, the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 had been a staggering blow to white racial unity, and the rise of Japan likewise did not augur well for continued domination by the North Atlantic powers, and this polemic did little to dispel this kind of thinking, concluding almost hysterically that the white race faces the grim struggle for 45. Survival, exhausted by the 4 years of the most devastating civil war which the world has seen. 7. This racial pessimism was not alleviated when a report emerged that Harry Thuku was said to have traveled about the country in a car owned and driven by Indians. 8. Washington's value to the North Atlantic powers, inter alia, was the idea radiating from this capital that troublesome ethnic conflicts among those of European descent should be set aside in the name of racial unity. European settlers in Kenya had similar concerns about such matters, particularly when Imperial Japan began poking its nose into East African affairs in the 1920s, and a flummoxed Nairobi had to decide how those who were clearly not European and clearly not powerless should be treated. 9. Japan presented a formidable challenge to those with a stubborn belief in the reputed superiority of those of pure European descent. The Colonial Office worried that Tokyo would allege discrimination on racial grounds. 10. Though its unalloyed white supremacy did little to allay this real concern, London instructed Nairobi in December 1937 that Japanese and British interests in the Far East are clearly conflicting. This matter was stressed to the point that it was concluded, perhaps too dramatically, that America and Russia can be ruled out, they just don't count in diplomacy. 11. More to the point, Japan's cheap products, particularly textiles, were presenting a stiff challenge to London at the same time that the Great Depression was descending. Worst of all, there seemed no end in sight, for this competition was increasing in the most formidable way in East and West Africa and in the West Indies, potentially making a shambles of the very idea of empire, which presupposed a close market to be feasted upon by the British. "I have been in Lancashire myself," London's man added with despair, "and I have never seen the trade so genuinely alarmed, as, sadly, Japanese competition is in a class by itself." 12. Tokyo's strategy in the region was sufficient to give headaches to the gatherer of revenue for the empire, who fretted that Japanese exports to East Africa targeted the non-European and principally the native markets, which served to convince the alert that Japan might be making a specific appeal to the majority, as against the interest of an increasingly nervous minority, just as it had made an attempt to woo African Americans. 13. The tax collector for the region moaned about increasing monopolization of the East African market by Japan. 14. Soon the press took up the cry, "Japanese menace to empire trade." Read one bold headline in an article deemed sufficiently important to be retained by the authorities. "The situation is farcical," fumed the writer. "India is virtually flooded with cotton and artificial silk goods, while leading mills in Bombay were forced to close down." In 1928 Great Britain exported over 3 times as much as Japan, yet a scant 4 years later, Japan exported over 3 times as much as Britain. Where was the equity? And what did this signify for the long-term health of the empire? Why, no British firm can quote prices even remotely competitive with the Japanese, it was said. Ulterior motives were suspected, quite naturally, perhaps a long-term goal of creating its own empire in place of that of the British. This policy of ruthless underselling, it was contended, presented a danger to which Western work people 46 sick are exposed. 15. Japan's rise and its blunt attempts to woo Africans, Indians, and African Americans alike, was of grave concern in London and Washington alike, not to mention Moscow's ongoing effort to trot a path akin to Tokyo's. As in the United States, 16 as a direct outgrowth of this anxiety, so-called racial science designed to demonstrate that Europeans were superior and Africans were inferior and, therefore, apartheid-like conditions were justifiable, found a receptive ear among the colonizers of Kenya. 17 with the funding and rationales often emerging from New York. Of course, the settler elites in Nairobi and New York hardly considered the impact their activities might have on the colored when Moscow and Tokyo were not necessarily singing from that particular hymn book. The settlers in Kenya were acutely conscious of their minority status, that they were surrounded by Africans in a dangerous neighborhood, but reassuring was the surging idea that these neighbors were inferior. Their counterparts in New York were living in the midst of an island, Manhattan, that had undergone profound change in recent decades as the population of African descent from the U.S. South and the West Indies migrated northward. This helped to convince these Kenya settlers that, like their presumed predecessors, the Greeks at Thermopylae, a small group of Europeans could vanquish a larger group of Persians or Africans. Thus, as the third decade of the 20th century approached, the eminent Dr. F.D. Keppel visited Nairobi, funded by the philanthropy of Andrew Carnegie. His mission? To determine the mental values of the natives of this part of the world, as his colonial interlocutor delicately put it. As we are without standards, other than European, Dr. Keppel was informed, it is important to find out first of all whether those standards are applicable for Africans. Thus, it was essential that a study of the intimate anatomy of the brains of the local native be made. The cost? £8,700 per annum for 3 years would be required, a bargain by any measure, it was thought. Dr. Keppel was likewise made aware that there is a certain amount of evidence that the brains of some native races are less developed than are Europeans in the areas intimately connected with mental attainments. 18 In the interest of research, John Gilkes of the medical department in Nairobi, who had a particular interest in the cell content of the prefrontal cortex of East African natives, acknowledged that far more work is necessary, not to mention far more research dollars, before we can have any idea as to the value of the mental equipment of our natives here. 19 This question had been under consideration here for some time, Gilkes asserted, and the conclusion was that the average mental capacity of the native is slightly lower than that of the Western European. He was quick to add that funds have been made available from the Rockefeller Foundation for this big research, perhaps spurring Carnegie's competitive juices. 20 Dr. Keppel too was intensely interested in a study of the mental capacity of East African natives. 21 Dr. H.L. Gordon of colonial Kenya found a prevalence of a low degree of mentality among the indigenes, owing to an alleged peculiarity of the brain. The African differs mentally from the European, he averred, not only in degree. 47. But very definitely in kind, which, needless to say, opens up questions of the greatest importance. For example, it seemed quite possible that efforts to educate these backward races on European lines will prove ineffective and probably disastrous. 22 The Eugenics Society of London was also decidedly interested in these investigations. Also joining Gilkes in this appeal were an all-star team of the great and good of the Empire, including Julian Huxley, Lord Dawson, and Lord Hordar. 23 Lord Dawson took to the pages of the popular press to spread this message. 24 Thus, Nairobi became a regional headquarters for, as the Director of Medical and Sanitary Services in the colony put it, anatomical research with regard to the African brain. 25 The Director, A.R. Patterson, stressed in his aggressive push for funding for this research that the authorities were quite concerned with the nature and causes of the condition called racial backwardness and the best methods of obviating the causes, or remedying their results. 26 Emphasis Original colonial Kenya, with assistance from their U.S. comrades, was seeking to ascertain the fundamental differences between the black and white races, with the operating premise being that the biological heritage was critical in explaining the former's supposed backwardness. This was not just a regional issue, it was thought, as imperial interests are involved, it is reasonable to suggest the burden should be borne imperially. Consequently, the colonial authorities in Nairobi desired a similar inquiry in the Sudan and, perhaps, A similar inquiry in, say, northern Rhodesia or Nyasaland or both. 27. One official indicated the potential global research of this inquiry by noting its potential application to South Africa while invoking the iconic Booker T. Washington. 28. In response, this inquiry received a ringing endorsement from the South African Medical Journal in Cape Town, along with the major press organ of Johannesburg. London was informed that such an investigation would help to solve many of our administrative, educational, social, and political problems, though left unsaid was precisely how this would occur. 29. For at that precise moment in the United States research began to unfold for which profuse apologies would be made 6 decades later, as medical authorities, unbeknownst to the African American male patients involved, left venereal disease untreated in a ghoulish experiment that mirrored past inhuman liberties taken with the health of this population. 30. Minimally, the so-called research then being conducted in Nairobi exposed a similar cavalier attitude toward the well-being of the indigenes. Strikingly, Dr. H.L. Gordon of Nairobi, in his own study of syphilis that paralleled what was then occurring in the United States, raised the possibility that unchecked spirochetal infection in the past may have been an environmental influence contributing to the present degree of cerebral deficiency found in the native. 31. However, like his colleagues in the region, Ernest Severe Cox, the professional racist from the United States, agreed that the Negro problem is a biological problem, that it is not a problem of environment but of race, which meant that democracy can no more solve a race problem than can monarchy. Thus, Cox was a firm backer of those who sought to oust the Negro from North America. Shame to white America that did not come to the assistance of Garvey, he. 48. Bemoaned, shame to the whites who bewail the necessity for a color line but supported not this great opportunity to be rid of it by giving the Negro a country of his own. His solution was to transport black men to Africa, perhaps Kenya. The alternative was too ghastly to contemplate. The color problem was settled by amalgamation in ancient India and in ancient Egypt, and settled by separation of the races in Tasmania where the whites killed the blacks and in Haiti where the blacks killed the whites, and it was only the latter that particularly bothered him. 32. Still, these investigations of the alleged deficiencies of the African ultimately were more revealing about the anxieties of the European settlers and their supporters in the United States, who were concerned about being grossly outnumbered in a dangerous neighborhood where all too many wished them ill. Ironically, those perceived to be foremost among those in this group were the compatriots of a close empire ally, African Americans, who long had looked to Kenya's neighbor, Ethiopia, the largest independent nation on the continent, for inspiration. 33. The very sovereignty of Ethiopia was a cast-down gauntlet to the colonizers. Then there was the delicate matter that as late as 1930, according to Nairobi, Ethiopians were raiding Kenya for slaves. 34. When Ethiopia bested invading Italian forces in the 1890s, beating back Rome's attempt at subjugation, few in the North Atlantic were more hardened than African Americans, and few were more disheartened than those British seeking suzerainty over Kenya, just as Mussolini's fateful 1930s incursion into Kenya's backyard evoked an anguished outcry from them. 35. Thus, the colonial authorities, as noted, were extraordinarily keen in ensuring that African Americans were kept far from East Africa. Despite their assiduous efforts, a stream of the darkest of U.S. nationals decamped to Ethiopia, just across the border from Kenya. This group included Missourian, Daniel Robert Alexander, who migrated there in 1908. By one account, by the 1930s, of the 150 or so U.S. nationals in Ethiopia, a significant two-thirds were African American. 36. Once again, Washington's position, while not anti-colonialist, was at times perceived by the major powers as being not sufficiently calloused in confronting Africans. This may shed light on why Ethiopia's leader, Haile Selassie, turned to Washington, since it did not control colonial territory in the region and, thus, could serve as a counterweight to London, Paris, Rome, and Berlin. Thus, in 1930 the Emperor invited Everett A. Colson to Addis Ababa to assume the critically important duty of financial advisor to the government, then turned to fellow U.S. national, John Spencer, as an advisor in international law. Indeed, as Spencer later put it, throughout his reign, as automatically as a compass needle drawn towards the magnetic pole, His Majesty turned towards the United States. Just before Coulson's arrival in the decrepit, dilapidated Ethiopian capital, awash in poverty and disease, His Majesty engaged the U.S. engineering firm, J.G. White & Company, to undertake a hydrographic and engineering survey of the water resources of the Lake Tana and Blue Nile region of Ethiopia. 37 London was displeased, and doubly so when Ethiopia sought to assert sovereignty over territory along the border that, it was thought, should have been in Nairobi's jurisdiction. 38. 49. London was equally not amused as African Americans, attracted by the beacon of independence that was Ethiopia, began to take a decided interest in East Africa. As war clouds began to gather over Addis Ababa, James Ford, the black communist leader, examined the region and was not happy with what he saw. The population of Kenya declined from 2,700,000 in 1914 to 2,400,000 in 1924, while in the Belgian Congo the population used to be 20 millions, whereas at present very optimistic calculations put their number at 7 million, he proclaimed. In Gabon, where France ruled, the native population slumped from 1,500,000 to 300,000 by 1921. In all these colonies, he said, children, boys and girls are compelled to find work and, at times were burnt alive for failure to comply. There was forced child labor for private contractors in Angola, where Portugal held sway, all of which was comparable to Negro oppression in America, the headquarters of lynching and chain gangs. 39 Ford's words were hard to ignore, not only because he represented a political party whose support was surging in light of the ravages of economic woe, but also because he was linked to a power, the Soviet Union, which was zealously interested in supporting those wishing to subvert the empire. Strikingly, when Mussolini's legions invaded Ethiopia, Ford was no less concerned with shining his spotlight of indignation not just on Rome but on European colonialism as a whole. As he saw it, Italy's threats of brigandage aroused and moved the American Negro masses more than any other international event in recent history. Thus, during the Harlem upsurge of March 19, 1935, Italian liquor shops were smashed with cries of "Down with Mussolini." As he saw it, there was reason to link the North Atlantic closely with what was then occurring in Africa, since for the past 15 years the European powers have sought to break the United States' virtual monopoly of raw cotton. For British imperialism, which imports the largest amount of cotton, Ethiopia is the key to its elimination of the United States as a source of cotton. To attain its ends, it considers the enslavement of the Negro people of Ethiopia as an insignificant and necessary sin. Thus, as he saw it, Rome may have been the immediate culprit, but even if it were defeated, London would still need to be confronted, since as early as 1906, Britain had sought to divide this East African monarchy into spheres of influence to be shared with its fellow European sovereigns. Thus, he was pleased with the monster mass meeting in one of the largest Negro churches in Harlem that railed against European schemes in East Africa. Over 3,000 packed the church, he said, in an unprecedented display of unity as member of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, Garvey movement, in their martial uniforms mingled with communists and other workers. Similar to London, Ford too was concerned with Tokyo's role in the region, cautioning that a race war was not in the offing, though he recognized that certain Negro leaders, no doubt supported by Japanese imperialist agents, contend that the Japanese imperialists are friends of the Ethiopian people under the false notion created by Japanese agents that Japan is the friend of so-called darker races against white imperialist nations. He also objected to the then popular idea of American Negroes, particularly Negro ex-servicemen, forming a volunteer army to go to Ethiopia. While very noble and expressing heroic 50 sentiments, he observed, this was thoroughly impractical. 40 Yet Ford's protestations notwithstanding, a trickle of men from the United States made it to Addis Ababa in their effort to aid the besieged regime, 41 helping to bring the benighted corner of the world that was East Africa to a larger audience in Black America. Amongst these was John Robinson, an African-American pilot who became the Emperor's personal courier. 42 Visiting Switzerland, Ford joined a journalist with the Baltimore Afro-American newspaper and his comrade, Benjamin Carruthers of the League of Struggle for Negro Rights in Pittsburgh, in conferring with Tekle Hawariat, the leading Ethiopian diplomat. The well-groomed man from Addis Ababa was small and dark-skinned and, akin to Ford, spoke with cool deliberation. His words were designed to appeal to African Americans, some of whom were concerned with stories they were hearing that suggested that Ethiopia disdained them. The message from this confab was explicit: there is not one American Negro, it was claimed, that would not give his last penny for Ethiopia's cause simply to show that colored people are just as much human beings as white people. 43 The masses marching contemporaneously in Harlem in defense of Ethiopia no doubt agreed. 44 London had to be concerned that those so militantly defending Ethiopian sovereignty might begin to wonder why her southern neighbour Kenya had a monarch in London as sovereign. And London also had to be concerned that its own European neighbours might want to relieve the empire of its burden of anxiety by replacing it in Nairobi. There was a nagging suspicion that Rome particularly was seeking to wield undue influence in neighbouring Somalia, whose denizens in any case were viewed in London as being noticeably militant and confrontational. 45 London saw Somalis as deceitful and treacherous, opined the future U.S. ambassador to Kenya, Smith Hempstone. 46 That most of these neighbours of Kenya were Muslim only heightened anxieties in Nairobi. 47 Not least since this agitation could potentially inflame co-religionists centred in Mombasa. Seeking to suppress Islam was a policy that failed to elude the attention of the colonizers, in any case. 48 Though hardly successfully. 49 But like a boxer being pummeled by an opponent as he was backed into a corner of the ring, London did not have that many good choices. Abyssinia is not wanted for a colony by Rome, screamed one British journal in the 1930s. No, it insisted, its destiny is the loaded pistol aimed at British East Africa, then Egypt. The Red Sea, Aden, then the prize of all prizes, the Suez Canal. 50 Like a precursor of the domino theory that ensnared Washington in Southeast Asia decades later, Nairobi and London thought a stand had to be made in Ethiopia, otherwise they'd find themselves soon hurriedly and chaotically evacuating from Mombasa. Consequently, London and Nairobi believed Rome had to be confronted after Mussolini's toppling of the emperor. But what would be the long-term impact of acquiescing to the arming of Africans to fight Europeans? Might that let loose the seditious notion that Kenyan Africans too could accomplish their objectives by arming? But Rome sweeping aside the monarchy in Addis Ababa narrowed options tremendously so that Kenya's governor in 1939 raised the disquieting 51. Prospect of raising a revolt among the Abyssinians against the Italians at the commencement of hostilities with Italy. 51 Emphasis original Perhaps it was the angst about the perils in the region that caused the settler regime persistently and systematically to seek to attract more migrants Europeans, of course, British preferably, Rhodesians desirably, Euro-Americans naturally to their shores. 52 This was not easy, however. Despite the romance that accompanied safaris, even the less than discerning potential emigrant realized that dangers of the human variety might lurk in East Africa. Then there were the other costs. Though African labor was dirt cheap, which meant a full complement of servants to service every wish, whim, and need, Kenya was not inexpensive. In 1922 one U.S. diplomat reported that he had just heard from an American who lived in East Africa from 1911 to 1921 who was now residing in Oakland and was declaring that living there is 30% less than Kenya. 53 There were high prices and profiteering in Kenya, groused another U.S. official. There are only 2 hotels that are at all livable, and even the vaunted and presumably resolved servant question was very problematical in that all the house servants are native boys and it takes 2 or 3 of them to do the work of one servant in more civilized places. Besides, there was no sewage system in Nairobi, which meant fascinating health problems accompanied by a distinct aroma. There were no tram or bus lines, which pleased those who sold Ford automobiles but few others, and since there were no native women servants, the European housewife was terribly distraught. 54 Buy a Ford and make it your slave, it will enjoy it, proclaimed one diverting advertisement, playing subliminally on the related notion that rationalized brutal labor exploitation, this was the only instance in the world of the cheapest being the best. Perhaps so, a potential emigrant may have thought, but getting an automobile offloaded in Mombasa seemed beyond the ken of many. 55 Ironically, what often seemed to bring a number of Euro-Americans to the perilous environs of the colony that was Kenya was precisely the prospect of danger, that is, encounters with wildlife. Yet Euro-Americans coming from a continent where restive indigenes only recently had been subdued and where wildlife of various sorts had roamed only recently, often brought a sensibility and behavior to Kenya that was disturbing to some. This was no small matter, since potentially Euro-Americans could augment the relatively tiny settler community in a way that dwarfed the potential of peer nations. Repeatedly, Euro-Americans were accused of committing grave depredations against the flora and fauna of Kenya. Repeatedly still, there were, as the U.S. consul put it, frequent requests made by American citizens for special privileges to be granted in connection with proposed shooting expeditions to Kenya colony. In one or two instances, he continued, American citizens have falsely held themselves out to be collectors. 56 When poachers of the worst sort would have been an accurate descriptor. Included in this odious category was one H.A. Snow, a supposed American motion picture photographer, on the verge of being excluded as being an undesirable alien. He had the most unenviable reputation of any American, whether hunter, official, businessman, or tourist, due to his unsportsmanlike, unscrupulous, cruel and illegal behavior. 57 Dangerous animals tended to attract dangerous men to the dangerous neighborhood that was Kenya. 52. One colonial journalist was disappointed with his CO racialist, Mr. Snow. He was disgruntled about the game slaughter by motor car spearheaded by the Western Yankee in Africa. This was a deliberate and calculated cruelty which has been practiced on the game of this country. Snow, a declassed element from California previously engaged in the uninspiring work of driving a taxi cab, where he was looked upon locally as being a nut, had made his way to Kenya, where he may have suspected that he would be welcomed warmly, at least initially, simply because he would augment a beset settler community. Thus, over a 36-month period this nut accumulated a vast collection of 68 complete animal groups, 250 animal heads, 1,500 birds, 10,000 bugs, 10,000 moths and 20,000 butterflies, a complete storehouse of ethnology and more. He indulged by shooting point blank into the herds and running them down with his car when they were too exhausted to run any further. Then the wounded and injured animals were driven past the camera. Similarly outraged was William Hornady of the Bronx Zoo, who lambasted Snow's greed for money, as the films and blood of African wild animals almost passes the bounds of comprehension. I never have known his equal for sheer bloodthirstiness and brutality. Another critic pointed to the motor car as the most potent engine of destruction as far as concerns the wild fauna, and Euro-Americans were the prime perpetrators. Figuratively shaking his head disapprovingly, he added, to the Britisher sick, it sounds strange that Americans, or at least the worst sections of Americans, should consider a country administered by Britain open to their malpractices and unsporting methods when their own game in the States is protected against poachers and butchers. It could have been added that this tardy solicitude for wildlife in the United States emerged after their decimation. Likewise, the worst sections of Euro-Americans were being admitted to the colony, since a nervous Nairobi apprehensive about encirclement by the unfriendly did not have many options. But in a final flourish suggesting why these worst sections found Kenya hospitable, it was noted waspishly, considering what the government spends on schemes like Jew protection in Palestine, one would imagine that it could afford sufficient funds for the preservation of animal life throughout the empire. 58 This retrograde attitude made it difficult for the colonial authorities to crack down appropriately on the likes of Snow and, instead, made it more likely that white nuts in the guise of white hunters from the United States would be admitted to Kenya. The writer, Isaac Dinesen, who as much anyone is responsible for a romantic version of colonial Kenya, spoke in 1938 of her mill manager, wildeed and sweating in the lamplight. His name was Belknap. He was an American and an exceptionally capable, inspired mechanic, but of an uneven mind. With him things were either nearing the millennium or dark without a glimpse of hope. 59 He was reflective of the uneven cast of Euro-American migrants to the colony. The well-known Denason was no stranger to Euro-Americans in any case, as her father owned a cabin in Wisconsin and her distinguished admirers included Carson McCullers, with whom she shared intimacies. 60 Thus, driven in no small part by uneasiness about being surrounded by angry Africans, restive Indians, conniving Japanese, and scheming Germans. 53. And Italians, Nairobi seemed condemned to welcome the scum among Euro-Americans. Thus, U.S. Consul Charles Albrecht complained in 1928 about the present tendency in East Africa to criticize the United States. This was an old charge, he observed, this idea that Americans are not as good sportsmen as the British, which one constantly comes across in British East Africa. 61 Yet, given the constraints, what could London do? When George Eastman, who presided from Rochester, New York over a fortune built on photography, planned to come to Kenya and the Congo in search of gorilla, 62 According to the U.S. consul, how could he be refused by Nairobi? Colonial Kenya included a sizable number of European settlers, which assisted in the attraction of capital that often eluded other regions in Africa. 4. Catastrophe looms. Early in 1939, the U.S. consul in Nairobi was in a familiar position complaining about subversive propaganda among native blacks. The difference was from whence this threat to the settlers and their acolytes emanated. It was coming not from Japanese nor Indians nor Africans themselves, but from a resurgent German community, not reconciled to having relinquished neighboring Tanganyika in the settlement of the previous war. Now they were rattling their howitzers, threatening an even greater conflict, and were not above threatening catastrophe, bringing down the heretofore sacred temple of white supremacy, at least in its Anglo-American iteration, by seeking to turn native blacks against European settlers. The impact of the Germans' effort was particularly evident among the ex-German Askaris, native police and soldiers in Tanganyika, but was bound to spread northward. The Nazi Party is so well organized, warned Consul E. Talbot Smith, that no German disapproving of their subversive or anti-British propaganda dare voice his feelings. The British position was so unsteady that there is now a German legal system coexisting with the British, a form of dual power that, if history was any guide, was a simple prelude to a dislodging of the existing sovereign. Already launched was a boycott of British goods and shops, an economic challenge to accompany the political one, and through the numerous German missions more German propaganda was being disseminated to the blacks. The successor to the Great War was to shake the very foundations of colonial rule in Kenya. London was reduced to recruiting hundreds of thousands of Africans to preserve British sovereignty over them, an eviscerating contradiction that was exacerbated when these forced recruits were thrown into close contact with African Americans with searing grievances all their own. Perhaps as a result of the challenges to their legitimacy in Kenya, the ongoing need for support from their erstwhile ally in North America, and growing black political clout in New Deal Washington, the colonial authorities finally had begun begrudgingly to provide visas to African Americans, whose stunned reports about the abysmal conditions in this slum-like colony only brought closer the day when the Union Jack was lowered permanently in Nairobi. London was lucky to escape merely with the everlasting dispatching of their tattered banner in Kenya, for if Berlin had had its way, the Union Jack might also 56. Have been enduringly buried on the west side of the Channel. In the meantime, Washington's man in the region continued his Stakhanovite production of troubling dispatches, informing the U.S. Secretary of State in the spring of 1938 about the flood of Germans arriving in East Africa. There were rumors of the arrival of a heavy weight of arms, not intended for hunting animals, by this growing population of Germans. Just as London was busily seeking to appease Berlin by giving it carte blanche in the Sudetenland, there was fear in Nairobi that Tanganyika might be transferred to Germany, then Kenya might follow as a substitute for Southwest Africa Namibia, because the British taxpayer will resist a call for the millions that would have to be spent on the defence of Kenya. Gloom was descending on a depressed Nairobi, to a dispiriting prospect that could only enhance the value of maintaining loving relations with Washington. For already, according to Washington's delegate on the scene, there was a burgeoning corps of prominent Nazi leaders in Kenya, where their rancid racial ideology could receive nourishing replenishment from the settlers. In fact, the legalized white supremacy that prevailed in the colony in a sense paved the way for Berlin's rising influence not just in East Africa but globally, since those predisposed to this ideology could rest assured that Germany would impose a more muscular and authentic version. As the U.S. consul viewed it, arms were being smuggled alongside these Germans. There was also a not inconsiderable number of German Jewish refugees arriving in the region, but given the prevalent anti-Semitism among the settlers, this was perceived as a central threat to guard against. In July 1938, tempers in the colony were aflutter, as Sir Robert Brooke Popham observed. A scheme for settlement of Jews in Kenya was creating a ruckus. It raised quite a lot of excitement, and he, as the governor, did his part to stir a frenzy. "I have always been strongly opposed to any sort of Jewish enclave in Kenya," he sniffed, "since our racial problems are already sufficiently complicated." There were not only Africans and Indians, but of late riveting his attention was the pretty big Arab population along the coast. For quite worrisome still was the disturbing report that politically minded African leaders had been discovered to be meeting secretly with the Italian consul in Nairobi. 5. It was at that juncture that Nairobi devised a scheme to cope with an internal rising accompanied by an external attack. 6. That the U.S. consul may not have been mistaken was suggested when one British settler south of Kenya in neighbouring Arusha expressed similar sentiments. "Being a hotel keeper, please keep my utterances confidential," he said worriedly, but observations among the town natives seem to indicate that 99% are in favor of Germans taking over. They know nothing of Nazism but are convinced that the Germans have money and therefore are not dependent on theirs in the way of hut tax, referring to a particularly objectionable levy on indigenes. "The intense propaganda of the 4,000 local Germans is now having its effect," he warned. 7. It seemed that the drumbeats of war were sounding ever louder and, as a result, nerves were frazzling, pulses were racing, tempers were flaring. Not being a colonial power in the region, Washington was thought to be exempt, but their consul in Addis Ababa confessed, "I am somewhat worried regarding the fate." 57. Of our missionaries in the provinces of Kambata, Wailima, and Gamo, in light of the challenge of Rome and the general level of hostility, in vast neighbouring Sudan, concern too was growing. 8. The rise of Tokyo, Rome, and Berlin, who were intent on disrupting the status quo, was not good news for the Anglo-American alliance. Presumably some Africans found it hard to distinguish between the policies of the Axis powers and their opponents, the emerging Anglo-American alliance that with the reliance on Moscow was able to prevail during the global war. Visiting Moji in the shadow of the epic Mount Kilimanjaro in early 1938, the inquisitive African-American scholar, Ralph Bunche, also seemed stunned to discover that natives prefer Germans because Germans there are very good and kind to the natives now. Emphasis original. Most of the Germans, he observed, are pro-Hitler and they all confidently expect the return of Tanganyika to Germany. At the same time, Bunche was struck by the reaction to the incursion of Jewish refugees. "Non-Europeans are not very sympathetic toward the poor Jew," he wrote, "that is, the Kenya Indians are very bitter and cynical toward Jews and not at all regretful of their persecution in Germany." Perhaps this persecuted minority should not have taken this personally, since Bunche also concluded that Indians, even the educated ones, constantly refer to the natives as niggers. Still, that Germans could be viewed favorably by Africans was an indication of the brutalizing they had received from the British, which engendered a desperate search for allies. Aboard a ship to Mombasa, Bunche bumped into Müller, the young German scientist, who has put out his first papers. Thinks Roosevelt interferes too much with business, that Hitler is okay, that inheritance taxes are bad, that Tom Mooney, leftist U.S. political prisoner, got justice, and that Albert Einstein is a bad egg because he made a plea for Mooney, not because Einstein is a Jew, of course. 9. Thus, the prospect of being dislodged forevermore from the region had concentrated wonderfully the mind of the settlers, causing them to reconsider some of their bedrock policies, for example, keeping African Americans far distant from the colony. Perhaps now they could be whipped into an anti-Nazi frenzy that might cause them to overlook the inconvenient fact that alien rule continued to obtain in Nairobi. Consequently, the anthropologist and writer, Eslanda Robeson, better known in many circles as the spouse of the legendary artist-activist, Paul Robeson, began to contemplate a journey to East Africa in the mid-1930s. In exile 10 in London, she along with her husband, became acquainted with the Kenyans resident there, including the man who came to be known as Jomo Kenyatta. Referred to as John Stone Kenyatta at times, he was introduced formally to the growing world of communists when he penned an article in 1930 for a U.S. communist publication targeting African Americans that detailed how the African people had come to rise in revolt, that is, how Harry Thuko led the struggle against imperialism. Perhaps referring to the research to be assisted by Carnegie, he referred acerbically to the idea that white settlers think the mentality of the Africans is one much lower level than their own. 11 By 1933 the U.S. Embassy in London had listed Kenyatta as affiliated to the 58. Communist-dominated International Committee of Negro Workers, which also included James Ford and Otto Husewood, known to be U.S. Communists, along with other comrades from British Guiana, Trinidad, and South Africa. 12 As an outgrowth of such thoughts, Kenyatta quickly became close to the like-minded, starring with Paul Robeson in a film, who then provided the virtually penniless African with various commodities. Both had visited Russia and, at that point, both saw Moscow as a useful counterweight to European powers. 13 Kenyatta owed money to everyone, claimed the similarly impecunious Trinidadian intellectual, CLR. James, and he may well have tried to get Robeson to help him out financially. 14 Perhaps buoyed by the stories she heard from Kenyatta, Eslinda Robeson sought to journey to his homeland. By the mid-1930s she was ready for this voyage for in America, she observed, one heard little or nothing about Africa. I hadn't realized that, consciously, until we went to live in England. There was rarely even a news item about Africa in American newspapers or magazines. London, growingly worried about the region and eager to gain adherence in Washington, still balked at retreating from its long-standing policy of not allowing African Americans within hailing distance of Kenya. The visas were the real problem, she recalled later. It seems as if you are Negro you can't make up your mind to go to Africa and just go. Oh no, she sighed, unless you are a missionary, and even those in that exalted category did not encounter a path garlanded with rose petals on the way to Nairobi. As she saw it, the white people in Africa do not want educated Negroes traveling around seeing how their brothers live, she said with bitterness, nor do they want those brothers seeing Negroes from other parts of the world, hearing how they live. 15 She would not relent, but ultimately London did. 16 Nevertheless, her journey was not one of safari-like pleasures, unlike others from the United States, but, instead, she embarked in May 1936 on a voyage of discovery and steely determination and, to a degree, liberation. As it turned out, making her way to Kenya was not easy for an African American woman at this point. It was too reminiscent of what she had left behind when she had abandoned the United States for London. Traveling about Africa, she recalled with little joy, reminds me of traveling through the deep South in America. You are passed from friend to friend, from car to car, from home to home, often covering thousands of miles without enduring the inconveniences and humiliations of the incredibly bad Jim Crow train accommodations and lack of hotel facilities for Negroes. By such circuitous means she arrived in Mombasa by mid-July 1936 and, fortunately, Robeson was able to secure a hotel room. This did not dull her political sensibilities, for almost immediately she detected the unavoidable, the innumerable African servants everywhere, in long white gowns and white caps. They seemed interested in us, as we were in them. Arriving in Nairobi, the perceptive visitor compared the capital to a bustling border town. Cars are everywhere, reminding me vaguely of Detroit. Perhaps it was the presence of Ford Motor Cars, which dominated the local market. But it was the unequal social setup that was most striking to this woman, whose familiarity with the Deep South made 59. Her acutely sensitive to racist injustice. So far I have come across many Europeans here in Africa, she remarked, who I am sure are living at a much higher standard than they were accustomed to in the home country. On the other hand, the ineluctable complement to this sad reality was, as Robeson described it, Africans tell me they themselves, the vast majority of them, are at a much lower standard now than before the coming of the Europeans. Concluding her reflections in words that sought to rebuke the then ongoing racist research seeking to prove otherwise, she wrote with emphasis, "Africans are people." 17 Emphasis original. The impact upon her and those she influenced, her charismatic and powerful spouse, not least, was electric. "You know," she said upon departing the continent, "all Americans, except Negroes, come from somewhere. All have, way back, a mother country. But we Negroes have none," she lamented sadly. "This visit to Africa," she added brightening, "made me feel very much the way I'm sure a German American must feel when he first visits his old country." 18 Nonetheless, a similarly electric encounter in Kenya was experienced by Ralph Bunche, an African American then on a singular journey from the left and camaraderie with the likes of Robeson to the highest level of the U.S. elite, then to a similar level at the United Nations. Like the Robesons, he too had sought to conjoin the destinies of Africans and African Americans. 19 Like Estlin Robeson, Bunche possessed a pale complexion, which may have eased his path through the color-obsessed colony that was Kenya. Also like Robeson, Bunche knew and was friendly with Kenyatta. As early as 1937 he was present at numerous gatherings with the Kenyan exile in London. Had a gabfest with Eric Williams, the Trinidadian scholar, and Kenyatta, he scribbled in his diary in mid-March of that year, his spouse, Ruth, fixed sandwiches and they had a jolly time. The format was similar to that unfolding in progressive black circles globally. They talked Africa, anti-imperialism and Pan-Africanism. The only difference here was Bunche's remark that "Kenyatta's going to teach me Swahili," for which the often impecunious Kenyan charged him handsomely, or so thought Bunche. A few days later Kenyatta called again, Bunche reported. "He loves Russia and the Scandinavian countries and their peoples," he noted, but to the then left-wing Bunche he was an intense racial chauvinist rather than a Marxist, one of his favorite categories, this despite the fact that he spent a year and 4 months in school in Russia. Said he was treated royally. He was obviously given all sorts of special privileges, including that rare perquisite for an African, a room to himself. He also attended the workers' school in Britain for 3 months, in order to gain a basic understanding of the science of revolution. Yet, said Bunche, he claims to hate the British and to trust few, if any, white men. Kenyatta, claimed Bunche still, invariably expressed hatred and distrust of all whites. "Use them but don't trust them," is his advice. Kenyatta, who Bunche thought was not alien to eccentricities, was prone to strolls around town with a spear exhibitionism, he wondered. Strikingly, it was Bunche who referred to an Ofa gal who was intimate with another Kenyan in exile in London, using the Pig Latin version of foe in referring to this European woman. Nonetheless, whatever reservations Bunche may have had about Kenyatta's opinions of Ofais, they remained in close contact. 60. With the African American reading and commenting on the African's writings before publication. Soon, Bunche had departed London for Nairobi and, like Estlin Robeson, made a stopover in South Africa where he spent considerable time communing with communists. By early 1938, as Germans were pouring into Dar es Salaam, Bunche had decamped in the city that came to be known as Maputo, Mozambique, where again like Robeson, he was sensitive to poverty. "They seem to have social equality," he said, "they seem to wear more shoes than in most places in South Africa." He was to ascertain that this Portuguese colony had less Jim Crow than its British counterpart in East Africa. Shortly thereafter he was in Nairobi, where a large delegation of the Kikuyu Central Association, no doubt alerted by Kenyatta, was on hand to greet me. There were about 20 in all. He then met Burke, the West Indian Negro advocate who has been out here for years and had the reputation of being the best advocate in the colony. He's chocolate-coloured and white-haired and trained at Inns Court of London. Then he made his way to a native reserve where he found it incongruous listening to Fats Waller with his yas way out here. 20. For Bunche as well as Robeson, journeying to Africa was instructive not only about colonialism but, as well, the poisonous grip of white supremacy which bedeviled North America. On the way to the island of Zanzibar, not far from the mainland city of Dar es Salaam. Bunch was involved in a minor scrape and, thus, he recalled, I tried the white man's voice of authority stunt, stood up majestically, if precariously, and yelled at the ringleader in the other boat to cease. I was completely ignored and squelched. Emphasis original. Then he bumped into Joseph Macquie, who speaks proper English. Bunch's French was of little help here, and hailed from Zanzibar. He worked on ships and says he knows America well. He had jumped ship and worked in the sugar refineries there for 9 months before being ousted. He spotted me as an American Negro right off. He says he knew Marcus Garvey, and then Bunch noted, Joseph doesn't like white men and especially not Englishmen, a feeling that may have been explained by the fact that non-whites are generally barred from hotels here, though exceptions are sometimes made when some influential non-white or white intercedes on behalf of a distinguished visitor. Consequently, when an English businessman invited one of his important Indian clients to his hotel for tea to discuss business matters, the hotel refused to serve the Indian in the lounge, and so they repaired to the Englishman's room for tea, and the Indian went. At the same hotel later, a Japanese businessman was confronted with the identical situation, and he took such a firm attitude and raised so much hell that the hotel served his Indian friend in the lounge to the Japanese. Anticipating the difficulty that the Anglo-American alliance would encounter during the Pacific War and why Tokyo's rise forced an agonized retreat from the more egregious aspects of white supremacy, Bunch could not avoid noticing that the Indians are sympathetic to the Japanese. For they feel that the Japs will be forced to line up with the darker races, and that they will be stronger allies in the ultimate fight of East vs. West. 61. It was in the wilderness of Kenya that Bunch then encountered Chief Koinange, an African, whose family was to play a major role in his nation's emancipation. They established a great rapport from the start, according to the chief's lineal descendant, the famed journalist Jeff Koinange, and spent many afternoons picking each other's brains on issues and views that affected both their peoples on the two continents. Bunch was received like a long-lost son and ended up extending his stay in Kenya due to the hospitality accorded him, though the Gikuyu people, seeing his light skin but distinct African features, gave him the nickname Karaoke, meaning one who has come back from the dead. The diminutive chief, he was barely 5 feet tall, and the much taller Bunch made an odd couple, though so close was the relationship with the chief and his people that he offered Bunch an incentive to stay in the village. He offered me a shamba, a hut, sheep and goats and 5 wives if I would stay, Bunch declared. But more than this, it seemed they bonded over music. I keep hearing Paul Robeson in the background singing Old Man River, sounding very bizarre out here in the middle of a native reserve, 21 said the leading scholar. He hums after Paul Robeson's and Fats Waller's records. Bunch noted approvingly of his brand new best friend, the powerful chief, but was especially fond of Clyde McCoy's weird hot recording of Tear It Down and Sugar Blues, Decca, which I brought him. The Kenyan also appreciated receiving Robeson's versions of Malindi Lou and Ma Curly-Headed Boy. The chief's latest wife was a buxom, laughing young girl, who was particularly impressed by the Josephine Baker this musical ambassador provided, while the swing music had Chief Koinange patting his feet and swaying about. Later observing Nubians, Sudanese, dancing, he once again sought to draw a parallel with his homeland, observing that their syncopation is more like that of the American Negro than any I've heard in Africa. The drums, trumpet and singing and clapping combine to make a marvelous and continuing rhythm. They really break down, he asserted with enthusiasm. But it was not just a mutual appreciation of African American music and similarities in dance that the African shared with the African American. They discussed the African slave trade and the African Orthodox Church, which Bunch noted had begun in Kenya in the early 1930s, first in Kikuyu country, where its anti-white and chauvinistic message received great support. This church, said Bunch, had about 15,000 members and was organized in 1921 by George Alexander McGuire, a Negro, West Indian. He had been ordained in America and sent to Africa by the head of the church, Archbishop W.M. Robertson of the United States, and this faith which had begun in Chicago. Bunch then traveled back to Nairobi where he had an enlightening conversation with a court interpreter. It is very rare for a white man to be sentenced for killing a native naturally, as the juries are white. The Indians were not allowed juries, and if a native is charged with assault on a European or of murder, then he is tried by the judge and 3 African assessors, with a similar process invoked for South Asian defendants. Yet, said Bunch despairingly, the judge is not bound by the decision of either Indian or African assessors and often ignores their judgments. 62. Like Robeson, Bunch's intimate familiarity with the United States meant a dearth of shock at some of the more inhumane policies in Kenya. The death penalty for rape was provided about 1931-32, he wrote blandly, I.e. Rape of Europeans by natives. Soon after the law went into effect, an African was hanged on conviction of raping a white woman. Soon after that rape, 4 young Europeans were committed to the Sup. Court charged with raping a Nandi girl in the Nava Isha district. There was much evidence against them, but they were acquitted. With his mind attuned to the United States, Bunch also felt perversely at home when he discovered that Europeans often rape native women and law doesn't protect the women. Like many African Americans, Bunch filtered his Kenyan experience through the lens of the United States, which tended to leave his homeland Northeast Africa in a positive light, while tending to equate the tortured experiences of Africans and African Americans alike. The result was to reinforce what was often a pre-existing Pan-Africanism, while spotlighting the even more horrendous conditions faced by Kenyan indigenes. Thus, almost from the moment he stepped onto Kenyan soil, what quickly caught his eye was that at Kalindi Pier at Mombasa, near the POR, separated toilets marked for Asiatics and Europeans. Familiar segregation was perversely unsettling when combined with the notion that Africans had to fend for themselves when it came to attending to important bodily functions. The settlers were determined to maintain this intolerable status quo too, for as Bunch also observed, one statement is often heard in Kenya and is attributed by some to the Bishop of Uganda, viz., "We must not repeat here the mistake made in India i.e. by giving the sort of education which would develop an intellectual class of natives who would become dangerous agitators." Being a college professor at Howard University, Bunch was notably sensitive to the potent matter of education. While visiting Kisumu, racism was hampering his attempt to find a hotel, so he then spoke to a local official of the settler colony who asked querulously, "You are from Harvard. Does Harvard admit Negroes?" Bunch replied, "Oh yes. I hold 2 degrees from there." Surprised, the official responded, "Then you don't have all this trouble in your own country." Bunch then had to explain the dual situation to him, as he deepened his understanding of the differences that separated raw colonialism from stark Jim Crow. As it turned out, Kisumu may have been enlightened, for the celebrated paleoanthropologist Louis Leakey told Bunch that he was certain the Nakuru hotels would not take me, they were about the worst in the colony. Bunch, the polished diplomat, was appalled when he witnessed a white mechanic at the Ford shop where we went for repairs was particularly profane toward his native helper. Sample, "Come on you bastard and bring those pliers." As such, Bunch was hardly predisposed to accept any blather about white supremacy, irrespective of its origin. Hence, while visiting the Jeans School, which received funding from the United States, an official there, while discussing with me the American Negro problem before his students, remarked that the Southern white in America treats the Negro better than the Northern white. This was promptly disputed by the irate Bunch. 63. This was not the only touch of home that Bunch encountered. What to do when reference to nigger is made was one conspicuous reminder of the United States. Then, while traveling with a local settler, Sam Grandstock, en route back from Kiambua, Bunch's reference to a native I had met before was questioned. "Do you mean," asked Grandstock, "you can really tell one from another?" It was like home once more, the "all niggers look alike to me" syndrome, as Bunch put it, his ire rising. "I felt like socking him and made my reaction clear," he said angrily. Things kept coming back to the color bar. He befriended a Kenyan of Indian origin, identified simply as Das, who made the point that the presence of the Indian here in such large numbers has protected the natives against much more severe color bar and racial legislation, and also that the protests of the Indians have put a check on police brutality and ill treatment. In another reflection of home, Das told Bunch of his great difficulty in obtaining permission to marry his Jewish wife here and how the government actually refused him a license, and so finally he married according to the Hindu religion. To provide incentive to ensure that these racist laws were enforced religiously, Kenya officials, in proportion to the income of the country, are the highest paid in the world, Bunch was informed. To top it all off, the settlers, realizing they were sitting atop a racial volcano with a frail cork seeking to forestall a massive explosion, were as paranoid about the alleged threat of communism as their counterparts in North America. When one important settler welcomed Bunch into his office, he immediately made reference to communism, Bunch said, and added a hope that I wasn't mixed up with it. All told, Bunch, who was quite influential in intellectual circles in Black America, hardly approved of this settler colony. The coruscating racism aside, it was a real frontier country, a country of bankruptcies and flagrant credit among traders, where Europeans, Indians, and natives make a practice of avoiding debts. Bunch did not seem to approve of presumably enlightened intellectuals like Leakey either. He was very spiteful toward Kenyatta, said Bunch, and obviously concerned about Ken's prospective book on Kikuyu custom, which was little more than professional jealousy. Looking disdainfully at the famed settler, Bunch described him dismissively as a tall, fairly husky but extremely short-winded Englishman. His wife, little better, was droopy-lipped and droopy blue-eyed, and he are both chain smokers, he observed with disgust. On the other hand, there were ever louder hoofbeats of anti-colonial distress that the settlers, if they had been paying attention, should have heeded. Adding potentially to the brewing subversion, Bunch happily noted that Chief Koinange took favorably my suggestion about having a Kikuyu flag displayed as well as the Union Jacks stuck all over the place, and rushed to have one made by the Indian tailors. It would be restive Kikuyus in the first place who would stoke the fires of anti-colonialism, not least because of their land hunger driven by territory appropriated by the likes of Sir Northrup and his progeny. Tellingly, Bunch noticed the conspicuous reality that the first two questions most of these indigenous people put to me about America are: Can Negroes own land there in the United States, and do they have land? And, the related question, can they grow 64 coffee? These queries about land were part of a general inquisitiveness about African Americans and their plight. Many people, both natives and Indians, said Bunch, ask me what language is spoken by the American Negro. But land hunger aside, what should have troubled the colonizers was what Bunch was told by Kikuyu leaders who happened to be war veterans, for they proclaimed that indigenes should never fight each other for the benefit of the European again. They said that indigenes have been fools in the hands of whites. 22 Upon returning to the United States, Bunch did not relinquish his interest in Kenya, declaiming at length about his journey. 23 He remained friendly with Kenyatta, who shortly after Bunch's return from Kenya helped his African friend in his effort to reach the United States. It would be very pleasant to see you again, said the Kikuyu intellectual. 24 Responding quickly and enthusiastically, Bunch congratulated him on the publication of his now classic book on his homeland and added a dig at one of the settlers he had met in Nairobi. I am so happy that the book is out, Bunch wrote glowingly, as it stands as an effective answer to the cheap allegations made by that self-styled white African Louis Leakey. Anticipating an airlift of Kenyan students to the United States 2 decades later, Bunch also discussed the prospect of bringing some young Africans over here for their education and Kenyatta along with them. Something definite can be done about aiding you to come here for a lecture tour. The African leader and the African American intellectual had bonded over Swahili lessons in London, and now Bunch was effusive in noting that his wife Ruth and the children often speak of you. 25 Kenyatta, like Bunch, was firmly ensconced in a community of the Pan-African left. He was involved in the defense of the Scottsboro 9 African American youth in the United States charged falsely with rape and facing execution. With Bunch he worked alongside the Pan-African Federation, which London thought included radical colonial elements and so-called half-castes, a category that included the noted African-American scholar, in London's race-obsessed view. 26 London took note when in 1937 Kenyatta shared a platform at a Trafalgar Square rally for the Scottsboro defendants with the Trinidadian Trotskyite intellectual, CLR. James. 27 Kenyatta, who facilitated his comrade's journey to Kenya, was not the only African who was influenced by Bunch. For a few months after Bunch's departure from East Africa, Chief Koinange unveiled a long-range plan to establish in his homeland a major university that would serve the entire region. The idea was to recruit amongst African American educators. He was not only fond of Negro musicians, Fats Waller, Marian Anderson et.al., but the entire panoply of boxers and athletes as a whole who had made their global mark, for example, Robeson, Joe Louis et.al. Subsequently, the chief and his son, who he sent to Virginia for higher education, were to contact Bunch during his earliest days at the newly minted United Nations to register complaints about colonialism in Kenya, yet another expression of this Pan-African connection. 28 Kenyatta also influenced others besides Bunch, a matter of interest to the colonial authorities. Weeks before war erupted in Europe, the Kenya police asked of their London counterparts whether it would be possible secretly to 65. Intercept correspondence to him from the Kikuyu Central Association, increasingly active on the sensitive matter of settler control of land. 29 Also of concern to the authorities was Kenyatta's correspondence with Charles Fisk of the United States, whose ties to Kenya stretched back to the turn of the century, and who was reputed to have ties to a ramified network of Pan-African activists. Somehow, a letter from Fisk to Kenyatta, again written just before the outbreak of war, found its way into the hands of the authorities. Therein Fisk briefed Kenyatta about his presence in East Africa. He was engaged in what was perceived as subversive scholarship, making a study of British rule in Kenya insofar as it had to do with native rights. 30 Kenyatta's ties to figures such as Bunch and Fisk had raised his profile. In 1935 London's influential William Gillies had spoken dismissively of Kenyatta, querying his role in the International African Friends of Abyssinia. He was sent over for the Kikuyu Association and did not carry out his mandate. He is now repudiated by them, he alleged, as he went to Copenhagen and Moscow and is really CO partner with Bridgman of the League Against Imperialism, too far to the left for Gillies' refined tastes. 31 Gillies also did not approve of Kenyatta's other left-wing ties, for example, his serving as vice president of the Pan-African Federation for the Defense of Africans and Peoples of African Descent, perceived as the epitome of the kind of transoceanic left-wing grouping that swept within its ambit African Americans in opposition to the empire. 32 As Gillies saw it, Kenyatta's association with an organization was sufficient to rule it beyond the pale. The reference to the United Front and the association with Kenyatta with the organization, he spat out in 1936, indicates that the Pan-African Federation is a subsidiary of the League Against Imperialism and probably a new version of the Negro Welfare Association, yet another iteration, it was thought, of a communist concoction no doubt influenced by James Ford of the United States. 33 You ought certainly to have nothing to do with the Federation, he sternly instructed Rhys J. Davies of the House of Commons. 34 Yet the continued bonding of Kenyatta and his left-wing comrades in the Pan-African world was not halted by the outbreak of war, first in Europe, then globally, which was to transform the African leader. Most of all, it set the stage for his trial, imprisonment, then triumph as Kenya's first democratically elected leader, then what was perceived widely as helping to propel neocolonialism. But with the arrival of war, Kenyatta, Bunch, James Ford, and even Gillies and colonial officials in Nairobi found themselves on the same side of the barricades with the otherwise despised Moscow, an unlikely alliance that was to alter profoundly Kenya in the first place. For if the empire was overstretched, straining to defend territory virtually wherever the sun shone, the colony of Kenya itself had defied elasticizing, straining to the snapping point to maintain itself while European and Euro-American settlers were engaged in one long bacchanalian revel. After the guns of war had fired, the eminent Sir Robert Brooke Popham acknowledged the puniness of his forces, observing that the colony with a total available European manpower of 8,998 has 3,039 men serving in the forces. 35. Even that slight figure may have been inflated, for in 1937, Sir Robert was informed in a personal message from 66. Windsor Castle that so many people, especially admirals and generals, went out to Kenya after the war to get rich quick, and have been disappointed that things have not turned out as they expected. So they were beginning to trickle back to London or seek more commodious climes further south in the Rhodesias and South Africa. 36. This is why London told Sir Robert that the governorship of Kenya is one of the most important and difficult in the colonial empire. Strategically, it is therefore of increasing significance, given the converging interests of Rome, Berlin, and Tokyo in the region. Both helpful and complicating to the attracting of the needed European and particularly Euro-American migrants so necessary to its defense was that Nairobi was a city that people fall in love with and acquire an emotional rather than a strictly rational attitude toward their new home, which was ascribed to the heady atmosphere. At 6,000 feet above sea level on the equator, everyone wants to run before they can walk in an atmosphere which doesn't permit of quite such strenuous exercise. 37. The impact of the thinning air aside, with 3,000 men being sacrificed in a single battle, the colony was woefully unprepared for war unless, of course, thousands of Africans could somehow be convinced that those who had brutalized them routinely should now be deemed a comrade. Africans did choose to fight, which served to weaken the colonial project, leaving Kenya like an overly ripe fruit to fall into the lap of Washington, or so thought the U.S. authorities, and not without good reason. For after war erupted, the empire prevailed on its former North American colony to allow its Rome embassy to represent British interests in Italian East Africa, which already suggested that either Italy or the United States would be the beneficiary of London's ouster from the region. 38. With Germans pouring into the region, along with inquisitive and influential African Americans, London's rule in the region was approaching a catastrophic end. Via England itself and its maintenance of a form of democracy at home, perhaps as the necessary complement to cruel domination in East Africa, African Americans like Bunch and Robeson had begun to form with West Indians like Eric Williams and C.L.R. James a Pan-African solidarity that was to reach efflorescence in Manchester in 1945 and anti-colonial battles leading to independence soon thereafter. But before that epical time was reached, a global war erupted that was not to leave Kenyans or African Americans unaffected. 5. Race war? It was apparent that Kenya's governor had approached the microphone nervously in the spring of 1942. The empire had lost Singapore, his counterpart there along with others in places such as Hong Kong were jailed, and it seemed that forces from Tokyo or Rome soon might be appearing on the shores of Mombasa in order to provide him with a similar fate. Yet he had no choice but to make a special appeal to Africans, pleading with them to remain true to the Union Jack, with which they had been flayed so mercilessly over the years. This is the first time that I have spoken to you. On the air began Sir Henry Moore, referring unctuously to the native people of Kenya, to whom he was speaking on radio. The enemy wants to conquer the whole world, he cried, and to make all people, black and white, his slaves. That is why, he continued, the Japanese had sent warships to the Indian Ocean not far from Kenya's shores. One suggestive of how extensive this hysteria about Japan had become was the fact that the Communist Party of South Africa, a leading anti-racist force too, noted that the Japanese militarists are not white. It is true. 3. Still, it was Sir Henry's pained remarks that incidentally captured why this global conflict accelerated the ongoing attempt to free Kenya from colonial domination. Africans had to be called on in great number to rebuff the Axis challenge, and they were in no mood to return to the status quo ante after shedding buckets of blood. African Americans too answered the military's call, and they were similarly inclined. When the two encountered each other in the Indian Ocean basin, they reinforced each other's presuppositions to their mutual benefit. By one account, 75,000 Kenyan indigenes served under the Union Jack during the war, in places as diverse as Europe, India, and parts of Asia further east, and it was not unusual for them to encounter African Americans in these far-flung locales. In these sites they could see things that undermined colonialism, for example, poorer Europeans, which degraded the idea of their inherent superiority or European troops fleeing at the sight of Japanese or embittered African Americans who could place Kenya's plight in a militant Pan-African context. Though London and Nairobi were staring into the barrel of a cocked pistol, there was no guarantee that either would retreat from a colonial model built on notions of racial superiority and brutal exploitation. Though local fascists were 68. Clearly sympathetic to Berlin, Nairobi was loath to confront them. After London arrested Sir Oswald Mosley, the leader of British fascists, a self-described Kenya settler wondered querulously, why is it that the Kenya government has taken no action against the local branch of the movement? 5. To be fair, the fascism among the settlers was not unique. In late 1943, the U.S. consul in Nairobi, Willard Quincy Stanton, spoke wondrously of Tanganyika's secret Hitler shrine, describing the peculiar former Nazi center of the Berlin Lutheran Mission at Dar es Salaam. Some U.S. nationals there were apparently hedging their bets, as some reportedly too were pro-Berlin. 6. Bolstering their putative sedition was the panicky report by one U.S. diplomat in the spring of 1943 warning that Japanese, German and Italian broadcasts were being aimed at the two elements of the East African population which would be most susceptible to Axis propaganda, that is, the natives and the Indians. 7. In such a fetid atmosphere, it was not surprising that Africans fighting for the empire received the lowest pay, and of the Africans, those from the eastern part of this continent received the lowest pay of all, suggesting their place on the colonial totem pole. The problem for the empire was that they were embroiled in a fight with a clever foe, Japan, and this opponent was not above playing its own unique racial games, as their forces targeted British officers. Tokyo's forces also expressed reluctance to shoot at Askaris, or East African forces, and instead told them that instead of losing their lives in the wilds of Burma, they should return home to drive European aliens out of Africa, as Japan was presumably doing in Asia. Similarly, Japan was invoked by some indigenes and numerous African Americans as a clear example of a non-European nation that might have conquered the haughty empire but for the timely assistance of Africans and African Americans. Perhaps even more subversive were the lessons learned by East Africans from African Americans. The latter provided heroic tales of Haitians rising up to abolish slavery and bitter tales of the perfidy of the color bar in the United States. They told their African brethren about how Ethiopians had vanquished Italians a few decades earlier. Why should either risk their lives for a blood-stained empire or a Jim Crow United States? Subsequently, Wera Hayuidat, who went on to play a major role in the movement that came to be known as Mau Mau, remarked that listening to these U.S. Negroes was like being a student in school and that his interlocutors had been the best of teachers at a critical moment in his life. Even more widespread among ex-soldiers, asserts the Kenyan scholar, Okit J.E. Shiroya, are accounts about African deserters who were helped to escape by black Americans. Most of these deserters, so the Askaris say, went to America with the aim of getting some form of training and then returning. Whether this claim is myth or reality, it is evident that ex-Askaris were essential to the anti-colonial uprising of the 1950s, furnishing the necessary technical and organizational skills, alongside an ideology that stressed the injustice of the status quo. This was the case throughout the region, as Askaris played a similar role in Uganda and Zanzibar. 8. Despite the obvious plans of Tokyo, Rome, and Berlin to destabilize the empire, the settlers continued to party as if it were 1899. Kenya's new aristocrats, asserts 69. The historian, Caroline Elkins, shared Lord Delamere's ambition to create a plutocracy modeled on the American South of slavery infamy. 9. This was also the impression left by the visiting U.S. writer, Negley Farson, who visited the colony just after the war had erupted. A large man with a thick U.S. accent and a well-chiseled profile, he was born in Plainfield, New Jersey in 1890, then became a champion athlete at the University of Pennsylvania. An adventurer, he was in Petrograd during the Revolution in 1917. An alcoholic with 2 mistresses, he was made to order for Kenya, as suggested by the fact that his account of his escapades became an instant bestseller. One night he dined with a fellow U.S. national who was friendly with the influential Lord Delamere. "We entered his house," said the odd Farson, whose interior might have been on Fifth Avenue, New York. There was everything, all the latest American magazines, carefully shingled along the drawing-room table, the pseudo-baronial fireplace, even to the false modelling of a sailing ship. They were expertly served by his 2 Chinamen. Servants of this ethnicity were preferred by those who sought to distinguish themselves by having those other than the now run-of-the-mill horde of African retainers. But these servants were hardly treated better, as this Yankee, typically clad in an elegant mauve dinner jacket, made of velvet, paid these Chinamen once every 5 years, and it was a pittance at that. Farson happened to encounter a number of his fellow Yankees living well, including an unnamed pretty young American wife and the man whom most of the white hunters themselves admit is the best hunter in Kenya. 10. The Council on African Affairs, CAA, which came into being shortly after Eslendur Robeson's return from Kenya, and was the major black American lobbying arm in defense of the continent, well knew that commonly accepted notions of white supremacy, which Farson had witnessed, were hemorrhaging as a direct result of Japan's hammer blows. It was Askaris, said the CAA, that played a key role in driving the Axis out of Africa. It was the labor power of the Africans from Kenya, Uganda, Tanganyika, and other territories in the East African Military Labor Service and the African Auxiliary Pioneer Corps, which built and repaired the airfields, railroads, motor roads, and bridges 11 that made sure the Union Jack would continue to flutter in the region. Yet despite the empire being saved by Africans' blood sacrifice, neither London nor Nairobi seemed inclined to adapt to this new reality. It was the CAA that during the midst of the war brought this scalding fact to a larger audience, as it brought together in Manhattan, Communist City Councilman Ben Davis, 12 Kwame Nkrumah, the future Ghanaian leader, and representatives from the Belgian and Soviet governments. Max Jurgen, then the organization's leading spokesman, bemoaned the continued existence of forced labor for mining and agricultural enterprises in Kenya. Wages were paltry. There was a color bar and restrictions upon trade union recognition and collective bargaining as well. This could not continue, he demanded, and was of a piece with the misery inflicted upon African Americans. The same way that the southern region of this country is called the nation's #1 economic problem, said Jurgen, so the colonial territories all over the globe may be called the world's #1 economic problem. Washington merely had imported their exploited Africans. 70. While London maintained them thousands of miles away. A major theme of this CAA gathering was the interrelation of forced labor practices in colonial areas and the exploitation of workers, particularly minority groups, in the United States, Britain, and other countries. 13. This war represented a weakening of the grip of the colonial powers and the concomitant ascendancy of the United States, the logical inheritor of the empire. Simultaneously, Washington had to make concessions including voting rights to African Americans, which increased their clout at the ballot box to the detriment of the unreconstructed white supremacists on both sides of the Atlantic. This war also brought the United States into a closer relationship with Africa. With the war, thousands of U.S. soldiers and workers began to toil under the burning sun of Africa at military bases Washington was loath to relinquish simply because the war had ended. Eritrea, then a province of Ethiopia, was among these, but U.S. forces also arrived in neighboring Congo, in the city then known as Leopoldville. U.S. merchant vessels were flocking to the region surrounding the Red Sea. New consulates were established in Brazzaville and so-called French Congo and Mombasa. The Belgian Congo, which previously sent its copper, cobalt, and other minerals straight to Antwerp, with the war began shipping them to the United States. By 1942, U.S. commerce with Africa had increased in percentage terms more than this nation's trade with any other continent. 14. Eslendur Robeson, who had maintained her continuing interest in Africa, agreed with this analysis of the continent's importance, asserting that about 1/2 of the essential alloys used in making steel come from Africa, along with more than 1/2 of the precious radium, that boon to the health of the world. 15. Yes, concurred Jurgen, the war has made our country a power in Africa. 16. As this truly global war plodded on bloodily, the realization had dawned that Africa with its strategic minerals and its unparalleled location as a bridge between Europe and Asia might be the key to triumph. This was the conclusion reached by the writer, Arthur Steiner, when he argued in 1942 that the combination of powers able to hold Africa would be well on the way to ultimate victory. One reason was that this otherwise careworn continent controlled western entrances to the Indian Ocean. As he saw it, Africa was key to the defeat of the Berlin-Rome-Tokyo Axis, since who controlled East Africa controlled the Red Sea from Suez to Djibouti, which only highlighted the central role of Kenya. Thus, he contended, a large part of the war of the future is being fought in Africa at this moment. 17. The high stakes at play sheds light on why on July 15, 1942 a battalion of the 812th Engineers, colored, from the United States found itself in Kenya. Like their African counterparts, construction was a primary duty. Their presence was unsettling, as their commanding officer, Colonel Francis Colby, remarked. Our Negro troops, he asserted, being accustomed to forming a large part of the white civilization, in which they have lived, and many of them with a chip on their shoulder, did apparently desire to mingle to a certain extent with the white population, which was decidedly unwelcome. 18. Consequently, U.S. diplomat, Paul Alling suggested that London's protests against the use of Negro troops in the region be heeded. 19. But these troops, 71, were in no mood to continue being engines of their own subjugation. The son of Bunch's old friend, Chief Coinange, recalled later that the British and American officials did not encourage the mixing of Negro GIs with Africans, Europeans, or Asians, but to little avail. For it was on Christmas Eve in 1944 that the chief invited 240 Negro GIs to dinner at his residence in Banana Hills in Kiambu. This was the first time in Kenya, said the chief's son, Peter Mbia Coinange, that Africans, Europeans, Indians, and white and Negro Americans sat around the same table. 20. Armugo Gatheru, a Kenyan who was to matriculate in the United States, recalled that it was during the war for the first time indigenes were able to meet U.S. Negroes in any number. This intellectual recalled the scene fondly, observing, the villages through which they passed went wild with rejoicing to see the Negro soldiers. The women and girls ululated as if a new Kikuyu baby had been born. This mass demonstration, he enthused, certainly represented our attitude toward the American Negroes, our symbols of success. We thought of them merely as more emancipated members of the same community as ourselves and, in fact, when I arrived in America I had a vague expectation that they would act like my fellow tribesmen in Kenya. This was not the first time he had encountered U.S. nationals, as he had known some at the Kambui mission, which was under the direction of 2 American missionaries from Brooklyn. These African Americans brought a special militancy to the region. 21. Dedan Kimathi, who subsequently became a leading symbol of anti-colonial resistance, was also marked indelibly by the war, noting bitterly during the height of the unrest that gripped the 1950s, imagine the thousands of Africans who lost their lives during the 2 world wars? What did they die for, and did we benefit from these wars? No, he answered, our reward was slavery. The valiant Kimathi reflected this pan-blackness that was said to have taken root during the war when he conceded expansively that his fight was not only for Kenya but, as well, for East Africa and the rest of the continent. 22. Joining the courageous Kimathi in his questioning of a war purportedly fought for freedom except for Africans was another future anti-colonial leader, Gakara Wa Wanja, who too was jailed in the 1950s. I knew that this war was not our war, he avowed acerbically. It is not possible to give an indication here of the magnitude of that maltreatment and discrimination he faced while serving with the Empire forces. 23. The Kenyan indigene, Bildad Kagia, who served in Palestine, had a similar experience. Short and stout and a wearer of thick glasses, he was born the son of a poor tenant farmer. 24. He met a physician, an American Negro who was posted to our unit. The African was bedazzled by the African American. He was the first American Negro to whom I had really talked, he reminisced later, and for the first time I heard the story of the African slaves. Struck by it all years later, he observed, it was a great experience and an eye-opener for me and the other African soldiers. Awed by it all, he recollected, we could not believe our eyes when we saw a black man wearing 3 pips on his shoulder. Best of all, this doctor was very much interested in Africans and was keen to make friends with us, and within a short time we were great friends. The inquiring Negro doctor was interested to know all about the life of Africans in East 72. Africa, and Kagia, in turn, was keen to know about American Negroes. One intense conversation they shared concerned his pitifully low salary, and the discussion left a strong impression on my mind. I consider it the beginning of my political consciousness, he acknowledged. Thus, he declared, my mind became occupied with what I could do to change things, first in the army, then in Kenya. I read political and revolutionary books which opened my eyes. He had witnessed up close European weaknesses and knew they could be bested. So steeled, he became a member of parliament in the first post-independence government in 1963. 25. A similar experience was enjoyed by the anti-colonial leader known simply as General China, known to many others as Warahayu Idat. 26. His response emerged dramatically in the early 1950s, when he came to symbolize Mau Mau. Then there were the Negro seamen descending on Mombasa and its environs, flashing dollars and draped in finery which was not exactly the image the colonizers wished the colonized to gaze upon. The idea of lording it over the natives may have been placed in their heads by enemy agents, groused the U.S. vice-consul in Nairobi in the flux-ridden spring of 1942. 27. As a result of these seditious attitudes often inspired by African Americans, the empire's path during the war was racked with difficulty. One provincial commissioner seeking to recruit for this conflict expressed frustration, noting that, like the Kikuyu, the Bantu Kavirondo are a difficult tribe, and he could not force himself to vouch for their reliability with confidence. Emboldened by the new atmosphere, the nervousness of the settlers as displayed by the governor deigning to address them over the radio, indigenes expressed more militancy. The district commissioner in North Kavirondo reported in mid-1941 that several strikes have occurred among certain classes of native mine employees, which he sought to dismiss as the work of agitators. 3 years later little had changed, as a provincial commissioner observed with dismay that enthusiasm for the war was flagging. Perhaps the indigenes were not anti-war but, more precisely, anti-government. In particular there was the fear of Cap Taket becoming a European area, which was not helping African morale, but, again, this discord was attributed to agitators. In this case, a vociferous minority of Litine mission boys had exploited the situation. A few months later this anti-Nairobi sentiment had not abated, as a government-owned house at Kimilili was burned out by an act of incendiarism. The fire raisers were unknown. 28 Africans, sensing the flux brought by the war and inspired by the unsteady hand of the colonial administration, seized the opportunity during the war to flee in all directions. Desertions from the King's African Rifles, the elite corps of fighting men, had long been an issue. 29 This continued during the war. 30 But they were joined by the notorious victims of conscript labor, 31 and simple laborers alike. 32 As if this were not enough to handle, overburdened colonial officials had to contemplate this real problem while devising what to do in case of an invasion of the colony. 33 Which could only exacerbate their real anxiety. As if restive Africans and seditious African Americans were not enough to worry the colonizers, they also had to be concerned about their erstwhile ally Euro-Americans, some of whom seemed all too eager to supplant the beset. 73. British in Kenya. To be sure, there were not that many of them. In Kenya by 1944 the number of heads of families in the colony was 208, though these were simply those who had registered and probably did not include various adventurers not inclined to do so, nor those who had switched or hidden their U.S. nationality, while the number of dependents was 192, with far fewer in, for example, the Seychelles, Tanganyika, and so on. 34 However, they were most strategically sited. By the fall of 1944 there were no U.S. missionaries in Italian Somaliland but quite a few in Kenya and Uganda, where they maintained 174 schools at 9 missions, a substantial contribution to the education of Africans, which was not designed to endear them to the more recalcitrant colonialists. 35 By March 1945 in the entirety of British East Africa, Kenya, Tanganyika, Uganda, and Zanzibar, and Italian Somaliland and the Seychelles, the total number of U.S. nationals amounted merely to less than 400, 70% were involved in what the U.S. consul in Nairobi termed sectarian educational work, with 6 in commercial enterprises. There was only one U.S. corporation reported to be operating its own branch in this area, International Harvester Export Company, which had an establishment in Nairobi. The American South African line was based in Mombasa and U.S. oil companies operated their own subsidiaries, though there was only one from this nation reported to be operating his own business on a substantial scale, Robert C. Gilfillan, who sold tires, machinery, and the like. Thus, it was concluded, American holdings in British East Africa and the other territories was very small, though the trend was upward. American participation in British East African trade was proportionately greater in 1943 than in 1939. 36 The perceptible and steady retreat of the empire could be detected in the airwaves. As early as July 1942, the Kenya Information Service, cited in the first British colonial territory to have a regular wireless broadcasting service, established in 1928-37, reported that a good many European listeners listened to broadcasts from the United States. The BBC had lost credibility, perhaps because of a failure to anticipate the Singapore debacle and, thus, reliance that had been placed by European listeners on both news and commentaries on the BBC had decreased considerably. Consequently, it was noted importantly, a number of listeners are now tending to rely more on the American service, 38, which reflected a power that to that point had not been proven to be incompetent. This U.S. offensive in Kenya was reflected in South Africa. Emerging there were mutterings about American infiltration. The Americans are conducting a systematic publicity campaign in the Union. It was reported, though London's quandary was reflected when it was added that this kind of American material is not undesirable during the war, since American propaganda is more likely to be effective in such a place than our own would be. 39 Since the empire's credibility had been shattered by its staggering war losses, notably in Singapore. Yet it was not just U.S. broadcasters or U.S.-oriented broadcasters being deemed to be more reliable in providing simple news of the war. Their entertainment programs, thought widely to be mere fluff, may too have been subversive of the empire. It is essential to ensure that the use of recorded American serial broadcasts such as the Bob Hope, Jack Benny and other programs, does 74. Not become a Frankenstein, it was advised sternly in August 1944. Worse, this encroachment may have been inspired by London, since there was no original listeners' enthusiasm for such programs. It has grown because of BBC's persistence. 40 It seemed that London was in full flight in the ether before this reality hit the ground with one official warning: we do not want the leading U.S. network orchestras occupying their airwaves. We must be careful to see that we do not become an agent for American cultural propaganda. We already know that our rebroadcasters are being swamped with American transcriptions. 41 Soon, the BBC was stalking the counterparts of its presumed ally, noting in early 1945 that NBC, National Broadcasting Company, will lose its present prominence in American radio and will eventually die of a surfeit of misdirected commercialism. 42 Just after the war began, one BBC official observed that there is definitely growing in this country the United Kingdom and anti-American feeling over the war, and this perception was both reflected within the BBC itself and was an aspect of a growing U.S. challenge to the empire itself. 43 During this period of anxiety in Nairobi and in London, the U.S. representative in the region made suggestions to allay British East African fears regarding American post-war interests in this area, but in conceding that allaying these apprehensions will not be easy, he confirmed that the war had inflicted a mighty blow on the empire from which it would not recover. 44 This blow was also partially self-inflicted, or so thought Washington. European colonizers long had thought that lynching and Jim Crow aside, the United States was veritably subversive and dangerously naive when it came to colonized Africa, since African Americans had a network of colleges and universities that allowed for higher education and maintained businesses that allowed, if need be, for funding of political activity and progressive philanthropy. The colonizers never seemed to recognize the difference between maintaining a colony of Africans thousands of miles from home and maintaining a minority of Africans cheek by jowl in one's backyard. Thus, the United States was better positioned to make the adjustment toward the colonized that the war demanded, which could only make them appear more civilized to indigenes and, correspondingly, leave the colonizers in bad odor. In short, Washington thought London was inflexibly insensitive toward the colonized, while the United Kingdom had criticisms all its own about U.S. racial policies. Thus, in late 1943, as the fate of the empire hung in the balance, Washington's man in Nairobi spoke derisively of the bitter attitude normally held by most Europeans in British East Africa against Asians, which was not useful given Tokyo's direct racial appeal to them. 45 It was not Washington, after all, that had to make adjustments to colonialism, making it easier for these U.S. consuls to pontificate about what needed to be done. Thus, the consul in Mombasa attended the first interterritorial conference of the Indian Community of Kenya, Uganda, Tanganyika, and Zanzibar, which occurred in Mwanza. Worriedly, Ralph Miller observed that it was marked by an atmosphere of extreme hostility to the local colonial governments and the British settlers. Emphasis original angrily, the keynoter asserted, never to trust them, while to remove the color bar was put forward as a chief demand. Nervously, Miller remarked that friction between 75. The white settlers and the East African Indians had been constantly increasing since the outbreak of war. The tiny settler community apparently had forgotten that Indians control over 9/10 of the retail trade of East Africa and were in a position to impose pain on the European minority, and had not failed to make capital out of the world situation and the trend in public opinion in favor of racial equality. Tellingly, at this important confab, there was talk of the support which they expected from the United States in attaining the independence of India and equal rights for Indians in East Africa, with the implication being Washington could be grouped for castigation with the settlers in London if that did not occur. Seeking to manipulate the major powers, there was also talk in a general way of the East African Indian community as a whole entering into closer commercial and cultural relations with the United States to supplant their pre-war relations with Great Britain, which was sweet music to the ears of many in Washington. 46 The war had placed an enormous strain on the relationship between London and Washington. Like an old and quarreling married couple, they simply had difficulty in seeing the other's viewpoint. Washington's view of whiteness was more capacious than that in London, which tended to use this important racial category as a disguise to obscure a bias toward the English, or so many an Irishman and Scot might have argued. Thus, after Miller's bracing encounter in Mwanza, his deputy in Mombasa, George F. Bogardus, became concerned when the Kenya police brought up the subject of the Lapau brothers, Raymond J. and Benjamin, citing them as examples of Jewish businessmen who did not play the game as other businessmen. They were U.S. nationals accused of illegally trapping leopards in the region. I, of course, said Bogardus high-mindedly, took no part in this official's anti-Semitic observations. 47 Simultaneously, though Washington's men were privately critical of the general outlook of the settlers, the latter had few complaints when they visited the United States itself. When Colin Marr of the Colonies Department of Agriculture visited the United States shortly after the war had begun, he was singing hosannas of praise to his hosts. I was rendered every facility and treated with the utmost courtesy and kindness, he chortled, and not merely greeted as a visiting official but welcomed as a friend. 48 Such attitudes made it easier for Washington to oust London from its sedan chair presiding over the empire when a parched Britain faced a dispiriting post-war world. As for London, it felt that Washington could afford to be high-minded when its direct interests were not at issue or in play. For when it came to the defense of a putrid Jim Crow, London's representative in Washington was surprised by the complacency expressed in the South with regard to the colored problem. Traveling in this continental-sized nation in July 1942, he acknowledged that a warm welcome awaited any British official. Yet he kept coming back to the nation's chief internal problem. I found little apprehension in the South, he said dazedly on the subject of possibilities of trouble with the colored population. Certainly, This was troubling news, though it was inevitably coupled with the dual idea that characteristic of the South. He found little criticism of British colonial policy and no particular desire to see the principles of the Atlantic Charter applied to the Far East. 49, which was good news indeed. 76. Maybe due to their conflict-ridden relations with African Americans, London sought to engage this community. The BBC in 1943 was told with concern that the chief fact that emerges from this study of opinion of 4,000 white and colored people in 5 U.S. cities is that Negro and white stand diametrically opposite each other on the race problem. Though it was considered, the BBC was informed that an informational policy can do little to bring the two together. Most whites were willing to give them equal wages or job opportunities, though less than 1 in 200 believes they should be allowed to go to the same places, and the overwhelming majority of the whites favor segregation not only in the armed forces but on buses and cars, in restaurants, and in housing zones. Worrisome still was that on almost all issues, Northern Negroes indicate much more dissatisfaction than do Southern Negroes, who were thought to be doing worse. 50. The BBC, which operated as a kind of above-ground intelligence agency for London, disconsolately told the Foreign Office that the American whites have no understanding at all of the true nature of the Negro problem, and this bodes ill for the future. 51. In response, Whitehall contemplated sponsoring a sort of round-table conference on the color question. 52. Though the Dixiecrats who bolstered the ruling Democratic Party would have objected. So London was in a bind, wanting to question the complacency of the South when it came to the pressing matter of confronting Jim Crow, which, it was thought, could complicate the attempt to blunt Japan's racial appeals, yet elated that this complacency could also mean little or no real challenge to their own color-coded colonialism. Perhaps to twit Washington or, perhaps, to appeal to their own African subjects without actually confronting their difficult plight, London during the war sought at times to place African Americans in a positive light. Perhaps, as well, this could also neutralize any animosity this growingly important minority might bear toward the empire. Thus, in early 1944 the BBC featured a 60-minute, all-Negro show dealing with the story of the London Blitz through Negro eyes, with a script by Langston Hughes, the leading African-American writer. Paul Robeson and the Hall Johnston Choir have been definitely booked, it was said with enthusiasm. Other Negro artists being booked are Josh White, blues singer, Ethel Waters, and Canada Lee, premier performers all. 53. Too much can be made, however, of Washington's apparent concern for the plight of the indigenes. As the war was winding down in 1945, the Consul General in Nairobi bluntly stated his nation's interests. It is likely, he prognosticated, that British Europeans will continue to dominate this zone for a long time, at least for a generation or two. This was fine with Washington, since the basic American interest results from a continued support of a British imperial policy encouraging white civilization under Western European auspices, especially in contrast to encouraging Asian, read Indian, civilization. Of course, there was that limiting factor arising from the natural interest of American Negroes in the promotion of the welfare of the people of their race in these territories where they outnumber the Europeans and Asians some 60 to 1. With a stunning honesty, rarely displayed before or since, it was acknowledged frankly that 77. The special demands of the colored people of the United States are not always the same as those of white Americans out here. 54. The problem for the apostles of white supremacy was that Japan's challenge, inter alia, had undermined profoundly this racist philosophy. Burma was the key battlefront in this regard, as it remained the key to destabilizing both India and China, where the plurality of humanity resided, and according to official sources, the Anglo-American advance was made possible by hardened African infantry, whose difficult task was made all the more complicated since they were central to the first monsoon operation ever attempted, and the African was the perfect soldier to carry it out. Alongside these words were pictures that might have seemed ominous in another context and would be deemed so a few years later: grim-faced Africans fingering Bren guns and howitzers. Even the tagline that they enjoy killing Japs sick may not have been altogether reassuring. 55 months before the bombing of Hiroshima, Major General William D. Moline of the Empire, who was based in Nairobi, in halting words spoke agitatedly of an African battalion due to ship out soon for Asia. There was a certain amount of trouble with them and they would require watching, since their state of discipline was not satisfactory. Emphasis original. A large percentage of these men consisted of young Somalis, whose militancy caused them to be segregated from other troops both in Somaliland and Kenya. The Somalis, he opined, are of a very proud and independent nature, and tend to look down on other African soldiers, regarding them as pagans, they themselves being very strict Mohammedans. Thus, there had been a direct refusal to obey orders by about 30 malcontents over the digging of offal pits by themselves, for animals slaughtered by them, according to Mohammedan custom. Then there was their refusal to carry large packs in training. Hence, he was reluctant to ship them to the complex battlefield that was Burma. I explained, he insisted that the Somalis could not be counted on to sit in positions and hold them under heavy shelling and mortaring, for they are nomads and hate regimentation and are bad mixers. They have a great contempt, he asserted, for anyone who is not a Somali, plus, the fact that they speak Somali and not Swahili mitigates against their relationship with other African races. Emphasis original 56. Simon McLaughlin, who served with the British military, said that the Somalis in the King's African Rifles were more inclined to committing various atrocities due to their characteristics and nature. 57. Besides, that armed African troops were guarding Italian prisoners of war in the region, was not exactly the most brilliant endorsement of white supremacy. Yet the empire continued to conduct its business as if the war in which they were enmeshed had not happened. The Journal of the East African Command, for example, amidst the numerous sexualized images of women, indulged in caricatures of Africans with outsized white lips. 58. One noticeably prominent cartoon pictured an African rushing to eat with utensils in hand, then in the next frame quickly discarding them and eating from his plate canine style. A few pages later the alleged incompetence of African truck and convoy drivers was held up for ridicule. 59. In another issue, the African-American band leader, Cab Calloway, 78, and his language of jive was subjected to the abuse of ill humor, while disparaging cartoons about blackface Kentucky minstrels despoiled these pages. 60. London was seeking to execute the tricky task of relying upon despised Africans to rescue the empire while continuing to portray them in an inferior manner so that white supremacy could be perpetuated. This was neither easy nor possible. Hence, the pressures of war had served to allow Africans and African Americans to engage in various forms of revolt against their respective plights, which ironically caused London and Washington to look at times with more sensitivity toward the pressing problems besetting the other. This did not bode well for colonialism nor Jim Crow, as the continuation of the war and the early post-war dispensation were to demonstrate convincingly. 6. Colonialism confronted. From his comfortable perch in Nairobi, Major General William de Malines was in an advantageous position to ascertain the destiny of the empire he had served so faithfully and altruistically. Berlin and Rome had been vanquished and Tokyo's fate seemed to be doomed by July 1945, but a battered London was hardly untouched by the carnage. Being stationed in one of the few metropolises to be surrounded by game parks featuring not-so-tame wildlife may have heightened the sense of imminent danger he detected when reading the words of his comrade, Major F.N. Burnham, writing from Gloucestershire, England. Burnham had recently spent 4 years in Africa and thus was uniquely positioned to assess both, and his conclusion was blunt. "It is my conviction," he stated beseechingly, "that the future of the British Empire and Commonwealth lies in Africa." A perspicacious Major Burnham could see already that we are in the process of losing India as a market. The Pacific War is an American war, and quite rightly, after it, the lion's share of Chinese and Far East markets will go to America, not us, he added perceptively. Now he was suggesting sending a number of people to Africa who will make things easier in Great Britain later. As he saw it, Africa with Kenya as the foundation should be incorporated more closely into the immediate plans of London. Thus, in the face of the German threat, the Russians put their war industries behind the Urals. Africa must be the Urals of Great Britain, he insisted. But what about the incommodious conditions on this notoriously difficult continent? So what, was his basic response. Most important, Africa is potentially far richer than India, but there was a potential spanner in the works. It was no secret that the United States expects the world to be her potential empire, and Africa was London's last chance to compete. The problem for these exalted plans for Africa's future was their failure to take into account for the Africans themselves. Moreover, the unemployed that Burnham noted in passing were simply an indicator of a devastated Britain that was hardly in a position to halt the political earthquake it confronted in post-war Africa. Then there was the erstwhile ally in Washington, which Burnham sensed correctly did not necessarily see re-establishing the empire as a priority, since it had ideas of empire all its own. But even the United States, largely untouched by a war that had bloodied its major rivals, had to confront its very own population of African descent, which too had been empowered by the war and, likewise, was in no mood to return to the status quo ante. Moreover, big-picture thinking was not only emerging in Gloucestershire. Similar thoughts were percolating in Nairobi, but in the U.S. consulate, for it was there that Joseph Touchet acknowledged the importance of Kenya. A crystallization had occurred indicating that this area is destined in the not-distant future to become the turntable of empire defense and the hyphen or link building a greater British Africa comprising the Union of South Africa and the Rhodesias to the south with prospective Greater Somalia to the north. Despite this recognition of Africa's role in London's imperial strategy, the United States was slow to ramp up its presence on the continent commensurately. A year after the war had ended, J. William Henry, who represented U.S. interests in Mombasa, was engaged in a typical activity, complaining. "I have felt almost lost at this post," he whined, "which is so far off the beaten path that I rarely ever see another Foreign Service officer and virtually never have an opportunity of talking with anyone from the department." This was untimely, given events. For as the war was concluding, a self-proclaimed Yank in Kenya noted that a minor furor has been raging in light of some settlers' crusade to expel all the foreigners who have come here, which seemed to mean U.S. nationals in the first place. What was driving this expulsion/movement seemed to be simple jealousy. "I have heard a great deal of criticism about the lavish way in which American soldiers live overseas. It was said that they have too much money." Well, the Yankees had their own list of complaints. In many British camps, not in East Africa, he concluded triumphantly, old and odoriferous films are controlled by private concessions. Why? For why indeed? On the other hand, Nairobi had to be careful about whipping up hostility against Euro-Americans, not only because of the empire's debilitated state and concomitant need for allies. It was not long after the war's end that the U.S. Secretary of State received from Nairobi a packet of newspaper clippings from the local press derogative to the United States. The U.S. consul was aghast at the portrait of his nation, pictured to be the fat and prosperous owner of a huge department store unable to maintain the sale of its goods other than through means of a post-UNRA foreign aid bill, a device seen among settlers to promote the purchase of U.S. merchandise that would otherwise be ignored. Washington wasn't buying this line of thinking, however. The empire and its minions, it was said, cannot recover from the idea that today Britain does not lead the world in economic, diplomatic, naval and air affairs. In 1946, an exasperated Washington prepared a secret 29-page report on violation of United States treaty rights in British East Africa, a preemptive strike against the fading self-importance of the empire. Suitably softened up, Nairobi acquiesced to the arrival on its shores of Caltex, the U.S. oil giant, 8 as U.S. tobacco interests which had established a pre-war foothold, 9 continued their encroachment, 10 just as U.S. construction firms were able to compete effectively for tenders. 11 Yet as time passed, U.S. complaints about obstructions to its commercial expansion increased accordingly. 12 Thus, U.S. diplomat, Richard Mulcahy, felt obliged to regret to inform one U.S. firm. 81. That the prospects for the importation of toilet paper from the United States into these areas are not bright or present since Kenya Protectorate, Seychelles, and Mauritius suffer from an acute dollar shortage. 13 In the post-war era, the British consul in New Orleans was complaining of the difficulty of his nation's dollar position. As if he were an overextended pensioner rather than the representative of an overextended empire, he moaned that every effort has been made by me to keep every expenditure, as well as more personal outlay, within bounds. As the pound was gyrating, he was left to complain about the steady rise in the cost of living in this country. 14. The American trader finds it most difficult to do business, said the U.S. Vice Consul in Mombasa in September 1946, owing to the rigid import restrictions, exchange controls, and other measures enacted during the war. 15. To compete in the post-war world, the empire needed dollars which could not be printed but had to be earned, which made dollar drain 16 a real and pressing matter. How could London and Washington coordinate a united strategy vis-a-vis Africans and African Americans if they were bickering over basic issues? An underlying problem was that not being a colonial power in Africa provided Washington with ample flexibility that London simply did not possess. Plus, it had to contend with an increasingly energetic lobby of African Americans, which too recognized how the war had weakened the racist magic that sustained imperialism. This allowed the United States, for example, to cater to Ethiopia in a way that was difficult for the empire to duplicate, which simply brought more conflict between London and Washington. 17. Similarly, a weakened empire attained a catastrophic victory, when it had to consider seizing Italian Somaliland. 18. Surely the empire would be hard-pressed to administer this vast region without Washington's assistance. Such thoughts had occurred to the Somali indigene, Abdullah Gila, who wanted a U.S. protectorate. Gila had reached his 84th year and had lived abroad, particularly in the United States and Alaska, for about 45 years. He reported that when the present British governor travels about this country, he is greeted by the populace with shouts of obscene epithets. 19. Yet London sought vainly to hold on to the gains brought by its catastrophic victory, fighting a losing battle against the inevitable bowing out gracefully as Washington stepped in. Thus, when U.S. Consul Edward Groth met with the leader of the Empire's East African Command, Lt. General Sir Arthur Dowler, he was immediately struck by the extent of Washington's impending triumph, since this British leader was actually born in Staten Island, suggesting once more how the Empire simply did not have enough whites and had to rely on the more populous United States. On the strategic level, Groth recognized instantly that Sir Arthur's forces are far too thinly spread over the tremendous area, and thus he had to rely too heavily on native military organizations, as the East African Rifles. Shockingly, he had only 2 aircraft at his disposal in the entire region stretching from the Straits of Bab el-Mandab to and including the Rhodesias. 20. Sir Arthur, who may not have shed altogether his sympathies for the place of his birth, apparently told Groth that few Britishers realize how very poor 82. Great Britain is today. Thus, when staff from Sinclair Oil arrived in the region, they were protected by Ethiopian troops, though they desired what was simply unavailable, British troops. 21. As time passed, Washington became increasingly less tolerant of London's pretensions. The United States was becoming less willing to humor the Empire, though it was noted condescendingly, owing to their economic exigencies, "We have been quite indulgent of the British until now." 22. As Washington saw it, London was in deep denial, unwilling to acknowledge what the U.S. diplomat Edward Groth thought was obvious: the British Empire is in a state of disintegration, he said in 1949 without the slightest hint of regret. 23. The still haughty Empire was not predisposed to accept supinely these slaps in the face. It was in November 1949 that Washington sent a top diplomat to a Remembrance Day ceremony in Nairobi, in honor of those who gave their lives in World Wars I and II, yet their consular officials could not secure to their dismay definite places reserved for them. In an apparent retaliation and comeuppance, they were consigned to stand in one of the 2 roped enclosures, as again indifference toward foreign consular officers is a familiar characteristic of the official British mind throughout the Empire, it was reported. 24. But Washington's patience was not inexhaustible, it could be extinguished, which ironically was revealed in a battle over pesticides. In the pre-war years, pyrethrum from Kenya was an important insecticide, notably in the United States, and was relied on by farmers, but the discovery of DDT during the war led to large-scale spraying, particularly in the southern states. Then it was found that DDT-resistant strains of flies and other insects were appearing in ever greater numbers, which gave a belated boost to pyrethrum. Boyd, its producers in Kenya sought to band together their counterparts in Congo and Tanganyika to increase their bargaining leverage, which Washington charged violated the Sherman Antitrust Act. This may have been small potatoes for the United States, but for East Africa it was not, as pyrethrum was a major dollar earner and Nairobi was loath to back down. 25 RC. Gilfillan had arrived in the colony in 1916-26 from the United States and thought he was a man of standing there. But a year after the war ended, he was bubbling over with complaints. The hydraulic vehicle hoists and air compressors he peddled once dominated the Tanganyika market, but now he could hardly secure an import license. The intention, he said, was to force our American lines out of the market in favor of those from the United Kingdom. 27. What was the point of having an empire, it was thought in London, if one did not have imperial preference of various sorts? Washington thought otherwise. What was the point of having an alliance? What exactly was the point of rescuing this empire from the ignominious fate slated by Tokyo and Berlin if the United States was to be treated in a discriminatory fashion when it came to the most important matter of all, business? Months after the war had ended, the U.S. Secretary of State was told directly that even beeswax had to be exported to the United Kingdom and not the United States. 28. For its part, London was concerned that its marketing arrangement for sisal might be challenged by Washington. 29. The United States wanted direct access to 83. This East African commodity, but the Empire insisted that access could only be granted via London. It was comforting to know, said one Empire bureaucrat gloatingly, that our old fears that American private companies might press the State Department to criticize our present marketing arrangements seem to have been ill-founded. 30. Flummoxed in their attempt to penetrate the East African market, a number of Euro-Americans deemed the better part of wisdom would be to move there. Kenya was always on the lookout for the able-bodied melanin deficient, since it was not easy to attract the preferred English there. By 1948, as Africans were becoming more vocal about their oppression, the colonizers knew they had to augment their numbers if they were to survive. A census that year, the first since 1931, showed a meager 29,660 Europeans, 5.2 million Africans and 98,000 Indians and Goans. This, said the analyst, C.S. Nichols, made whites 0.55% of the population. Yet, as tensions rose, so did the migration of those of pure European descent, to the point where there were 42,200 of them in 1953 and 57,700 by 1957, which caused a welcome problem for the beset colonizer: a housing shortage. 31. Naturally, the Jim Crow United States provided a goodly number. This was manna from heaven for a settler colony which knew that Africans returning from war were hardly happy to return to the miseries of old, and, thus, colonialism needed bolstering. 32. Though it is not evident that this stemmed Washington-London conflict. The year of the census and afterward seemed to bring a spike in applicants for migration, no doubt prompted by pump priming by the European Settlement Board. The ambitious Edward S. Doyle of Philadelphia expressed interest in coffee plantations for sale. 33. The equally enthusiastic Alfred J. Lang, mayor of Cleveland, gushed that Kenya colony offers great promise for white colonization and economic growth. 34. A sentiment echoed by Robert Hyland of Chicago and his fiancée. 35. Along with A.K. Jensen. 36. There were variations on this theme of unclouded sunshine to be found in Kenya. Charles Pope of Homestead, Florida, carped about the cost of land. 37. One potential migrant sought to flee the U.S. zone in Germany for Kenya owing to a new wave of anti-Semitism. He chose not to comment on the irony of fleeing anti-Semitism for a land baked in racism. 38. This trend of Jewish refugees flocking to Kenya was another post-war trend that, while it may have bolstered in some sense the number of European settlers, may have served to undermine white supremacy given the often parlous circumstances that greeted them. As these potential migrants from the United States began their inquiries, there were already, according to United Nations sources, hundreds of families, wives, and children of Jewish exiles in Kenya. 39 by mid-1948, this included Jews from Palestine, who were detained in Gilgil camp, Kenya on suspicion of being members of terrorist organizations or engaged in terrorist activities, moved around like pieces on a chessboard. They were then transferred to the then Ethiopian province of Eritrea. 40 Strikingly, Ralph Bunche, who by then had long since departed from his previous home on the left, was a principal UN officer involved in these maneuvers. 84. These refugees had little reason to be pleased with his ministrations. They complained of their bitter experiences in Kenya, terming themselves inmates and disputing the idea they were dangerous people. They sorrowfully recounted how many here have been detained for 7 and 8 years. This, they argued, was violating the most elementary human rights of the 260 detainees and was increasing their suffering. Instead, they insisted on the holy right of every Jew to enter his homeland, referring to Palestine, not Kenya, where they had been slated decades earlier and live there. 41 The tawdry treatment of European Jewry, consigned to barren detention camps, was not the best advertisement for white supremacy. Some indigenes may have recalled this was nothing new. An occasion when missionaries and settlers were united in a common cause occurred when Zionists planned to establish a Jewish homeland in Kenya. 42 As for the Africans of Kenya, they realized more than most how the war had altered the colonial calculus. One Rhodesian analyst observed that this conflict had been the biggest challenge for colonialism since the end of the African slave trade. 43 Few in Nairobi would have disagreed with this portentous assessment. Major General Dimaline was informed that his military superior was very disturbed at the reports of Africans in New Delhi, where they were posted, misbehaving toward our sisters. In the United States such presumed frisky aggressiveness had been the cause of lynchings and worse. This too was the inclination in India, where the men tried to get in bed with the sisters. The culprits were East Africans. Thus, the conclusion had been reached that the Askari had forfeited his right to care for our white womenfolk in the future, because of the inter-race feeling that had been engendered. This could jeopardize potentially the entire colonial project. The proposed solution to halt the manhandling of European women rested in the raising of an African women's nursing corps, officered by a few very senior and experienced European nursing officers. 44 Which suggested how the war had opened up opportunities and, equally, how the segregationist impulse had not been extinguished. If supposed African aggressiveness had been limited to nuns, perhaps it could have been dismissed, but as Major General Dimaline saw it, the relation between African ranks and our women has certainly deteriorated during this war, and it is up to us to see that nothing is done which will further impair the position. 45 Serving in India also provided an opportunity for indigenes to gain a better understanding of their compatriots in Kenya with roots in the subcontinent. The Askari have been astonished at the size and variety of India's races and the vastness of her communications, averred one Empire official months after the war had concluded. 46 The resultant feistiness of the Africans was noticed in Nairobi. When the British officer, Richard Myers, who commanded a detachment of the battle-hardened King's African Rifles, arrived in this growing city in early 1946, they were met by all the world and his wife. While the troops celebrated until the windows rattled, it was a really splendid welcome, he thought. 47 As it turned out, it was not solely the windows that were rattled by the war. Africans got to see the world, at times were armed or taught skills, like driving, that theretofore had been alien to them. All this could prove useful in confronting colonialism. They were able to encounter other Africans, similarly situated. 85. Which allowed for the sharing of complaints and intelligence. Thus, Kenyan indigenes toiled for 5 years alongside those of the Congo, with a good deal of this time spent in Burma. 48 Where African Americans were to be found in droves, as Tokyo made special appeals to them all. Thus, a scant year after the war had concluded, a U.S. official in Nairobi spoke about an awakening among a large number of Africans, since they had enough of regimentation by the controlling white race. If this trend augments, he warned solemnly, the timid cry of today might soon reach a roar. The war has opened new visions, he declared accurately, as hundreds of thousands of native East African soldiers in the East African Command have fought during the last few years in Ethiopia, Burma, and other lands. Of similar consequence was the unavoidable fact that Europeans have lost face in having to call upon the black Africans to assist them in vanquishing the enemies of, to them, the governing British race and, by inference, all other whites. 49 Almost on cue, the U.S. Consul, Joseph Touchette, posted a letter to headquarters from the indigene, Kagabilo Mulba, wherein it was advised that color discrimination would cause another war. In Burma it was said, a white man sick was trying his level best to color himself so that he may look black, so how could they then come back to Kenya and seek to fortify white supremacy? 50 He could have added, as the Kenyan American, Barack Obama, did, that during the war indigenes had encountered blacks from America who flew airplanes and performed surgery and, thus, many had come to realize that these skills were not a product exclusively of white supremacy but adequate opportunity. 51 Sir Anthony Swan, a former district commissioner in Nyeri, who arrived on the continent in 1936, agreed about the transforming nature of the war. The indigenes, he said, had seen the world outside East Africa for the first time, as many travelled to Ceylon and eventually to Burma. Though poorly paid, many saved their hard-earned wages and formed companies upon their return home. For example, 10 or so would buy a taxi, a bus, and run it. As he saw it, this may have exacerbated tensions in unintended ways, since in the war, practically no Kikuyus had been enlisted. 52 Since, according to Sir John Cumber, who arrived in Kenya in 1946 as a district officer, the Kikuyus were the sort of Jews of Kenya, i.e., they were industrious with a very early exposure to white missionaries and to Asian trading methods and the use of money. The war may have undermined the monetary advantage they had held over ethnic groups. 53 John Hewlett Nunnally, who fought in Burma on behalf of the Empire, was more hostile toward the Askaris, as he inferentially suggested why their experience may have motivated resentment, terming them mercenaries. He could not forget the horror of an Askari tossing a hand grenade into the officers' mess with fatal results. He served alongside the notorious General China of Mau Mau fame and recollected some aspects of the experience that were curious. African troops were not allowed to speak English. All conversations had to be in Swahili. 54 Alan L.K. Little, who worked with the King's African Rifles, also recalled very few Kikuyus in that detachment. 55 Of course, as a Nairobi consul had suggested, African Americans had their own unique foreign policy agenda, and it was not necessarily consonant with 86 that of Washington. By 1944, the diminutive and elderly human rights leader, W.E.B. Du Bois, had returned to the organization he had founded, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, as a kind of Minister of Foreign Affairs, bent on shaping the war and post-war dispensation to the desires of his constituency. In the midst of the Great War, he had suggested famously that it was driven by lust for that which Africa possessed, and, as he saw it, this remained a factor. It was the unlamented African slave trade and its handmaiden colonialism that had driven the Industrial Revolution and the modernization of Europe and the Americas, which were of far greater significance than social scientists like to admit. Unless this question of racial status is frankly and intelligently faced, he argued, it will become a problem not simply of Africa but of the world. Du Bois took note of the fact that when the U.S. President spoke eloquently of the four freedoms, he did not necessarily contemplate Africa, ditto for his celebrated Atlantic Charter. 56 Even before the war concluded, the otherwise State Foreign Policy Association of the United States concluded that the war has made Americans conscious of Africa as they never were before. 57 Like his comrade, Du Bois, Paul Robeson also had ideas about how this confluence of African and African American interests could be propelled further as a consequence of the war. An apparent Empire agent, Horst Ammon, had been in correspondence recently with the actor-activist, in connection with publication of a vernacular newspaper for Africans. Although £100,000 is considered to be necessary for this purpose, a hefty sum by any measure, apparently Robeson's view was that money is no obstacle. Similarly worrisome was that Robeson has established yet another contact with influential Africans, notably Jomo Kenyatta and Muchohi Gikonyo. 58 Eslandar Robeson also had not eluded London's attention, as the police in Ghana in a confidential report, took note when she was reported to be considering paying a visit to the British West African colonies. 59 More than most, the Kenyan authorities long had been concerned about the prospect of African Americans paying visits. The prospect of unauthorized visits to Mombasa by African American seamen had riveted attention in Nairobi since the earliest days. It was in 1904 that the authorities passed the Foreign Seamen Deserters Ordinance, which thoughtfully only applied to those not being a slave. 60 Like their African counterparts, Kenyans too were looking forward to a sweeping change of their depressed condition as a result of their war sacrifice, and were none too pleased when their often modest demands were met with unyielding resistance. Thus, when the Negro seaman John Lewis Ross was discovered in Kenya without a visa, there was concern about his intentions on both sides of the Atlantic. It was late 1948 when he was detained. The U.S. and Kenyan authorities alike were displeased with his principal activity in Nairobi, which was the fomenting of political agitation among the Africans. 61 That he had spent time in Jinjia, Uganda, a traditional stronghold of unrest, was deemed to be of relevance by Nairobi, which busily shared intelligence with Washington. 62 The United States sent an official to attend his trial. 63 Though it was unclear if Washington and Nairobi were pleased or not when their investigation of him. 87. Revealed that Ross had been in an industrial reformatory in Jefferson City, Missouri, because of charges of robbery, along with other arrests for intoxication and vagrancy. 64 Whatever the case, the apprehension about Ross' arrival was given resonance by the realization that Africans and African Americans were unwilling to accept colonialism and its brutal sidekick, white supremacy. That was the import of the Pan-African Congress in 1945, chaired by Du Bois, that gathered at a spot where the colonial power could easily engage in close monitoring and surveillance, Manchester. Kenyatta was given a prominent and expansive role there. 65 This was a further headache for the colonizers, who had to worry that the militancy that was clearly proliferating in Kenya might become a regional contagion. Washington, which expressed nervousness about this situation when it was not seeking to profit from it, acknowledged the problem. It was during the war that Paul Alling, chief of the Division of Near Eastern Affairs, observed that more progress had been made in British West Africa in adjusting wage scales upward than in East Africa. It was also true that more encouragement in the organization of trade unions has been given by the Colonial Office to West Africa. A reason for the difference was the presence of white settlers in the East. He also knew that the rise of unions will have a bearing on the growth of African nationalism, and because of the settlers, who unlike bureaucrats were reluctant to pack their bags and decamp to Britain or North America, this would be more serious in East Africa. This would mean unions and virtually all forms of collective resistance might be more strenuously combated in a place like Kenya. 66 As it turned out, Paul Alling was prescient. Nairobi did seek to squash the trade union movement with its pent-up demands, and the smashing of this class-based form of organization probably gave a fillip to Kikuyu nationalism, just as the post-war persecution of Du Bois and Robeson set the stage for the rise of varying forms of nationalism in Black America. 67 Hence, less than 18 months after the war's explosive end, a massive strike hit Mombasa, which even Washington's delegate acknowledged was astonishingly well organized. The settlers were wholly unprepared for this in virtually every sense. Though they quickly adapted, helping further to conflate race and class, which proved to be their downfall, as virtually every able-bodied European scalped and helped to break the strike. The Europeans believe that this will teach the Africans that they are not indispensable. The leaders of this job action, who were believed to be African ex-servicemen, were driven underground instead of engaged. 68 Which proved to be a gross error, providing Africans with the sly skills of the surreptitious, as the class-based option was foreclosed. 69 Mombasa 1947, which built upon and surpassed previous expressions of militancy. 70 Also proved to be a turning point in the ongoing effort to confront colonialism itself. 71 Thus, before Mombasa 1947, the colony had endured a spate of suspicious and destructive fires 72, and these did not dissipate after this turning point. Subsequently, Washington acknowledged that Mombasa 1947 left Uncle Sam caught with his pants down, blithely unaware of the churning in the colony, though the steadily growing American shipping interests were affected directly. "I do not want any Pearl Harbors here again," the top diplomat in this port city, 88, was instructed. 73. But with a diplomatic corps as homogeneous racially and otherwise as the settler class, Washington was hard-pressed to adapt to emerging realities. Still, even a Euro-American who was clinically blind and eerily oblivious to his own nation's similar problems could easily see that there were dangerous fault lines in Kenya. As the second half of the 20th century was about to unfold, the leading U.S. official in Nairobi was seized with concern about the African-European problem, for if this pressing problem is not reasonably approached, especially on the part of the Europeans, then inevitably there must eventually be profound trouble in this part of the world. There will be a terrible and bloody clash, he predicted. The settlers had yet to recognize that the good old days will never return. The war had transformed the region. Perhaps worse was that, rhetoric aside, the settlers were not really committed to their much professed white, or European, supremacy. Being largely British, they did not look with favour on any plan which will foster emigration from countries on the European continent. Touching on a gaping though unacknowledged fissure in the racial project, he recognized that the settlers wished to maintain British, rather than European supremacy, which was another way of saying that despite the empire's abject decline, they hesitated to acquiesce further to Washington. Reverting to Washington's habit of hypocritical racial criticism of the empire, Edward M. Groth pointed out that when in London, the Aga Khan, a leading religious figure with roots in Kenya, is entertained by the king in Buckingham Palace, but he may not cross the threshold of the Nairobi Club. He neglected to note, of course, whether he could be admitted to the leading private clubs in Washington. Yet Groth had a point when he assailed the general reactionary attitude that was held by the majority of European settlers, businessmen, and others in East Africa. 74. For they had made peaceful change virtually impossible and therefore made violent change veritably inevitable, an aphorism that Washington itself could have well considered as it entered the tumultuous 1960s. 7. Mau Mau looms. The war had changed everything except the way the settlers thought. They persisted in seeking to maintain the bad old days of racial privilege, though Africans had shown this was not a good idea. Washington could have exerted more pressure on the colonizers, but its own putrid Jim Crow made it hardly the best advertisement for enlightenment. Thus, as the months ticked off on the death march to the invocation of the state of emergency in the fall of 1952, Washington did not exert the leverage that its enhanced status and the empire's decline suggested. African Americans could have pushed Washington in a more realistic direction, but the onset of the Cold War and the Red Scare ensnared the most vocal tribunes Du Bois and Robeson in the first place, as the message sunk in that opposition to the racist and colonialist status quo could easily be misinterpreted as being in the pay of Moscow. For the war's end had brought another conflict, the Cold War, and, consequently, the problems of East Africa had to be refracted through a global prism and assessed as to whether or not Moscow might benefit. That Jomo Kenyatta had actually spent time in Moscow and was known to be close to Robeson was sufficient for Washington to dismiss him as a dangerous radical. That Kenyatta had actually signed the 1946 petition to the United Nations initiated by the communist-influenced National Negro Congress, which charged the United States with severe human rights violations against African Americans, sent Washington spiraling headlong into conniptions. This global outlook meant that there were no local issues as such which served to increase the importance of East Africa, which sat astride strategic approaches to the Suez Canal and lush oil fields alike. 2. It could not be said that Washington was unaware of the raging fire at times, quite literally, that had descended on East Africa. The Ugandan, Semakula Mulumba, son of a landowner, received special scrutiny. He had joined forces, according to the U.S. consul in Nairobi, with his relative Reuben Sparta or Mujimba Spartas, who was a violent anti-white Muganda cleric of the African Orthodox Church, which was of special interest since it was founded about 1921 by a certain George Alexander McGuire in the United States as a convenient organization for the dissemination of the political views of Marcus Garvey. He seemed to represent Washington's worst nightmare, a confluence 90 of black and red, since he apparently was in touch with Moscow. Despite his apparent willingness to work with Moscow, he was said to have engaged in violent and often obscene vilification against all Europeans. He was also reported to be Kenyatta's comrade and had returned to Uganda in 1946 on the same ship as the Kikuyu leader, 3, which reinforced pre-existing biases in Nairobi against Ugandans, notably Bagandans. 4. Nairobi was the epicenter of British interests in the wider region and thus, inherited, the problems of its neighbours. Uganda was not the only example. Washington seemed more worried than London when 22 soldiers of the Mauritius Pioneer Corps were tried on a charge of mutiny in Kenya in 1949. Washington knew that when men subjected to iron discipline and the ossified injustice of military law rebelled nonetheless, that calamity loomed. Washington was worried that the colonizers were reacting like an ostrich. A curious feature of this case is that no mention was made of it in the Mombasa papers, which did not bode well. 5. This premonition was bolstered when Washington considered a communist mutiny at Kilindini Naval Base, Mombasa, by the Kenya Royal Navy Volunteer Forces. Allegations about communist influence on Africans had long been a staple of discourse in Washington, and the proclamation of the Cold War had placed this idea in overdrive. Given Kenyatta's jaunts to Moscow, the influence upon him by Robeson and the like. Certainly focusing on the alleged treachery of the Reds could preclude intense scrutiny of white supremacy. 6. Desertions by African police. 7. And complaints against the colonizers for searching huts without an order and generally harassing indigenes. 8. Were also occurring, prefiguring mass revolt. Nairobi was worried that Askaris realized all too well how they had saved colonialism from being overrun by Tokyo, among others, and now they should be rewarded as a result. The government claimed that government broadcasts had been harmful to the Askaris by overstressing the part played by him in the war and by not giving prominence to the part played by other peoples of the empire. This had given the African Askari a completely false idea of his own importance. 9. According to a Nairobi report. Increasingly alarmed, the United States sought to share its proliferating concern with their British counterparts, but found that colonial officials are unlikely to consider us as their colleagues. The U.S. consul in Nairobi said glumly, "If the truth were known, they resent our presence in these territories." 10. A tendency reinforced by retrograde elements in London. 11. The U.S. consul, Edward M. Groth, a good soldier, nonetheless took to heart his instructions about ferreting out communist influence, even in the face of British colleagues who may have wished that he would disappear. So he met with the Nairobi police chief and left as alarmed about black militancy, as he had been about that of the red variety. He was told about a group of young Africans who had been terrorizing picnicking Europeans in the nearby Longata forest. It seemed that whatever fear Africans had held of settlers or white supremacy itself was evaporating in the mist. Being from the United States, he suspected immediately that their motive was the natural highly sexed nature of 91. The African, before reverting to the current line, that is, whether communist leaders elsewhere were directing these attacks. The chief confirmed that was his opinion, but added that much direction was not from Moscow but rather from London, which was barely comforting since men such as Kenyatta were known to have ties to both capitals. 12. The settler regime tried to put up a brave front, though their own records showed a post-war increase in anti-white and anti-government propaganda. 13. Not to mention anti-empire propaganda. 14. Redolent of the distress mounting in Nairobi was the approach made by the police in Kenya to Washington. Though distrustful at best of the growing profile of the United States to the detriment of the empire, in the summer of 1949 Nairobi approached an American missionary organization with the proposal that members of its staff become members of the police in the interest of their own safety. The U.S. consul suggested that they cooperate. 15. One reason for Groth's growing pessimism about the fate of white supremacy was not least the fact that the epical independence of India in 1947 had altered racial calculations dramatically. "What India is to the British Empire," Pan-Africanist George Padmore declared, Africa is to world imperialism. 16a Fortiori, when India was removed from the empire, imperialism, white supremacy, and all the rest were weakened correspondingly. This was the view of the far-sighted. Meanwhile, in Happy Valley, the colonial redoubt in Kenya, glee erupted when the French colonizers slaughtered tens of thousands in Madagascar in an atrocious massacre that gave heart to those who believed that the post-war upsurge of the indigenes could too be drowned in blood. 17 As it turned out, the settlers should have been paying more attention to India than Madagascar, which they did, in their own way. Weeks before D-Day, a U.S. representative ambled into a political meeting of settlers, all white people of course, he added superfluously. There were 80 or 85 present, but only one major subject, the Indian question. 18 For South Asians, who long had been eyed with suspicion by Washington, as the primary threat to white supremacy and colonialism itself, seemed to live up to their billing as the state of emergency approached. Quite cheekily in Washington's view, they demanded trials by jury for accused Indians and the simultaneous appointment of Indian magistrates. 19 With South Asians there was always the ominous possibility of contagion, given their presence in significant numbers in Kampala, Dar es Salaam, Durban, Port Louis and, of course, Mombasa. It has become almost axiomatic, said the U.S. representative in the latter city, that what happens in one of the British East African colonies soon happens in another. 20 If that were the case, white supremacists regionally should have been worried. By late 1946 one organ targeting the vast South Asian community lamented the terrible shortage of skilled labor in Kenya. Buoyed by impending independence, a major portion of Indian skilled labor returned to their homeland and an appreciable number migrated to the adjoining territories. 21 Those South Asians that remained seemed as hostile to colonialism as Africans, which was equally unsettling for the settlers. Chanan Singh was infuriated that a 92. Greater part of the fertile, well-watered land in Kenya was reserved for exclusive occupation by the Europeans, the only land that can grow lucrative crops like coffee, tea, and pyrethrum. European farmers were lavished with liberal loans at cheap rates of interest, while specially reduced rates on the state-owned railway were allocated for produce of European farms, as European-grown maize was guaranteed higher prices than African-grown maize. 22 All the important posts in the government departments are reserved for Europeans, it was said with rancor. It matters little the qualifications possessed by him are inferior to those possessed by an Indian, since Europeans with no qualifications whatever have been placed in very responsible posts, and wages paid to a European for the same work are much higher than the wages paid to an Indian or an African. The latter were invariably refused permission to sail by ships of certain British lines, while steamship lines of continental European lines are open to all races. There was a Persian proverb, it was said warningly, the fool does the same thing as the wise man, but the fool does it too late. The color bar is the real test of British wisdom, a test they were failing miserably. 23 Like Africans, South Asians had been transformed by the war, particularly by the ineffectual performance by the supposedly mighty British. Numerically, Asians are far superior to all whites in the world, it was said triumphantly. Intellectually, every Asian is on the same plane as the white man. Yes, the Africans are anxious to drive the Indians' bag and baggage out of East Africa, but make no mistake, this was due to the influence of the white powers. But fortunately, in the whites' difficulties and weaknesses lie our salvation. 24 It was not just the independence of what was once British India but the simultaneous independence of the Muslim state that was Pakistan, which reverberated in East Africa. 25 Providing what had been a put-upon minority in both Asia and East Africa a jolt of possible power. Strikingly, the Ahmadiyya Muslim sect, 26 played a significant role in both Pakistan and the Islamic community that was then emerging in the United States itself. 27 Just as the United States began to grapple with the manifold costs of segregation, the colony was compelled to do likewise. It was in 1949 in Mombasa that the colonizers began to tally the costs of maintaining 4 categories of schools: European, Asian, African, and Arab. H.C. Stevens acknowledged that Mohammedan children have always been neglected in education and cautioned that we must avoid teaching our children to become Pakistani and Hindustani, an indication of how the momentous events of August 1947 were roiling the waters across the ocean in Mombasa. 28. This port city with its substantial South Asian population and militant working-class traditions had long been a thorn in the sacroiliac of the settler regime. This population was also thought to be a vector for the transmission of radical ideology, which became a festering concern after the Cold War's onset. Public enemy number one in this regard seemed to be Makhan Singh, an important Union leader. Even before the guns had sounded in World War II, he was reporting elatedly that the trade union movement is spreading here like wildfire, pointing with joy to a strike of African workers at the Texas Company. 29. Nearly 6,000 workers took part in strikes as war was erupting in Europe. 30. South. 93. Asians were pivotal when labor surged in the 1930s and were essential during the strike of railway workers in 1914 and the struggle for more wages by African workers in 1921 and their subsequent general strike, not to mention the strike of mostly Indian workers in 1931. 31. Singh's Labour Trade Union of East Africa was not large, comprising 3,000 members, according to one source, but in a colony where militant organization was at a premium, this was hard to downplay. 32. Though U.S. representatives were obsessed with detecting the faintest hint of radicalism, they were not as concerned about the twin epidemics of forced labor and child labor that beset the colony. Boys and girls as young as 12 routinely held jobs. 33. The compulsory labor that existed in Kenya, said Britain's Trade Unions Congress, TUC, was a contagion that influenced similar trends in the Rhodesias and Nigeria. 34. Nor did this hyperactive consulate evince any concern when the authorities sought to deport Singh in the wake of a wave of post-war labor activism, a maneuver that one of his comrades asserted was greeted with great agitation in East Africa, India, England, and South Africa, suggestive of what the colonizers were up against. 35. Born in India in 1913, his father migrated to Kenya in 1920 and he followed in 1927. One of the founders of the workers' movement in Kenya, in December 1938 he went to India for what was thought to be a short holiday, but the colonial government there arrested him in Ahmedabad. 36. While in India he worked alongside the influential Communist Party of India, serving as an editor of the official organ of their important Punjab Committee from 1943 to 1947. 37. Finally, with independence he was able to return to Kenya, but the authorities there hardly embraced him given their hysteria about communists and unions. 38. Undaunted, Singh hailed the general strike of 1950 and similar unrest that beset Mombasa particularly. 39. Many settlers and their U.S. allies suspected that the most formidable opposition to the status quo came from South Asians supported by newly independent India, whose early foreign policy was explicitly anti-colonial and was thought to be influencing South Asians in Kenya. 40. Yet arguably an embrace of the kind of class-based organization that Singh represented might have served to blunt the coming thrust of Kikuyu nationalism that exploded in the Mau Mau revolt, but the tumult induced by the strike in Mombasa in 1947 helped to forestall this outcome and, certainly, it would have been counterintuitive for Washington to push its ally in a direction it was blocking at home. For there was no audible support from Washington when Paul Robeson, quite close to the Communist Party, began to turn his considerable talents against British colonialism in Africa, which did not thrill London. 41. Robeson had resided intermittently in London and was a frequent visitor thereafter, where he raised substantial amounts of funds for British communists. 42. A chief domestic opponent of colonialism. The authorities unleashed secret surveillance of him when he began touring Britain. He was in contact with students, it was reported. Nairobi's representative in London said he would be grateful for information about his activity concerning East Africa. 43. Somehow the colonial authorities received a copy of a letter from Robeson's comrade and former leader of the Seamen's Union in the United 94 States Ferdinand Smith when he called a rally in Harlem that he wished Kenyatta to address or alternatively forward a message. 44. Earlier both London and Nairobi were concerned after Kenyatta considered travel to the United States where they might not be able to track his activities as carefully, but, as well, he could draw upon the relatively considerable resources of African Americans. 45. The authorities also feared that the labor unrest that was racking Mombasa was not only being inspired by India but also the ubiquitous foe of colonialism and white supremacy, U.S. Negroes. 46. Sir Percy Solito, considered a master of intelligence gathering, confided that we possess a considerable amount of information on Kenyatta, which gives evidence of a long record of communist activities, chiefly from the Negro angle, where Robeson too was thought to be prominent. 47. Here the anti-communist interests of London, Nairobi, and Washington all converged, with the latter submerging its concern about where the rigidity of settler white supremacy was leading the colony. This trend was assisted by the outbreak of war in Korea in June 1950, when concern about the intertwined fates of white supremacy and communists accelerated. 48. Nairobi also was paying rapt attention to Robeson's Council on African Affairs. 49. One of their reports was denounced by a Nairobi bureaucrat as being so factually incorrect to be dangerously misleading. He was so upset that he discussed the matter with the U.S. consul. Quite helpfully, the U.S. diplomat was prepared to forward my reply to the State Department, so that they may bring the necessary pressure to bear. 50. But Nairobi's dilemma was revealed when another bureaucrat proved reluctant to supply figures on land seizures to bolster their claim for fear of publication in the American press and substantiating CAA's claims. 51. Unfortunately, this crackdown on the CAA, which was to lead to its dissolution about 5 years later, was joined by London's trade union movement. After one British union leader heard about the banning of CAA periodicals in Kenya, there was no murmur of protest. 52. Instead, H.V. Tucson castigated the publications in question as exemplars of extreme communist anti-colonial propaganda. 53. Shortly thereafter, W. Alpheus Hunton, the CAA's then leader, issued the strongest protest when Madison Square Garden in Manhattan barred their concert meeting on the transparently spurious grounds of alleged possible bearing of anti-subversive measures not yet enacted into law. 54. When Hunton reached out to the NAACP, which only recently had defrocked its elderly founder, Du Bois, on similar anti-communist grounds, their leader, Roy Wilkins, demurred since the proposed meeting was allegedly in conjunction with a permit granted to the Communist Party. 55. A flabbergasted Hunton termed this a false conception. 56. Still, the CAA remained on the fast track to oblivion, while the NAACP began to retreat from engagement with Africa. This concern about communists was to overwhelm any iota of apprehension harbored by Washington about the potency of the settler regime. This concern was evident even during the war when Moscow and Washington were presumed allies. At a time when Joseph Stalin himself was being deified on magazine covers in Manhattan and lauded in Hollywood movies, Washington was being informed anxiously that a group of Mombasa residents have formed a 95 Russian circle for the purpose of studying the Russian language and informing themselves on matters connected with the Soviet Union. There were 50 of these intrepid souls and, strikingly, they had arranged to obtain from friends of the Soviet Union in Johannesburg a slew of Russian films. 57. As it monitored this trend, Washington became quite uneasy about the trend of recent lectures all delivered by British subjects which were definitely socialistic. 58. London knew that Washington's support for the preservation of its empire might emerge from their mutual uneasiness about Moscow. 59. Washington's fretfulness about communists' influence overwhelmed any residual concern about white supremacy in the post-war era, and in Singh, Kenyatta, Du Bois, and Robeson they had plenty of rich targets on which to focus. Dean Acheson, who was present at the creation of this trend in U.S. foreign policy, in early 1947 alerted his nation's diplomats about an alleged danger provided by Moscow's interest in subverting colonialism. 60. Their antennae properly attuned, Washington's delegates in the region sensed a communist thrust in every burst of anti-colonial militancy. The Somali Youth League, which was active in Mombasa, was said to have communist overtones. 61. Mauritius, which was monitored from Mombasa, witnessed communist stirrings, which fills the consulate with no little concern, as a Soviet threat was perceived. 62. Not to be outdone, U.S. delegates in Nairobi responded with gusto. There was fear that with the offer of scholarships to natives of British East Africa to study in the United States, this red contamination could spread. 63 Closer to home, the Uganda disturbances of mid-1949 were said to be marked by communist influence that had to be taken seriously. 64 Even in Nairobi in 1949, Washington was concerned about an alleged threat from communists, a hazard that emerged from odd places, for example, the otherwise staid pages of the Daily Chronicle, which was accused of the ultimate sin, opting to take the Communist Party line and not persuaded to place any useless U.S. information service material, that is, propaganda, in their pages. 65 Consular officials worried incessantly that the region was a fertile field should communists begin concerted action, but were not moved to advocate measures, for example, demolishing racist laws that might forestall their perceived nightmare. 66 Also taken seriously was the post-war inclination of Africans to seek higher education abroad, particularly in the United States. But, it was felt, that the predominantly Negro colleges inclined to grant them admission might not be hospitable to the pro-colonial ideology thought to be necessary in the face of challenge by communists, or so thought the colonizer. The settler regime was driven to distraction by the perceived red threat, but that was not all. They also had to worry about whether Washington was becoming wobbly on the critical matter of white supremacy, which it was thought could erode anti-communism and the empire itself. Washington was embarrassed instead of unapologetic when the Ethiopian ambassador was escorted out of Constitution Hall, as he was thought to be a mere Negro interloper rather than a representative of a sovereign state. 67 Instead of presenting a solid phalanx of whiteness, Washington seemed to be more than willing to steal a march on the empire by not turning a blind eye to 96 racist transgressions, even though London-Addis Ababa relations were deteriorating, particularly given the latter's seeming eagerness to condemn challenges to colonial rule in the region. Ethiopia had been reduced to a mere dependency of the empire in the wake of Italy's ouster, which left a residue of bitterness even after this situation changed. 68 Mutually troubled by Moscow, the settlers, London, and Washington could all bond on this basis, which cushioned the blow inflicted by the challenge from the United States to the empire. Still, the settlers understandably might have felt that Washington, given their embarrassment instead of pride at how the Ethiopian ambassador was treated, would retreat from the more egregious aspects of Jim Crow, which could leave Nairobi isolated. It was in that context that Nairobi began looking southward to Pretoria, whose recent proclamation of apartheid, which made Jim Crow seem mild by comparison, suggested they would find kindred spirits in Kenya. The white settlers in Nairobi looked to South Africa today for moral support, said the British representative in Pretoria in 1950. This was not a recent development. 69 No, it was not. Nairobi's notion of an East African Federation was seen as a twin of the apartheid policies of the infamous Hitlerite, D.F. Malan. 70 London, no slouch in the rarefied realm of racist policy, still had to acknowledge that a fellow feeling existed between the white settlers in the African territories from which Britain was excluded. 71 In this less than enlightened company, Washington could come across as a racial radical or naive to the point where it could be perceived as opening the door to communist subversion. Hence, unsurprisingly, during this era of heightened hysteria, the Colonial Office was informed that resolute defenders of settler colonialism were increasingly concerned about African students in the United States. The United States seemed to present the worst of all worlds to the colonizer, since these students also were exposed to segregation in its acutest and most humiliating form in the South. 72 Which could inflame them as they contemplated their homelands. By 1950 this concern had begun to focus intently on the activities of the leading African American anthropologist, St. Clair Drake, then teaching at Chicago's Roosevelt University, who had attended what is now Hampton University, whose earliest students were formerly enslaved or the descendants thereof in the 1920s, with the son of Chief Coin Ange. Drake, who was born in 1911 in the United States, had a father who hailed from Barbados. 73, it was in Virginia, where his son attended university, that Drake's father became a stalwart of a movement influenced by Marcus Garvey. 74 It was in 1926, after a chance meeting with Earl Cromsack, a U.S. national on sabbatical in Africa, that Chief Koinange was able to arrange to send his firstborn son, Peter Mbu, to Hampton. It was a difficult adjustment for him, especially because of the harsh winters. In the middle of his first semester he contracted a serious case of tuberculosis and was admitted into the state sanatorium for Negroes at Bookville, Virginia, where he would remain for almost a year, receiving a further immersion in Jim Crow. Subsequently, he returned to Hampton, where he established a solid B average and became a celebrity of sorts as a star on the school's soccer team. He left a 97 deep impression on this coastal school. To this day a Koinange collection is a prime asset of the Hampton University Museum. 75 It was in Virginia that he became acquainted with Drake, experienced the tumult of a student strike in 1927 and joined the Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity. "We both cultivated the myth of our close friendship," said Drake years later. "We were friends," he conceded, "but not close," though these words can be discounted as they were written when the African American was disappointed with the African's evolution. In fact, Koinange, who could well be regarded as on Kenyatta's level as a founding father, was influenced by Drake in a way akin to the way Kenyatta was influenced by Robeson. Thus, the Kenyan student conferred with Drake when his father provided testimony on the machinations that led to his people losing their land to European settlers. Drake conceded that this relationship awakened my interest in how settler colonies operation in Africa and fixed Kenya in my mind, so that Kenya became one of my concerns for the next 50 years. If Mau Mau hadn't made it an impossibility, I would have gone to Kenya instead of Liberia and Ghana in 1954 for my first African experience, he said. 76 If he was to win the respect of settlers and civil servants back home, said Drake, Koinange would need a British degree, the one from Hampton being discounted since it was from the United States and was a predominantly Negro college besides. So Koinange moved to London, where he became part of a circle that included Bunch and his fellow Negro scholar, Lorenzo Turner. Both became his friends. 77 Naturally he came under surveillance by the British. The Church Missionary Society proved helpful here, 78 as did a leading paleontologist. "Drive Louis Leakey called," said one Empire agent in the summer of 1936. "He says that young Koinange has been in the United States for the last 7 years, and he suggested to Dr. Leakey that it will be a good thing for him to get de-Americanized by putting time at an English university." 79 I rather fear he'll have been spoiled by the USA, confided another agent sourly. 80 Leakey was blunt about this, asserting that in view of the fact that Kenya is British and not an American colony, I cannot help but feeling that is very desirable that Koinange should obtain some measure of English background in his studies and outlook. 81 Suggesting the skepticism of the erstwhile ally in Washington, as well as revealing the significance of the existence of Negro colleges which spurred the colonizer to improve their otherwise poor record in education. Leakey arrived at this conclusion after discussing with Koinange his U.S. studies, including his M.A. from Columbia University in 1936. 82 Koinange was not beyond hope. In their opinion he was not at all aggressive, said one British official, as so many educated Africans are, so he was admitted to a British university so that he could de-Americanize himself. 83 Though he was allegedly steeped in Americanization, Washington still felt it wise to keep a close eye on him. He met with U.S. officials in Madras in 1949, but they were unimpressed, not dissenting from the branding of him with the definitive label. He was definitely very anti-European in his feelings and nationalistic to a degree, it was reported. 84 Anti-European feeling is steadily increasing. 98 It was said of Nairobi, and men like Koinange are doing everything they can to foster it. Being a very well-educated man, having attended Hampton, Ohio Wesleyan University, Columbia, and the London School of Economics, among other institutions they had monitored, they expected more of him, though London might well have pointed out that education could lead to a deepening hatred of colonialism rather than accommodation to it. This was no minor matter, said the Washington agent that was trailing him, since most Europeans in these territories were unaware of the dangerous position which currently exists, a situation that was potentially much more dangerous than that in South Africa. 85 Actually, Washington was not sure what to make of Koinange. Though he may have been shaky from their viewpoint on matters racial, unlike Kenyatta he did not seem to possess blatant ties to communists. There were those in London who were sure that Kenyatta had joined the Communist Party of Great Britain as early as 1929, then attended the Lenin School in Moscow in 1933-86, whereas this did not seem to be Koinange's orientation. On returning to Nairobi, Washington was pleased to see that Kenyatta was apparently adopting a very moderate and reasonable tone, but redness could not be easily bleached. He was getting to be an old man by African standards, about 49 years old, it was reported in a veiled reference to the abysmal life expectancy of indigenes, a subject that rarely preoccupied U.S. agents, and his power is on the wane. As for Koinange, he was a man more likely to be viewed with alarm by the local authorities. 87 It was Koinange's connection to St. Clair Drake that seemed to bring both added scrutiny by authorities on both sides of the Atlantic. The two had shared an apartment in London in 1947-1948, where Koinange served as a representative of what became the eventual ruling party in Kenya, the Kenya African National Union, led by Kenyatta. 88 Armugo Gatheru, who had a scholarship waiting at Drake's Roosevelt University 89 before deciding to attend Lincoln University in Pennsylvania, where Nkrumah had attended previously, was a fruit of this relationship. Drake had a personal stake in this student's fate. "I am convinced he will be the Nkrumah of Kenya," he insisted, "if we can help him get educated. He's got the stuff. I've let him have spending change from time to time, but am strapped at the moment," he told the more affluent Earl Dickerson, a prosperous and progressive Negro lawyer and businessman. 90 Because of Koinange, Drake developed a deep concern for the peoples of Kenya. "I chose East Africa as a field of study because of friendship with a Kenyan classmate and became African student advisor at Roosevelt. It was out of our schools that the great West African leaders came, and he wanted to replicate this for East Africa, and since Kenya is almost as bad as South Africa, this nation should be the focus." 91 Drake stressed that only one Kenya African got a chance to study in this country between 1927 and 1945, whereas by 1951 there were 6 out of 5 million people, and he wanted to see more. 92 In addition, Drake had made plans for Koinange to come to the United States to teach at Roosevelt. His passage was purchased, his passport was in order, but the American consul in London absolutely refused to grant him a visa. Drake thought he knew who the real culprit was. "I am convinced," he insisted, "that the Colonial Office under pressure from the Kenya settlers had." 99. Our State Department to block him. Drake also had reason to believe that his association with me had something to do with the matter. As I was associated while in England with the United Somali Party that was fighting the return of Somaliland to Italy. Though under siege himself, Drake had no time to lend a hand to others similarly situated. Under no conditions except any aid from our Council on African Affairs, of which Paul Robeson is chairman and Dr. Dubois is vice president, he told Gatheru. "It is believed here that they are trying to make Africa an ally of the Soviet Union in the coming war," he asserted, "and over here even those of us who have been friends of Paul Robeson's for years, feel the pressure not even to speak to him when he comes to town. So, stay away from the Council on African Affairs," he repeated. "If you have any of their literature, throw it away before you sail, since it is well known that Kenya is an important strategic base in the coming war." 93 But steering clear of Robeson did not aid Gatheru, who finally made it to Lincoln University. Weeks before the state of emergency, a U.S. Department of Justice agent traveled to eastern Pennsylvania to interrogate this Kikuyu intellectual for a sweat-inducing 4 hours. "What do you know about Kenyatta?" he was asked. "What about Koinange?" They also wanted to know what Negroes had aided him, though they had a creeping suspicion. It was true that in Kenya he had been on the staff of the nationalist journal, The African Voice, and as Drake put it, had access to exchange copies of the Chicago Defender and the Pittsburgh Courier. He sought higher education in the United States, which is how he made it to Lincoln, but that was the problem, for Nkrumah's alma mater was seen as the fountainhead of what is known in Africa as Gold Coastism. It is usually Gold Coastism that African white settlers mean when they accuse someone of communism, said Drake, who was to flee in the face of a similar accusation. Gold Coastism in Kenya would mean that 5 million Africans would vote where none vote right now, said the African American who spent many hours talking with the besieged African. 94 The Nairobi authorities did not view Gatheru as benignly as Drake did. Gatheru, said colonial intelligence, contributed a somewhat abusive letter headed White Settlers in Kenya while he was serving as a learner in the Medical Research Laboratory in Nairobi. In March 1948, their dossier reported, he contacted Marcus Garvey's organization and stated he was working for the Kenya African Union. Therein he requested political details and data on the United States, especially for details regarding the relationship between whites and non-whites in New York. Well, they concluded, if not a communist, he was strongly communistically inclined and one of the most potentially dangerous Africans in the colony, and should he go to America it would be to study politics and to make political contacts hostile to Nairobi and Washington alike. 95 Washington had developed a special kinship to Nairobi over the years, identifying with its struggle to subdue indigenes and its attempt to implant white supremacy. As a beaten-down London began its slow but steady retreat from empire, it was only logical that Washington would seek to fill the vacuum. Though various U.S. diplomats in Mombasa and Nairobi had expressed reservations. 100. About the viability of white supremacy and colonialism, these concerns were swept aside by the greater concerns about the influence of communists. This was the case when the authorities sought to marginalize Singh, even though this may have set the stage for the accelerated rise of Kikuyu nationalism. Even a decent intellectual such as Drake was swept up in the hysteria, which underscored its reach and depth. Yet Washington knew about the deteriorating situation in Kenya that was leading to an insurrection. The Secretary of State was informed in confidential terms in the summer of 1949 that the situation in the African reserves is very grave owing to the failure of rains. Lack of food and imminent starvation will drive the African to rebellion, warned a U.S. agent. The government is expecting serious trouble in the shape of riots, he concluded morosely, while the majority of Europeans and Indians are oblivious to danger. 96 Yet when the state of emergency was declared and lurid stories about Mau Mau began to circulate, Washington became gripped with another fear, that inspired Negroes would emulate their African cousins and take to the warpath. 8. State of emergency. When Hollywood met Mau Mau the result was not pretty. It was shortly after the proclamation of the state of emergency in the fall of 1952 when even the dimmest had come to recognize that the colony and its relatively small European ruling minority was on the verge of being overrun by a full-scale uprising of the discontented. At the same time the United States had begun halting steps toward confronting its own racist reality, which was deemed to be necessary lest Moscow gain a propaganda advantage. Thus, when some in Washington eyeballed Kenya they thought they had perceived a presentiment of what might befall themselves which was more than unnerving. Subsequently, said Kenyan American, President Barack Obama, the Kenya conflict conveyed an image that played on all the fears of the colonial West, the same sort of fear that Nat Turner had once evoked in the antebellum South. It was in that inflamed context that Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer dispatched some of the nation's brightest stars Clark Gable, Ava Gardner, Grace Kelly to the wilds of East Africa to film the somewhat less than engaging Magambo, a conventional love triangle. Rather quickly, the studio came to discover that a number of their truck drivers were simultaneously engaged in logistics for the Kikuyubist resistance. Euro-American executives were stunned when a surprise raid on a MGM convoy left several of the heavy trucks sitting helplessly, driverless, by the side of the road. Making a large-scale Technicolor blockbuster in East Africa required an enormous operation, a gathering of nearly 600 including cast and crew, drivers, porters, pilots, guards, guides, hunters, chefs, servants, nurses, and those whom resistance fighters liked to penetrate, tribal extras. Hollywood's finest were agitated when word reached them as they were filming that angry natives, that is, Mau Mau bandits as one of Tinseltown's scribes put it, were slaughtering the whites on a nearby farm. When filming concluded in January 1953, it was not clear whether this had been driven by a previously agreed-upon schedule or anxiety about being swept up in a murderous plot not of their own making. 3. This was only one aspect of a shambolic production that helped to bring the perils of Africa to an audience that often hardly contemplated the continent whose enslaved denizens had helped to build the advanced nation of which. 102. Many were so proud. Clark Gable, the aging matinee idol straining to play a great hunter though women were his usual prey, could not help but notice that the main topic of conversation was the Mau Mau infiltration. Eyeing the local quarry, he could not help but notice that European women carry pistols in their pocketbooks, adding apprehensively, "The white residents can't trust their servants these days." For Gable, who like too many visiting Euro-Americans, viewed Kenya as a site to release any lingering sexual inhibitions, accepted female adulation in general with equanimity, according to one informed settler. Grace Kelly, he recalled, bewitched us all, noticeably Gable, a movie hero with a curiously strangulated voice, lacking percussion. Ava Gardner, a perfection of beauty, preferred nude swimming, recalled Terence Gavayam, though she besmirched her loveliness with her foul language. 5. The threat of a Mau Mau attack added to the Walter Mittiness of the whole adventure, as Gable and others ambled around the movie set like popinjays with chests puffed out and stomachs held in while in their midst revolt was brewing. 6. MGM, proud of its galaxy of stars, sought to accommodate the authorities, including their strict rules of segregation, featuring the separateness of Europeans, Asians, and, least of all, Africans. 7. It was the latter that the authorities seemed most worried about, feeling that the Kikuyu-based resistance could turn the typical turmoil and busyness of a movie set to their advantage. An attack on a movie set, then as now, was virtually guaranteed to capture global headlines and bring attention to the just cause of the colonized. Thus, the district commissioner in Igiala was meticulous in seeking to confirm with MGM who was in your employ so that we may both be satisfied that unauthorized camp followers do not obtain unlawful admission onto your location and into my district. He was grievously concerned with monitoring Kikuyu employees. 8. I did check on all African arrived by this morning's convoy, said Eva Monley of MGM, and we discovered 2 or more who were not on the list given you, including a Gone cook. She was sorry to cause these officials so much inconvenience and extra work, but the arrival of a huge team from Hollywood simply created too many opportunities for infiltration. 9. I enclose a list of Europeans, plus details of a certain number of Africans whom we would like to bring into your district, said Stan Goldsmith of MGM. Sensitive to current events, he acknowledged the authorities' desire that no Kikuyus be allowed into your district. We would be grateful to have this clarified, he said, as we have a number of drivers and actors, in particular who are Kikuyus and who have been in our employ for some time. To dispense with their services at short notice and obtain replacements will cause us a great deal of inconvenience, he pleaded. 10. By their own records, MGM drivers who operated Dodges and Studebakers included 6 Kikuyus, 1 Ethiopian, 1 Somali, 1 Meru, 1 Mgambi, and 1 Amara. 11. Naturally, the higher-paid members of this U.S. crew were all of European descent, including Danes, Italians, and British. 12. The staff from Hollywood provided a security headache for their Nairobi counterparts. The production manager insisted on locating one of the larger sets. 103. On the Uaso-Nyiro River, oblivious to the rich possibilities for ingress and egress this could provide to regime opponents. Impervious, he added, we are looking for a river shore upon which we can beach our long, 40-men canoes and build besides this shoreline a large native village. Undisturbed, he proceeded to add, we shall need about 1,000 natives in this village, and Mr. John Ford, the director, has preferred the Samburu tribe, though, of course, he could not tell a Kikuyu from a Luo from a Zulu. Bowing to prevailing segregationist norms, he suggested that the commissioner's hut be built by Sikh carpenters, and supervised by European construction foremen, and to have the natives build native huts. 13. Expertly drawn sets constructed by segregated labor or not could not save a tepid plot with a hackneyed storyline, which was Magambo's chief problem, though Gable's lusting after the flaxen-haired Kelly rather than Gardner with her ebony tresses, seemed to mimic the white supremacy that marked the colony. Africans as background props in a story featuring their presumed betters seemed to capture Hollywood's imagination, however, and became a staple for the industry like a crazed monster in a hockey mask. Nairobi strained to accommodate this production company that arrived from the land of a leading ally, but even their patience had limits. "This is hideous, isn't it?" spluttered one colonizer. "I do hope that you have already discovered that Metro are going to be far more of a menace than Tarzan could ever hope to be," referring to a Hollywood series that pioneered in the defaming of Africans. MGM was a large and unthoughtful sick organization, it was said. 14 MGM in all its Hollywood majesty had arrived in East Africa at a propitious moment when this continent was starting to reclaim headlines as a Cold War battlefield, and as African Americans began surging toward a Form 15 of equality. These events were connected, for these struggling and persecuted U.S. nationals were often pointed to by Moscow and their allies as being of a piece, indicative of how the North Atlantic powers viewed the darkest of them all. Yet this linkage provided something of an obstacle for Black America, given the lurid manner in which what was termed Mau Mau was treated. It was a secret society terrorizing thousands of natives and threatening to drive all whites from Kenya, the August New York Times told its readers even before the state of emergency. The presumed leader, Jomo Kenyatta, studied Marxism in Moscow, it was reported, and may or may not be a communist. 16 Though at that time, this tenuous association was sufficient to bring an indictment. The organization does seem to bear some resemblance to the cells of a communist organization, it was added suspiciously, that Kenyatta married a white English woman and had visited Moscow, were facts that seemed connected and of relevance. 17 At times it seemed this newspaper of record was seeking to reassure itself, as much as its readers, asserting that no red influence was seen in the resistance, though it had to resort to raw stereotypes to propel this charge. The frustrations of a savage people neither mentally nor economically able to adjust itself to the swift pace of civilization was the problem. The existence of Mau Mau has been known for some time. In 1940 it was proscribed for subversive activity. 18 It added inaccurately. 104. U.S. diplomats and journalists often seemed to be singing from the same work of choral hymns, as both seemed highly skeptical of the intentions of the South Asian population, a tendency that coexisted with the portrayals of alleged African primitivism. T.W. Tyrrell, president of the Tanganyika European Council, was quoted prominently in the Times as averring that New Delhi wants to turn all East Africa into what will amount to an Indian colony, one of the few occasions that the notion of colonialism was questioned in these pages. This was a newfangled form of Oriental imperialism. This population was accused of communistic leanings, while it was added respectfully the small white population feels itself being crowded by the Indians, for the sympathetic European has invested courage, years, money, and energy in hacking a civilization out of the African hinterland and was justifiably worried about the Eastern threat to his achievement. 19 Worse. Mau Mau leaders had been spreading rumors among the Kikuyu tribesmen that India was about to invade East Africa to free the oppressed Africans from the white yoke. Other rumors said that Russia was in daily touch with Mau Mau leaders and that Egypt, the Mau Mau of the north, would join hands with Kenya Africans once it had liberated the Suez Canal from the British. 20 It was hard for these visiting Euro-American writers not to identify with the settler minority. They often drew analogies between the rooting of indigenes in North America and what was occurring in East Africa. This included the popular writer, Negley Farson. He veered toward crude insensitivity toward Africans, according to his minder, though it was unclear if the ghastly ulcer cavity in his knee and his tendency to drink and eat intemperately may have shaped his mood. 21 Though the overwhelming majority could not vote, Farson in the early 1950s compared the Kenya legislature favorably to any European parliament, as being such a fair one. Yes, concluded Farson hopefully, there are overwhelming reasons, make no mistake about it, why Kenya will always remain a white man's country. This fits in perfectly, he added, with the United States' increasing interest in the security of the Near and Middle East, particularly in Greece, Turkey, and Iran. 22 Farson's capacious vision of the colony's importance was evocative of the far-reaching ripples sent forth by the resistance in Kenya. In faraway Trinidad, a major source of petroleum for the empire and throughout the colonies in the Caribbean, Kenya, in the words of the Colonial Office, attracted a good deal of attention. 23. The fascist-minded D.F. Malan of apartheid South Africa thought he was tarnishing his domestic resistance when, it was reported, he likened the series of native riots against racial segregation laws to the Mau Mau terrorist disorders, since both movements were directed from the outside against the white man. 24. Perhaps not accidentally, it was just after the proclamation of apartheid in 1948 that the Nairobi authorities were elated to note that South Africa and the United States chose to raise their missions to embassy level. 25. In neighboring Namibia, occupied by Pretoria, unrest was said to be inspired by events in Kenya. 26. In Salisbury, Rhodesia, there were complaints about BBC coverage, since the implication seemed to be that the Mau Mau were operating in South Africa, which was rather careless. 27. 105. Meanwhile in London the Tories had returned to power, which provided a jolt of optimism for those who held white supremacy dear, and Winston Churchill, who knew Kenya well, was back in charge. Yet when a visiting Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, emissary visited him in the early afternoon at 10 Downing Street during the height of the unrest, he was reported to be in bad shape, with speech slurred and his vision occluded, his memory fleeting. 28. Unfortunately, the Prime Minister's alcohol-induced haze was a metaphor for the short-sighted support of colonialism provided by his North Atlantic partner in Washington. Kenya had long been a central node in what well may have been termed a racist international that stretched southward to the Rhodesias, apartheid South Africa, and Namibia, along with the Portuguese colonies of Angola and Mozambique, ably supported by Lisbon, London, and Washington. Fraternal, symbolic, and meaningful visits to Nairobi from its allies were a frequent occurrence, so what occurred in Kenya was bound to be taken seriously in what could well be denoted as the High Atlantic. 29. Yet a Cold War was going on, and Kenyatta was tied to Robeson and, reputedly, Moscow. So what was an empire to do? More to the point, what was Washington to do? The stakes were high and the payoff seemed to be increasing. In the pivotal year of 1953 there was bright optimism about the attempt by a leading U.S. oil company, as the London Times put it, to carry out a survey in northern Kenya with a view to taking up development licenses there. Major players including Eugene Black, president of the International Bank, and David Rockefeller were slotted for visits, while two big American concerns pledged to establish factories in Kenya. They are a motor company, planning for the assembly and part manufacturing of vehicles at Mombasa, and a clothing manufacturing firm. 30. Ever helpful Washington was pitching in by providing loans to develop the crucial Mombasa port. 31. Then the influential William Moran, head of the African section of the U.S. Foreign Operations Administration, arrived in Nairobi for a lengthy stay on a purely exploratory journey. 32. This was not a small matter. 33. So Kenyatta was put on trial, accused of being the alleged evil genius behind Mau Mau. Visiting him in Kenya earlier, Negley Farson was decidedly underwhelmed. He was a big, paunchy man, bearded with slightly bloodshot eyes, a theatrically monstrous ebony elephant-headed walking stick, a gold-rimmed carnelian signet ring about the size of a napkin ring, an outsize gold wristwatch fastened to his hefty arm with a gold strap, dressed in European tweed jacket and flannel slacks with as pleasant, ingratiating and wary a manner as you ever met. He was residing in a pleasant thatched house, built in the European style, with two symbolic spears and a shield. Then there were books, so many books that you wonder, as you often do in a European library, if he has ever tried to read the half of them. Then there were the photographs of Roland Hayes, Claude McKay, and, of course, the enemy du jour, Paul Robeson. The beefy Kenyatta was contrasted unfavorably to Chief Werahayu of the Kikuyus, whose murder in broad daylight, allegedly by supporters of the resistance, helped to bring on the state of emergency. Instead of Robeson, the chief asked about Booker T. Washington, as he smiled gracefully and spoke warmly of his autobiography. He was equally taken with the impressive number of brilliant 106 Negroes who are now appearing in all walks of American life. Farson comforted his readers by telling them that as it is now, the race relations in Nairobi are less uncomfortable than they are in Washington, D.C. Yes, he avowed, the Africans have more things to be thankful for than they know, which was truer than he realized. 34 Farson was not unique in his sympathies, he was merely expressing mainstream Euro-American opinion of that era. According to the Times, the unfortunate whites, it was noted in the spring of 1953, who have been living for many months in an atmosphere of horror and tension certainly without parallel anywhere in the world, merited concern. One can understand and sympathize with the bitterness and anger of these settlers, it was said almost tearfully. As for the Kikuyu who takes the Mau Mau oath, he was surely lost, so far as his free will is concerned, as the zombies of Haitian voodooism. 35 One alleged expert on Kenya was cited for the proposition that the resistance was openly anti-white and anti-Christian, which combined with their supposed pro-red sympathies meant they were the object of intensely felt hatred among many in the United States. 36 Thus, the heralded chief of whom Farson spoke so warmly was killed, then Kenyatta, who the eminent U.S. writer despised, was placed on trial. 37 By April 1953, what the Times called a Soviet-trained Mau Mau terrorist was sentenced to 7 years hard labor. He was a close friend of Paul Robeson, and lived in a place furnished by the Communist International. 38 His lawyer, D.N. Pritt, the bespectacled 66-year-old litigator, served as chairman of the British Society for Cultural Relations with Russia. 39 Soon once stalwart supporters of anti-colonialism in Kenya were fleeing in all directions. Just before Kenyatta's conviction, the man he once instructed in Swahili, Ralph Bunche, was brought before the U.S. Congress to engage in a ritual disavowal of his once warm ties to Robeson and the left. It was the early evening in Manhattan, where the hearing was held, and Bunche was grilled for over an hour, puffing cigarettes during the interrogation, leaving the impression of acute nervousness. He denounced Robeson's comrade, W. Alpheus Hunton, with whom he once worked alongside at Howard University. "We had a teachers' union," recalled Bunche, but Alpheus moved in on it, in fact, broke it up, and in what was seen as typical communist style, tried to divert it from the true purpose of the union. Bunche then attacked communist leader, James Ford, who had pioneered in bringing Ethiopia's cause in the 1930s to a wider audience, and distanced himself from the now reviled Alger Hiss, who, said Bunche, was never my immediate superior during their tenure at the State Department. Bunche spoke proudly of his time in the secret branch of the CIA's predecessor, the Office of Strategic Services, for whom he toiled in Africa. He repudiated the Communist Party. As for Robeson, he was a tragedy, though not an ideological communist but a racial communist, whatever that meant, though it was hardly reassuring in the context of events in Kenya. 40 Preceding him in appearing before Congress was Max Yergin, once a leading spokesman for the council. Almost half a decade had passed since he had fled from his previous political engagements. Unlike Bunche, then operating at the 107 highest levels of the UN, Yergin was not so prestigiously employed. A friend of mine, an American businessman, who had business interests in Africa, had helped him finance his journey to Africa in 1952. He expressed concern about Moscow's beachhead on the continent. "I think the situation in South Africa and in East Africa," he warned, "is charged with dynamite, and can explode at almost any time." With solemnity he added, "It is possible for us to lose Africa just as we have lost parts of Asia." Yergin sought to link the Red Scare with the Black Scare, asserting boldly, "For some reason which I cannot understand, the British have stated officially that communists have had nothing to do with the uprising." The crustily conservative Senator William Jenner, who was presiding, found little to disagree with in Yergin's peroration, though he had a related agenda: the more we educate, the more trouble we get into, the better health we give them, the more population. Are we not just chasing our tails? 41 It was ironic that Yergin became a vehicle through which these messages were transmitted, given his past pro-communist sympathies. Eslinda Robeson was bowled over. "It was more than 10 years ago," she said in 1948, in the drawing room of our flat in London, that Max Jurgen explained to me his idea of building an organization which would inform Negroes in America, and other peoples everywhere, about the terrible conditions under which the African people live and work. Promptly, she continued, I therefore gave him a check for £300 to help found such an organization, thereby becoming, he said, the first contributing member of what became the CAA. Later it was in his home on Hamilton Terrace in Harlem, she recalled, that I first met Earl Browder. This very well-known communist was the guest of honor there. 42 Jurgen, however, had sensed the way the winds were blowing and sailed adroitly away from his past and toward his controversial congressional testimony. Sure, London said Reds were not behind this conflict, but, he stated, perhaps there is more here than meets the eye. For this eyewitness reminded, I was in Kenya in September 1952 and knew of what he spoke. There was a Red Wurlitzer at play, as he saw it, with interconnected communists pumping out chants for their comrades globally to perform. 43 The communist threat in Africa, cried Jurgen, was dire. The main task of furthering Soviet policy in East Africa, he argued, has fallen to the Indian Communist Party in cooperation with the party in Britain. Moreover, he asserted, nowhere is the communist influence more dangerous than among African students abroad. 44 The former CAA leader's star was ascending, as he was stating what some wanted to hear. 45 But Robeson was not buying it. We colored Americans, he said in the midst of Kenyatta's travails, will especially want to support our African brothers and sisters in Kenya who are being tried and imprisoned for insisting upon the return of their land. Vainly he sought to link the intertwined fates of Africans and African Americans, particularly those of the left then under indictment or jailed. 46 It may not have been coincidental that Bunch and Jurgen were hauled before Congress and Robeson and his comrades were being flagellated just as the resistance to colonialism in Kenya was gaining traction, for these events in Africa captured the imagination in the United States in a way that the continent had not. 108. Accomplished in years. It seemed to present a cruel convergence of a communist-inspired uprising designed to shed white blood, somewhat unlikely given that Moscow was in Europe but in an overheated atmosphere rationality had taken a holiday. And if this could happen in East Africa, could it not happen in the Western Hemisphere? But courage had also taken a hike. The CAA, seemingly the domestic supporter of this nasty nightmare, was a major target of abuse. The council was being deserted by one-time allies and it, in turn, fired back. The Negro press, it said, though sympathetic to the cause of African freedom, too often echoes the same British propaganda line, not fully digesting that a war was occurring in Kenya and, thus, people fighting for their lives cannot afford to be merciful to informers, spies, and others who collaborate, as the revolution that established the United States had demonstrated amply. War is not pretty, it instructed, and neither is the colonial oppression that breeds war. The council also denied that such a thing as the settlers described as Mau Mau existed. 47 Yet with headlines blaring that what was called Mau Mau paid their followers cash for killing Europeans, the Negro press, like so many others, was under enormous pressure to conform to prevailing wisdom. 48 It was like a revolt of the domestic staff, quipped the highly regarded writer, Graham Greene. Jeeves had sworn, however, unwillingly, to kill Bertie Wooster. It was much worse than the contemporaneous bloody struggle unfolding in Malaya, which had taxed British forces to the limit. 49 The talented writer's European compatriots were similarly concerned about the events unfolding in East Africa. The International Confederation of Free Trade Unions, ICFTU, spurred into existence by the communist-inspired World Federation of Trade Unions, WFTU, sounded the alarm after dispatching a delegation to the region. At the present time, it was stressed, communism presents a potential rather than an actual force in the trade union movements of Egypt, East Africa, and Sudan, though the latter was the exception, where the railway workers had a radical bent. Honestly, it was conceded, because of the deplorable wages and conditions, many territories could provide a fertile field for communist activities. Equally important, it was stated with equal candor, is the festering field of race relations which prevails in East and Central Africa. Referring to the influence of Mackenzie, it was observed that in Kenya, the East African Trade Union Congress was captured by the Communists in 1949, a communist-led general strike in 1950 failed and the movement was smashed. 50 As the state of emergency was about to be proclaimed, British trade unionists reported that in Kenya trade union activity has increased very considerably during the course of the past 2 years, suggesting how resilient the movement was. Yet, it was still the case that only a small fraction of the 400,000 people in paid employment are members of a trade union, while African membership of trade unions is in the region of 27,000, hardly enough to provide a meaningful challenge to what was called Mau Mau. 51 The Cold War, which was portrayed in Manichaean terms of good and evil, tended to place restive Africans in the latter category and the settlers in the former. This global conflict also served to sideline militant trade unionism, which 109 provided an open sesame for the rise of Mau Mau. Yet, in the United States this was seen through a particular lens, mordant concern about restiveness among the darkest of them all. The colonizer retained the chilling words penned by the popular U.S. writer, Robert Ruark, who declared that the settlers knew that what is going on in Indochina, in Morocco, and in South Africa is a trend that was connected inevitably to the reign of terror inspired to drive the white man out of Kenya. That is the declared aim. Kenyatta had strong ties to Moscow, it was said, and, again, his interracial marriage was somehow related bizarrely to this anti-white plot. Ruark asserted luridly, "I have a copy of the letter, in which the Christmas killings in Kenya were promised, that describes the Mau Mau as the African Communist Unit." 52 The Moscow-based news agency, Izvestia did not reassure. Their report citing Robeson as asserting that the Kenya struggle was for land, life and freedom was duly retained by the colonizing power. 53 As it gave an indication of the high stakes at play. 54 3 or 4 Mau Mau supporters, it was alleged by London, went to Moscow for years' instruction. 55 Read Mau Mau, it was asked quizzically, it would not be surprising, indeed, if an Asian were discovered to be the motivating agent behind the disturbances, said one journalist, perhaps with Mackenzie in mind. It was unrealistic to reject the hypothesis that Mau Mau is part of the communist conspiracy against the peace in Africa, and it was unwise to be too sensitive to socialist opinion in Britain about this knotty matter. 56 The Red Scare had the beauty of deflecting attention away from brutal exploitation of Africans as a casus belli and toward the dual bugaboo of communists and black Americans that Robeson notably was thought to represent. London was alarmed in the spring of 1953 when developments in Kenya began receiving constant attention in the Soviet press. Seeking to sniff out the movement's alleged red ties, it was added in confidential words that the reference to Jomo Kenyatta and the Kenya African Union are noticeably ungarnished with the epithets and phrases usually applied to persons or groups who enjoy Moscow's direct benediction. 57 The BBC was similarly distressed when it noticed that its counterpart in Moscow was carrying items about the mass manifestations against the colonial regime in Kenya, the merciless exploitation of the people and slave labor on their farms. 58 Just as the civil rights offensive in the United States often was termed to be inspired by Moscow, the same held true for similar events in Kenya. 59 This also preoccupied Washington. The success of Mau Mau in Kenya works to the benefit of international communism in creating another focus of unrest in the Western sphere, said a U.S. diplomat. Yes, he confided, the tone of this dispatch is pessimistic, since the political situation here is serious and likely to deteriorate, at least in the near future. 60 Though the state of emergency accelerated this kind of thinking, it did not originate then but seemed to ascend with the post-war resurgence. A leading cleric worried that African Christians knew so little about the real issues at stake that it was quite possible without further elucidation they might well vote in favor of communism. 61 Thus, the Reverend P.C. Bostock argued in an approach that did not gain many adherents that we must not meet communism merely with 110 negative condemnation, since where communism merely indicates communal ownership and stewardship of possessions, Christianity can be in agreement with it. 62 The General Secretary of his diocese, speaking from Mombasa, was noticeably unmoved. 63 In response, the BBC, whose potent signal had global reach including to the Western Hemisphere, unleashed radio broadsides with the Russian propaganda campaign in mind, as one official put it. 64 As this radio octopus saw it, Kenya and the empire as a whole fitted with classic aptness into Moscow's picture of imperialism in decay, torn by internal contradictions and rivalries, American expansionism, and resorting to ever-desperate measures to escape the inevitable, which was actually a nice summary of events then unwinding. The Americans appear as the chief support and deadliest rival simultaneously of their moribund imperialist partner, which was not far from the mark. London continued this faux Moscow analysis. Britain, like other colonial powers, is shown to be seeking a solution to her post-war economic difficulties in a more ruthless exploitation of the natural and human resources of her colonies, particularly those in Africa. Shrewd .48 from Washington was expected to enhance this process, while permitting U.S. capital gradually to oust that of Britain, which would be facilitated easily by the already sizable presence of U.S. nationals in Kenya. Most notably 65 London's challenge was to fight a war against Africans in Kenya, while not yielding to Washington it wound up losing on both fronts. A common anti-communism bonded the two North Atlantic powers, however, but the United States had the added liability or, perhaps, an asset of undergoing a wrenching domestic retreat from the more egregious aspects of white supremacy, which could make it appear to be much too soft on fighting the Reds in Africa, as far as the settlers were concerned, while providing flexibility in providing concessions to Africans. London too could afford to be flexible in allocating concessions, but it was the colonists themselves who were lagging in this critical category. You should tread carefully on the colour and race question, was the advice given to one BBC journalist before departing for Nairobi, 66 since the settlers were loath to confront this troubling reality. 67 The problem for the settlers, however, was that their allies in London and Washington particularly were under enormous pressure to pull the plug on the Nairobi regime. The conflict in Kenya was not only buoyed by the ongoing Red Scare with its dual hobgoblins of Moscow and Black America, but it was unfolding as the phenomenon known as television was gaining momentum, which could transmit disturbing images directly to living rooms globally, giving increased impetus to developments in East Africa. This phenomenon also was marked by a related conflict that between London and Washington, 68 this time concerning whose technology would be used for color television broadcasts. 69 that London was basically in a quandary over which U.S. corporation it would pay tribute to in order to use their technology. CBS or RCA was indicative of how the once mighty empire had receded in favor of Washington. 70 thus, London knew likewise that opening the doors of the colony to an influx of U.S. journalists seized with anxiety about the Red Scare could only redound to the 111 Empire's benefit. Thus it was in 1952 that Victoria Corey of KDKA in Pittsburgh, whose powerful radio signal reached into the industrial Midwest, departed for a 3-month journey to East Africa to produce 36 programs to be broadcast on a series of 50,000-watt stations from coast to coast. The colonizer leapt at the opportunity. That she was writing columns for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette and the Toledo Blade and was taking motion picture film for use in public lectures only enhanced her value as an antidote to Moscow's thrusts. 71 She was one of America's outstanding women broadcasters, chortled one official, and an old friend of the BBC besides, so the BBC was extending to Miss Corey any help that we could. 72 This extension of help to journalists to induce positive press reports at times exceeded the bounds of propriety. On the subject of Mau Mau and communism, the Colonial Office advised the Foreign Office, "I am now sending some authoritative notes which could be used by an author to write an article on the subject." This project was secret in that it was necessary that the author chosen should be all right from a security point of view. 73 Availed reference to writers such as the U.S. scribe, Robert Ruark, whose ties to London and Nairobi were all too obvious. Ultimately, however, this conflation of Mau Mau and the Red Scare served to becloud the true issues at the heart of the conflict land: white supremacy, colonialism, brutal exploitation. In the long run, compliant journalists simply extended the deathly agony of a doomed regime. The Colonial Office exposed how misguided ideology can mislead easily when it announced proudly in MID 1953 that since Soviet policy